Call Jed.com. This is the official voice of the Buffalo Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. The official voice of the Buffalo Bills. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
The Bills dropped their first game of the season to the New England Patriots at home by a final score of 23-20. The Bills down 10 in the fourth quarter, rally to tie it, but New England gets into field goal range and kicks a game-winning field goal with under a minute to go. Stefon Diggs, the player of the game, with 10 catches and 146 yards on the New England side. Drake May making a bunch of great plays as well. He went for 273 in the game through the air. Josh Allen, meanwhile, goes for 253, an interception, turnovers for the Bills. They lose the turnover battle for the first time in 26 games with one interception and 2 fumbles. 4-1. Next up is the Atlanta Falcons. That will be on Monday Night Football a week from tonight. Bills were one of 2 undefeated teams going into the day. The other, Philadelphia, they fall to Denver. Denver comes back to beat the Eagles 21-17, so there are no unbeatens left in the NFL. A couple other results from yesterday. Without Lamar Jackson, the Ravens get smoked 44-10 at home by the Houston Texans. Cowboys beat the Jets 37-22. The Colts continue to look impressive. They're 4-1 after a 40-6 win over the Raiders. Miami blows a 17-3 lead to Carolina. They dropped to 1-4 on the season. The Chargers fall to the Commanders, struggled without their linemen, 27-10. Tonight on Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars, 8:15 kickoff tonight in Jacksonville. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Alarm hits early off a Sunday night game. Hopefully you didn't have too much traffic to deal with when you got out of there. Joe, you were at the game. You stayed late enough to get stuck in traffic?
Not late enough to get stuck in traffic.
Okay.
No,
All
I
right.
did not. No.
Some of us have to make business decisions when we're up this early, right? Like, yeah, I don't want to be there until...
Yep.
Whatever, XYZ. So you can join us. The phone number is 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bills suffer their first loss of the year. They lose to the Patriots 23-20. There's plenty to get to from this game. Of course, the first loss of the year. There's the defense putting together arguably its best performance of the year, holding a team to 23 points is not their low number, but... 6 in the first half and losing the turnover battle the way they did and to still come away only giving up 23. I feel like a lot of people might be happy with how the defense played, or at least encouraged by some of the defensive players. But the offense did not have it in this game. They turn it over, a fumble on an exchange to Dawson Knox, a fumble by Keon Coleman, and an interception from Josh Allen, 3 turnovers, and a guy along the way named Stefon Diggs, who had one of the best revenge games in Buffalo since Jack Eichel's hat trick. So, that's the buffet for you. Whatever you like to sample here or there, join us on YouTube, join us on the app, join us wherever you get us. Take a look at how tired our faces are, and then call us. That's my advice to everyone out there. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to say one thing out of the gate. If anybody blames the uniforms, I don't have time for it. It was a great.
I like the uniforms.
The whiteout was great.
Yeah, the white man. We were talking before the game and pregame, like 60% would be good. Like
it looked like 98%.
Christian, we talked to on so like we'll see. Like I don't know what it's going to look like, and it was like, how could you ask for any better? Was it 5% of the crowd maybe that wasn't in white? Maybe. And was that New England fans?
Maybe we'll have.
It might have just been New England fans.
We might have blue outs in the future or red outs because who knows? But it was great. Yeah. It was a great atmosphere. It was a perfect night. It was a beautiful night. And we got a game that, if you're an NFL fan, was super interesting. And, throughout the week, maybe you heard a ton about Drake May this and Drake May that. And he was not unbelievable in this game. But what he was a lot like Josh Allen, taking throws that were there, high completion percentage, an offense that didn't move the ball down the field that well. But at the end of the day is 273, and he made a couple of really big plays, especially on the final drive. He makes 2 incredible throws, and they win. As a result, you've seen Allen do that many, many times. My favorite comment that anybody made, Joe, was someone on Twitter after talking about that May highlight where he shrugs off Daquan Jones and finds Diggs. My favorite comment from that game is someone who wrote to me, so that's what that feels like, to watch another guy do it to you. Like, yeah. There it is. May had his moment or two.
Yeah.
And it's his best in the league by far. His first game-winning drive.
Yep.
His best win. And the division race is more live than it was.
It's one game, and they've got 3 pretty easy opponents
That's
coming
right.
up.
So do the Bills. Has some pretty easy opponents. I'm not too worried about it yet. I would even classify myself as not worried about it. I think New England played a very clean game and got some luck along the way and took advantage of a Bills team that, might have some pieces missing.
I thought May was super impressive. I thought, man, if you had heard any Josh Allen comparisons, how could you think there's anybody that plays closer to him? In the division, obviously. But the rolling to his right all the time, exactly like Josh does, right? Like the off-platform throws that he could make. I mean, sure, he was not perfect on the night. The first half, really, he wasn't perfect, right? Second half,
13 of 14.
13 of 14, 184 yards, and by PFF, their big-time throws, he had 3 of them in that quarter. The rolling out to the right to Diggs over the Bills linebacker on the sidelines, just when he was moving, he was lasering balls down the field. I thought he was super impressive. I think we need a new nickname for him.
Yeah.
Not Drake, maybe. I don't know.
Drake,
hey. Because he's here.
Drake, hey.
Yeah.
He's still got a way to go, but it's a nice win for him.
But he's good.
Yep.
He's a good quarterback. He does things that should scare you. And I don't think he'll ever be as good as Josh Allen, but I think he's good. I think he's a good You have a good quarterback in the division, and I think you probably have him here for a long, long time. Like that's the first of many competitive Bills-Patriots games. If this is as good as he is, and there's another step coming even from there, I think he could be a problem.
Yeah, Vrabel with a meh quarterback won a lot of games in Tennessee.
Yeah.
For having a meh quarterback in Ryan Tannehill. And if he has a good one, well, maybe he could win some more games than that.
Yeah.
Of course, May had a good wide receiver on his team as well. Stefon Diggs, the Bills did not have an answer.
No,
the numbers on Diggs. He had a drop in this game, too, where he was open, and it would have been a first down.
Yeah, that was a big one.
So he ends up with 10 catches on 12 targets. It would have been 11 on 12 and an additional first down. When they went to Diggs, they did whatever they wanted to. And I couldn't help but kind of laugh at the idea that, you've been told for 2 years, he's slowed down, he's not the same, he this, he that, and he's the best receiver on the field again. And it wasn't particularly close.
Yeah.
For the Bills, they went to Dalton Kincaid. This is Kincaid's biggest game. Ended up being Allen and Kincaid against May and Diggs, and that was kind of the game and how it came down. And Kincaid had 6 for 100 yards, over 100 yards receiving in this game. They found him moving across the field a bunch of times. Allen had to extend plays a lot in this game. He had to continue to buy time, and I mean, whatever.
I mean, he's trying to give his receivers time
Yeah.
to get open down the field.
It sure feels that
they're
way.
not open.
It sure feels like this is a great day to point out the idea that they can do that when they want to. We should not believe that. They cannot just do it whenever they want to. They can find guys running from left to right or right to left across the field, but vertically, man, like there's just pieces missing to this passing game. And there are possessions in that game last night, or right before they're about to get a possession, you're thinking like, all right, if they were to get it back here, do they have the chops to score before the break? And I'm not so sure. The throws to Keon Coleman in this game were suspect. The play calling itself, they ran a flea flicker. Both teams ran a flea flicker.
You know you've got problems getting open down the field, or like you can't just do it whenever you want to. At the very least, when you run a flea flicker, and it's just not even close.
I thought
they made the play work, but it was the second option.
Yep.
The downfield, Coleman is flying and trying to get open down the field on a flea flicker, and just no chance.
I thought the same thing. As soon as you run a flea flicker, I thought, man, they're doing anything to try and buy themselves time down the field.
And it didn't work. It didn't happen.
It didn't work.
And man, like it's just the difference in New England when they're going to Diggs and the Bills when they're going to Coleman. They look like such different plays. Who do you think it's harder for in those plays? Drake May or Josh Allen? Because Drake May, like he made some special throws last night. Some of them are like, your guy's just open. Your guy's just open. You're making it easy on him because Diggs is just getting open. Like he's making it easy on his quarterback. Whereas Allen, I mean, these throws to Coleman, they gotta be perfect. They gotta be precise. And they're not 50. Anytime someone calls them a 50-50 ball, they're not 50-50 balls. They're like 35-65 balls.
Yeah.
I mean, Coleman, I don't know, like the more I watch him play with this team, the more I think he's a trap. He's a total trap for this offense. Because the thing he does well isn't an efficient play. The special play that he has. And he'll pull it down sometimes. He did in this game, right? Was it in the fourth quarter where he jumps up on a third down and he comes down with it?
Yep.
He will come down with it. But it's not an efficient play, and it is their go-to on a snap way too often. So many times where it is ball snapped and it is a contested ball to Coleman right off the jump. And I just can't believe that's ever the plan. If it is your break glass in case of emergency, nobody's open, I got to go somewhere with this ball, that's not a bad idea. But they had a drive end because they decided we're just going to throw 2 lobs to Keon Coleman. When 7 out of 10 times, he's not coming down with it. It's just because that's what that play is.
Yep.
It's not a great play. And they do it all the time. They do it at the goal line, right? They did it on an important 2-point conversion against the Ravens. If that had cost them, maybe that would be more remembered. Just a little bit of jealousy. Their top outside guy yesterday is just open by 4 yards on every play. And the Bills' top outside guy, it's got to be this special play where he's jumping up in the air and coming down with it.
Yeah, he's gotten open sometimes, but it's not something that happens consistently. Happened last week. He beat his corner, and the safety got over there and made an interception in the Saints game. So, the other thing about it is Shakir and Diggs are closer to skill set, right? And how these two teams use these players is different. I mean, for the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, like in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown.
Like, that's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to.
Right.
They don't really want to do that.
Even Kincaid had a great day, and he looked like I'm sorry, but no one getting open. Kincaid was getting open yesterday. Allen said in postgame, why was he getting open? Because they were showing them man coverage, and who was beating man coverage last night? It was Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
He had 6 targets. 6 targets on
6 catches.
On 40 dropbacks. How about that? 40 times he dropped back to pass, and 6 of them were to Kincaid. And I don't think that's all on Allen. I don't think Kincaid's on the field for all of them. And that's a problem. So I would have liked to see him get more involved. You want to, if you have to, let's get somebody more involved. Why are we handing the ball to Dawson Knox? How about throw 2 or 3 more passes Dalton Kincaid's way than you were previously planning on? And that just wasn't really happening. Unless he was getting double covered in the fourth quarter, and that's why that started to taper off a little bit, because I didn't think they had an answer for Kincaid last night. So that was a good sign, I guess. But again, 6 targets, that's not really funneling your offense through one guy, but it's the one guy that is performing. Can everybody else go away when, hey, one guy's got it
I got
tonight.
a guy eating all the time.
One guy's got it tonight, though. Maybe on a week-to-week basis we can have this mindset, but tonight, one guy is standing out above the rest, and we should start looking his way.
And that's what the Patriots did. They threw to Diggs all the time.
Yeah.
He had 10 catches, and the next closest guy had 3.
Yeah.
So
he had 12 targets, and the next closest had 4.
Yeah. Go to what works. Throw to this guy. That could be a statement about the Bills' defense and the holes they have in their defense.
Yeah, White.
I know Tre'Davious White is out there for a bunch of those, but he's also catching those on Benford. He's catching them on linebackers. He's getting matched up. They're moving him around. They're finding spots for him. And, hey, you could be mad at Diggs, who I thought would get booed more and louder, and I kind of didn't really notice it.
He got booed. I thought I noticed it off the first time he caught the ball, but even that wasn't the strongest that I'd ever heard, and then I didn't really.
That was also the first play.
Yeah, it was the first play.
And an indication of what might be coming.
I kind of wish I'd bet that. It wasn't that right there.
Yeah.
Of course they're going to scheme up a play to Diggs on the first play of the game. Well, what Diggs did in this game is something that he doesn't really do a lot.
Yards after catch?
Yeah,
he had 62 yards after catch.
That's crazy, because even at his best with the Bills, he's fine. He was a good yak player, but that was not his thing. And yesterday,
he looked really good.
It looked like he made a guy miss on every single catch that he had made. So, you gotta give it to him. He was unbelievable.
He was great.
Maybe we don't boo. I guess they didn't really boo, right? Because that might be good. It feels like booing the guy that feeds off being booed was probably a poor idea.
Yeah.
But again, actually it wasn't as loudly negative when he caught the ball. It started happening so many times you would get tired of it probably.
803-0550. Some of your stat lines from this game. Allen throws 18 to 23 for 232.
Yep.
10 yards per attempt is not bad.
No.
The problem is 40 dropbacks, 23 attempts. That's kind of baked into there too.
23 completions, you mean?
23 attempts. You said there were 40 dropbacks.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
23 attempts, 40 dropbacks. So is he scrambling? How many dropbacks?
No, I got 31 attempts for Allen last night, and then 9 scrambles.
Okay, sorry. My next gen stats page came up on a different game.
Okay.
All right, I'll make sure I've got the passing chart here.
31 attempts and then 9 scrambles is what I'm looking for.
9 scrambles.
Yeah.
Remember when we used to track scramble rate as a sign of how comfortable he is? As a sign of if he's bailing on stuff?
Right.
Scramble rate, 9 in a game. 9 scrambles. That seems like a big number. They're not calling his design runs. I was at the game last night, and I'm sitting next to Mike Shope and his son. And as it's 6-3, it might have been, I forget which drive it was. But I said to Mike, and I said to my wife on the other side of me, I said, give me Josh 20 yards rushing on this drive. Because the Patriots had taken a lead, and what is Josh going to start to do?
He's going to run.
He's like, I got to do this myself.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to start running the ball myself. And
was that the drive where he had back-to-back runs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But it was the next drive where he got 20 yards maybe on one run. Like you could maybe tell that Allen is feeling no one is doing it. Where are my guys open? Where's anybody down the field? Maybe he's passing up on options that are easy checkdowns because he's hunting big game, because he's impatient. Maybe. I don't know. We'll go back and look at the All-22 and decide, what the story of the game was based on the film. But it felt like a game where if you were getting impatient, like I was getting impatient, you wouldn't be surprised if the quarterback, who is very good at managing this most of the time, would have been thinking, I'm impatient. I need some chunks. I need something.
Yeah.
I mean, he rolled out to his right a bunch of times and made guys miss and miss and miss and still threw. He was still...
The pass to Coleman at the very back of the end zone, was that 10 seconds into the play?
Yeah.
It's like the longest play and then the Bills have had in a year.
The throw is up high where only Coleman can get it, but it's way out of bounds. So we've got lots to get to. We'll get your phone calls in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. I don't know how doom and gloom it'll sound. I'm not doom and gloom at all. I think what we saw was a team, the Bills, that some of their worst tendencies showed up. Some of their biggest problems that we wonder if they're problems showed up. And their opponent was finally up for the challenge. Somebody else beat them at their game.
They had an opponent that was good enough to exploit their weaknesses.
Yep.
And there aren't going to be many of those. There aren't going to be many, but that should be noticed. Right? Like, if you're trying to evaluate what are their odds, what are their chances, where this is the year, well, some of the things you saw yesterday would be the things that I'll be thinking about in a playoff game. Like, what's that second corner look like next to Christian Benford? The downfield passing game is obvious at this point, right? I don't even think it's a question. What happens if a team can shut down your run game?
Right.
Cook didn't have a run. No, actually, nobody. Cook didn't. Cook didn't have a run of 9 yards last night.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team can do that to you, how do you punch back? Because yesterday, they had a couple drives, and they had a couple turnovers. But it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers.
And there might be a conversation that comes out of this. Is it really just, they turned it over? Normally they don't, and they turned it over, and they lost by 3.
I think not being able to run the ball on top of that was new.
When you're so reliant on that being part of your passing game.
Right.
You need those runs.
Like Cook going 3.3 yards per carry.
Yep.
Even if they hadn't turned the ball over, maybe they win the game. But it's not what they want to be on offense. They don't want to ever have a game where Cook is limited in that way.
15 for 49. It's a game where Josh Allen is your leading rusher, and that's a life they used to live.
Yeah,
and Allen ends up the leading rusher with 53 yards. He throws for 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. We'll get your phone calls in. 803-0550. Mo in New Jersey leads us off on Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Hey, Mo, good morning.
Guys, I wish it was happy Monday, happier Monday, but thanks for taking my call this morning. Like you said, for me, it's not all doom and gloom. You can still lose a game and win the division. You can still lose a game and win the Super Bowl. So everything's still on the table. But things just got a little bit tighter in the AFC, in my opinion. I do think that team, they have a really good quarterback. But from last night, offensively, it just felt like we were stuck in the mud sometimes. I feel like that happens quite often. They had a lot of answers for our running game. But the reason why I called is about defense. That vaunted, patented Sean McDermott bend and then break when it matters most defense, and we gave up that field goal at the end. That really frustrated me. But Trey White got abused all night, and I love Trey White. Nostalgia's there. I love that guy. But you know what? I know we have the injuries at cornerback with the rookies, but I think his age is showing. Number one, number two. I know Milano left the game last night. I don't know what happened. I don't think he came back in. I love Milano. That's another guy nostalgia. I love him. I think it's time to move on from him as well. And I don't know whatever this injury is with Ed Oliver. I thought for sure he would have been back last night. But what in the world is going on with Ed? We need him on the field. And, this so far was the biggest game of the year, and we lost this game. But all things aside, everything's still on the table for us. Hopefully we get the get this corrected and win the next game, and we'll have a better Monday next week.
Thanks, Mo. Well, Monday next week's pregame.
Monday next week is pregame.
It's
so
Bills
Tuesday.
at Falcons
Tuesday
at Atlanta.
Next week. I'm interested in Milano a lot. So he re-aggravates the injury yesterday. McDermott had not a ton of details on him yesterday, but he comes out, and I'm not gonna lie, he comes out. I did wonder. I'm in the stands, so I'm not locked into Twitter as much. Did they bench him? Is it possible they benched him? Because he hasn't even made a giant impact when he's been healthy, and it's so rare that he has been healthy recently. And at the same time, Shaq Thompson, every single game is making plays. And he did again yesterday. So he's the one who punches the ball out from Stevenson. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. That might be a conversation, honestly. If Milano even is healthy, Thompson is making plays on a weekly basis, and I wouldn't be surprised if they want him to see the field more.
Thanks, Mo, for the phone call. 803-0550. If you're on hold, we'll get to your call on the other side on Milano, Coleman, Trey White. I feel like Trey White's coming up a lot today.
Yep.
And will the Bills need to make an addition in the corner department? Because
Dorian Strong on IR.
Right, Dorian Strong on IR is bad news. He probably won't be back until after the deadline. The deadline is November 4th. So, got about a month here to figure out what you need and load up. Bills lose their first loss of the season. They are 4-1, 3 turnovers, and both teams were fumbling like it's going out of style. Bunch of fumbles.
How many times during the week did we say, "Hey, New England's got 2 of the most fumble-prone running backs in the league"?
Yep.
What did both of them do?
Put it on the ground.
They both fumbled.
Yep. Bills' fumble luck runs out. Patriots get a little bit of that. Get a big kick from a rookie, and get 10 for 146 from Diggs. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Wide open for you on the phones. If you're on hold, we will run through you here on WGR.
Back to pass, pressure coming, and he's wrapped up, and Greg Rousseau is on him for the sack. Well, Greg Rousseau's come to play tonight.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Let TRS Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical Excellence intercept your heating bills. Enter now at WGR 550.
And whatever.
He's trying to give his receivers time
Yeah.
to get open down the field.
It sure feels that
they're
way.
not open.
It sure feels like this is a great day to point out the idea that they can do that when they want to. We should not believe that. They cannot just do it whenever they want to. They can find guys running from left to right or right to left across the field, but vertically, man, there's just pieces missing to this passing game. And there are possessions in that game last night, or right before they're about to get a possession, you're thinking all right, if they were to get it back here, do they have the chops to score before the break? And I'm not so sure. The throws to Keon Coleman in this game were suspect. The play calling itself, they ran a flea flicker. Both teams ran a flea flicker.
You've got problems getting open down the field, or you can't just do it whenever you want to. At the very least, when you run a flea flicker, and it's just not even close.
I thought
they made the play work, but it was the second option.
Yep.
The downfield, Coleman is flying and trying to get open down the field on a flea flicker, and just no chance.
I thought the same thing. As soon as you run a flea flicker, I thought, man, they're doing anything to try and buy themselves time down the field.
And it didn't work. It didn't happen.
It didn't work.
And man, it's just the difference in New England when they're going to Diggs and the Bills when they're going to Coleman. They look like such different plays. Who do you think it's harder for in those plays? Drake May or Josh Allen? Because Drake May, he made some special throws last night. Some of them are your guy's just open. Your guy's just open. You're making it easy on him because Diggs is just getting open. He's making it easy on his quarterback. Whereas Allen, these throws to Coleman, they gotta be perfect.
We got a game that, if you're an NFL fan, was super interesting. And, throughout the week, maybe you heard, a ton about Drake May this and Drake May that, and he was not unbelievable in this game, but what he was a lot like Josh Allen, taking throws that were there, high completion percentage, an offense that didn't move the ball down the field that well, but at the end of the day is 273, and he made a couple of really big plays, especially on the final drive. He makes 2 incredible throws, and they win. As a result, you've seen Allen do that many, many times. My favorite comment that anybody made, Joe, was someone on Twitter after talking about that May highlight where he shrugs off Daquan Jones and finds Diggs. My favorite comment from that game is someone who wrote to me, "So that's what that feels like, to watch another guy do it to you." Like, yeah, there it is. May had his moment or two.
Yeah.
And it's his best in the league by far. His first game-winning drive.
Yep.
His best win. For the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, like, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown.
Like, that's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to.
The official voice of the Buffalo Bills, WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
Bills lose their first game of 2025, 23-20 to New England at home last night in front of a whiteout at Highmark Stadium. Big games for Drake May and Stefon Diggs lead New England to the win. They're 3-2, so a game back of the Bills in the division. We'll keep an eye on Matt Milano, who was pulled out of this game with a re-aggravation to his injury yesterday. Sean McDermott didn't have a lot of details on Milano yesterday, but he came out for Shaq Thompson in the second half. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts above the Bills in the standings this morning after a 40-6 win over the Las Vegas Raiders. The Colts continue to look impressive. Miami was up 17-3 early in Carolina. Panthers come back to win 27-24. The Dolphins 1-4 on the season. The Ravens, without Lamar Jackson and a lot of other players, get blown out at home 44-10 by the Texans. Baltimore 1-4 on the season. The one other undefeated team in the league going into yesterday, Philadelphia, fell earlier in the day. They go to 4-1 after a 21-17 defeat to the Denver Broncos. Tonight, Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars at 8:15. In baseball, Blue Jays hammer the Yankees 13-7. They've scored 23 runs in their first 2 games. That is a 2-game series lead for the Blue Jays. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Caller text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Shop online at northtownkia.com for the all-new Kia K4 Sportage Telluride and EV9.
It was a hell of a comparison to be compared to Josh Allen, but as you come into your own, Drake May has to be Drake May, and I was just so proud of him, coming in here and leading the team. Being a young quarterback can be hard sometimes, and that's why you have a supporting cast. Running backs making plays, receivers making plays, and let them know that you got his back. So I was just super proud of him.
Stefon Diggs, when asked about the comparison of Drake May and Josh Allen, playing like Josh Allen, heck of a comparison. He caught 10 of those passes from May. The Bills fall to the Patriots. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Jeremy White and Sneaky Joe DiBiase with you here after a beautiful night. Temperature starts to dip today into tomorrow, and this probably the last 80-degree day of the year.
Pat Hammer said the last 80-degree day of the year.
All right.
It's going to be in the high 50s as a high on Wednesday.
I welcome it.
So
it was warm yesterday.
It was warm yesterday.
It was nice, but it was warm, and I welcome it.
I wore my hoodie in the stands. I'm like, it's going to get cool eventually.
Yeah.
Didn't really.
No, it didn't.
I think I would have been fine without it.
I was shorts and T-shirt and fine.
Yeah, didn't really need it at the end of the day, but it was a very nice night. It was like a full moon last night, too.
Yeah, 98% full.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess that's not full.
It's not full. I thought it was a full moon, and I was called out. Actually, it's not. And sure enough, like a search, nope, 98% full is what it is.
Still a nice night.
Still a great night. 803-0550, our phone number. One, if I could go silver lining, or one, arrow up. I've got an arrow up for you. Sal's got arrow up, arrow down. We'll talk to him at 7. Greg Rousseau, arrow up.
Made some plays.
Most noticeable he's been in a game this entire year. He was very good in this game.
Especially the first half.
Yep.
I noticed him a lot in the first half. Didn't notice him a lot in the second half, but was their pass rush good yesterday? I thought it was good early, but weren't there a lot of plays in the second half where it just seemed like he could have had 15 seconds back there to throw if he wanted?
He went 13 of 14 in the second half.
Right.
May.
And I think he had a lot more time in the second half. It seemed that way. Couple plays where just, again, he's hopping and hopping and hopping, and just there's no stress whatsoever. 803-0550.
Bill and Clarence. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Quick. I got a comment and then a quick question at the end. My comment is, like you said, 97, 98% full moon. It wasn't even a full moon. It was just such an uncharacteristic night from our team. Losing the turnover battle, uncharacteristic. Losing at home, uncharacteristic. James Cook having 50 yards, very uncharacteristic. I hope that this team doesn't show face when it matters in the playoffs, and I think that's kind of where we get a little scared as a fan base. And then also just a quick question. I noticed, I don't know where coaches decided just to knock off the cobwebs from the old flea flicker, but I feel like I have seen that play probably about 10, 15 times more than I already should. But my question here is I noticed that, I believe it was Benford yesterday, got called for an illegal contact on that play. And I think it's a little unfair to the defense. I know none of the rules favor the defense, but, when that handoff is made, that kind of negates the 5-yard bump and the illegal contact. I guess the obvious answer is, well, when you see him pitch it back to the quarterback, let go or get off. But there was barely any contact there. I felt like it should have been, the ref should have kind of gave that to him. But if that's going to keep happening, that needs to be a point of emphasis because, that's just very, very unfair on a defense with how fast the game is played.
Yeah. Then again, if you're covering a receiver, your job is to cover that player until it's clear that you don't have to. And you've got mobile quarterbacks. I don't know if there's any need to change a rule there. Whatever happens in the backfield happens in the backfield. I'm covering a receiver while a pass is still eligible to be thrown. So,
right.
I've never thought about there needing to be a change there.
I actually wonder if that is the rule and they just didn't call it that way also. Once you hand the ball off, is it not a run play?
No.
Well, it's a run play in that second. So if he's committing the foul while the running back has the football,
right,
that's illegal contact? I don't know. So
I never thought about it before.
I also don't know that it isn't the rule and they just didn't notice it and didn't call it that way. So
there is one penalty that was called in this game. I mean, there were a lot of penalties called in this game.
Man,
and some
it was
of them
a flag fest.
Some of them were goofy. I thought, the play where the Patriots get hit with a personal foul for hitting James Cook late.
Yeah.
That's a penalty. It was late. But it was also unfortunate. Cook is still upright thinking of lateraling. He's looking back to Allen like he's going to throw him the ball.
I thought there were so many penalties in this game that just did not need to be called at all. They were so soft on both sides.
There is one,
the
though.
Bills had more, but
you let me know if I'm reading too far into one penalty. But there's one penalty, and it's an ineligible lineman downfield, and that's because in the red zone, this is the play where Allen pitched it to Shakir, and he got swallowed up.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be a run play. That's Allen choosing Ty Johnson or himself.
Right.
And he chooses himself, and it gets absolutely blown up, and he panics and flips it out to Shakir.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I'm not upset that he did that, but the fact that there's a lineman downfield indicates like that ball was not supposed to get thrown anywhere.
No.
And that's Allen in the moment, kind of getting into his, and people say sugar high Josh, but that's in his creative play mode. He's thinking, I must do more. This isn't working. I must do more. Not take this loss and live to fight another day. That's Allen getting into I must do more mode. And a lot of times when he does that, it works well. But to me, more than anything, it's just an indication that he was flipping into that mode of I have to do more. This isn't working. Why aren't they? We can't run the ball. I can't get my outside receivers open. I've got to try to make something happen. That's why he rolls out all the time and tries to create space. So that penalty to me was another indicator. Like he's going to that mode that he goes to.
Did he not throw an interception on the next play? Or was that a different drive?
Was it the next play?
It was that side of the field in the red zone. Maybe it wasn't the next play. Because was the pick a little bit of that too?
Maybe.
Like he kind of hesitated a little bit and like I'm gonna rip this in here. And it was behind Shakir. Maybe he could have made the pass if it was more in front of him, but it was late. I'm looking now. I think it was a different drive. There was a different penalty that preceded that. What was to Kincaid? Offensive pass interference. That was the penalty I was thinking of that came before Allen threw the pick. So there was a little. I mean, there was a little bit of that, and it was because guys weren't getting open. Just flat out. I think that's what happened. They couldn't run the ball. They needed to throw it, and your star quarterback had time and just had nowhere to go.
Kincaid is doubled on that play.
On the
interception.
The interception?
They've got two guys covering Kincaid.
Yeah.
And the linebacker's ready on Cook. It's a 2nd and 13. And Allen rips over the middle looking for Shakir, which is also double covered. And the two outside receivers on this play are single covered. And, of course, just not open. So, he uses the middle of the field there. 803-0550, our phone number. Eric in Lockport. Hey, Eric, good morning.
Hey, morning, boys. How's it going?
Good.
I'll just try to run through them quick as I can. So, firstly, no wide receivers open all night. I seem to remember the GM saying that we forgot about Josh Palmer. It seemed like the team forgot about him until the last play. And then I just want to point out, Stefon Diggs obviously really killed us. It's a good thing that we traded him for a second-round pick that we used to move up for a rotational defensive tackle whose name I've never heard in the broadcast. I don't know. It's frustrating with the offense because I feel like even when they score, it takes a really long time. It's 10 plays, 12 plays. They don't get any easy points. You would like to have some guys that can just get you some easy movement, and it's like just trying to nail a wall, pound nail to the wall using a screwdriver when maybe they should just try to find a hammer. I'll hang up and listen, guys.
Thanks, Eric. Does it always look difficult?
I think it looks hard a lot.
Their streak of 30 points ends.
It does.
20 is a bad day. 20 is a bad day. I don't think there's any way around that. Like 20 points for them. You have 3 at halftime.
I guess I'm just never surprised when they mix these results in because it does always look hard. Or a lot of times. It looks really hard. So
unless it's James Cook breaking away.
It's funny that it doesn't happen all that often. Right, Cook breaking away is it, but when they throw the football, It never looks easy to me.
The whole season, we're 5 weeks in, and anybody on the outside, they can use the middle of the field. They can get Shakir. They can get Kincaid.
I say the Kincaid plays look easy.
That's
sometimes.
right. They can get the middle of the field, and they can get their behind the line of scrimmage throws. But if they need to throw to the boundary, it's not happening.
No, they tried to Shavers even yesterday, where they tried a couple where he's running down the field and Allen didn't throw it. There was another one where he tried back shoulder
to Tyrell Shavers,
and it didn't work. I think they're looking for. He's looking for an answer there. I don't know if they're looking for an answer. He is.
Yeah.
I like that they have the Kincaid plays, though. Like, I don't think they had those last year.
That's right. Yeah, I would agree.
And he looks dangerous. And it's not screens, right? I guess they threw one to him. They got a penalty. But it's not manufactured. It is Josh Allen drops back to pass. Everybody go run a route and somebody get open. And who's getting open? Kincaid. It's happening with Kincaid. Yeah. I think this is the breakout. It's just he's not on the field for 35% of the plays.
Time to get you the Skyworks stats of the game, brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. The Patriots and the Bills, the quarterbacks were very close to one another in QBR, in yards, rating, right? In yards, and everything. Nobody ran the ball well. Trevion Henderson, 6 for 24. Antonio Gibson, 6 for 21. Ramondre Stevenson, 7 for 14. Ooh. Isn't it funny how the Patriots came in like, this run defense, we're going to have our way with this run defense, and they did not. What they had was a quarterback that was super efficient, picked them apart, 22 of 30, 273. No touchdowns, no picks for Drake May. He also got sacked 4 times.
He did take a few sacks.
He took 4 sacks for 6 yards. How about that? Like, they got him.
He's moving up in the pocket as he's getting hit.
And one more note on May. He makes the great play to hold off Daquan Jones and find Diggs. He makes the great throw, the whole shot to Keyshawn Boutte. How about the play before the field goal? What a smart play that was. They move him and roll him out, and he knows, I can't throw this ball.
I thought he was going to I thought for a brief second, is he going to throw it away?
Yeah. And
some quarterbacks without much awareness, I can think of a couple in the league where that guy might throw it away here.
And he didn't. Tucked it, and he got back basically to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Kept the clock running, gave them a chance to kick as late as possible. It was a smart play. And you could see him go to the sidelines, and Vrabel said, you did a good job. You did the right thing. I don't exactly, but you could tell that the tone was very much that's a good play.
Right, because he came close to getting 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
Which would have been...
Right. It would have made it a 60-something yard field goal, although I will say it felt like that kicker's kick would have been good from 85. Did you see how high it was through the uprights on a 53-yard field goal?
803-0550, our phone number. Sal at 7, and your calls throughout. Chris Brown coming up at 8:30 as well. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR.
Allen back to pass, looking left, now middle, pressure coming, has to avoid it, steps up, fires, and it's complete to Kincaid in midfield. Another first down for Buffalo as Kincaid is feasting at the second level.
We got a game that, if you're an NFL fan, was super interesting. And, throughout the week, maybe you heard a ton about Drake May this and Drake May that. And he was not unbelievable in this game. But what he was a lot like Josh Allen, taking throws that were there, high completion percentage, an offense that didn't move the ball down the field that well, but at the end of the day is 273, and he made a couple of really big plays, especially on the final drive. He makes 2 incredible throws, and they win. As a result, you've seen Allen do that many, many times. My favorite comment that anybody made, Joe, was someone on Twitter after talking about that May highlight where he shrugs off Daquan Jones and finds Diggs. My favorite comment from that game is someone who wrote to me, so that's what that feels like, to watch another guy do it to you. There it is. May had his moment or two.
Yeah.
And it's his best in the league by far. His first game-winning drive.
Yep.
His best win. We've got lots to get to. We'll get your phone calls in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. I don't know how doom and gloom it'll sound. I'm not doom and gloom at all. I think what we saw was a team, the Bills, that some of their worst tendencies showed up. Some of their biggest problems that we wonder if their problems showed up. And their opponent was finally up for the challenge. Somebody else beat them at their game.
They had an opponent that was good enough to exploit their weaknesses.
Yep.
And
there aren't going to be many of those.
There aren't going to be many, but that should be noticed, right? if you're trying to evaluate what are their odds, what are their chances, like where this is the year, well, some of the things you saw yesterday would be the things that I'll be thinking about in a playoff game. Like, what's that second corner look like next to Christian Benford? The downfield passing game is obvious at this point, right? Like, I don't even think it's a question. What happens if a team can shut down your run game?
Right.
Cook didn't have a run. No, actually, Cook didn't. Cook didn't have a run of 9 yards last night.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team can do that to you, how do you punch back? Because yesterday, they had a couple drives, and they had a couple turnovers. But it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers.
And there might be a conversation that comes out of this. Is it really just, they turned it over? Normally they don't, and they turned it over, and they lost by 3.
I think not being able to run the ball on top of that was new.
When you're so reliant on that being part of your passing game.
Right.
You need those runs.
Like Cook going 3.3 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Even if they hadn't turned the ball over, maybe they win the game. But it's not what they want to be on offense. They don't want to ever have a game where Cook is limited in that way.
15 for 49. It's a game where Josh Allen is your leading rusher, and that's a life they used to live.
Yeah,
and Allen ends up the leading rusher with 53 yards. He throws for 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick.
May rolling right, throws it down the right side. He's got a receiver, and pulling it in for the catch is Diggs at the 5-yard line. It's 1st and goal.
100%. Obviously, I love those guys. Still got a good relationship with those guys. Got a lot of respect for them. But I love the game of football more. And every time I go out here, I'm trying to prove it, not only to them, but to myself. So.
Some locker room audio and a highlight of the game. Highlights of the game brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. And locker room audio, that's Stefon Diggs from the Patriots locker room. That's brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. We were close enough last night sitting on the Patriots side of the field and a couple rows up, so I could see and hear Patriots players talking during the game. Mm-hmm. And there's an offensive series for the Bills where Allen scrambles and runs. Like we could see Diggs talking with other players, and there are a couple of people in our section shouting at him, trying to get him off his game, all that kind of stuff. But one thing that happened, my wife heard Diggs say out loud, like we're close enough. For those of you that sit close to the benches, you can hear players talk. Say after an Allen scramble, that's the best thing they've got. That's the best thing they've got right there. That this offense, that's their best play. And, boy, wasn't that New England's game plan? Like, if we can keep him in the cage, we'll be fine. Vrabel at halftime, his interview, he said he really only got out once, one big play. They were thrilled with how they played defensively in terms of keeping Allen in check and keeping him from going nuts. He did break through a couple times later and run in the second half a little bit more, but you come in and face Josh Allen. If you can bottle up James Cook, the passing game is going to be all about keeping Allen in the pocket. And that's not, I don't think, a comment on how Allen can't beat you from the pocket. It's right. He needs to buy a lot of his weapons more time.
Right. No, he made a bunch of crazy throws yesterday.
Yep.
The first throw of the game. He's moving up in the pocket to his left, and he cross body fires a laser into Kincaid. The Samuel flea flicker pass isn't to a wide open receiver. Again, it looks hard, but he definitely is. I don't think he played poorly at all. Allen did. I thought he threw the ball precise whenever he needed to. It's just every pass has to be perfect.
Yeah, not a lot of room to fit these throws in. That's your Eye on the Quarterback. It's brought to you by Great Lakes Building Systems. We keep an eye on your home, on your business, so you don't have to. Our business is protecting your business. We'll get Sal Capaccio in. Your thoughts with Sal are welcome. We'll get his arrows up and arrows down as part of Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Over the middle,
We've
checks
got
it
lots
down
to
to
get to. We'll get your phone calls in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. I don't know how doom and gloom it'll sound. I'm not doom and gloom at all. I think what we saw was a team, the Bills, that some of their worst tendencies showed up. Mm-hmm. Some of their biggest problems that we wonder if their problems showed up. And their opponent was finally up for the challenge. Somebody else beat them at their game.
They had an opponent that was good enough to exploit their weaknesses.
Yep.
And
there aren't going to be many of those.
There aren't going to be many, but that should be noticed, right? If you're trying to evaluate what are their odds, what are their chances, where this is the year, well, some of the things you saw yesterday would be the things that I'll be thinking about in a playoff game. What's that second corner look like next to Christian Benford? The downfield passing game is obvious at this point, right? I don't even think it's a question. What happens if a team can shut down your run game?
Right.
Cook didn't have a run. No, actually, nobody. Cook didn't. Cook didn't have a run of 9 yards last night.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team can do that to you, how do you punch back? Because yesterday, they had a couple drives, and they had a couple turnovers. But it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers.
And there might be a conversation that comes out of this. Is it really just, they turned it over? Normally they don't. And they turned it over, and they lost by 3.
I think not being able to run the ball on top of that was new.
When you're so reliant on that being part of your passing game.
Right.
You need those runs.
Cook going 3.3 yards per carry.
Yep.
Even if they hadn't turned the ball over, maybe they win the game. But it's not what they want to be on offense. They don't want to ever have a game where Cook is limited in that way.
15 for 49. It's a game where Josh Allen is your leading rusher, and that's a life they used to live.
Yeah,
and Allen ends up the leading rusher with 53 yards. He throws for 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. for the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, like, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown.
Like, that's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to.
Bills dropped their first game of the season, 4-1 after a 23-20 defeat to the New England Patriots. Big games from Drake May and Stefon Diggs. Diggs goes for 10 catches in the game against his former team. 10 catches on 12 targets for 146 yards. Drake May threw for 273. New England gets a field goal in the final seconds to win it. They go to 3-2, one game back of the Bills in the AFC East. The Bills, injury-wise, Matt Milano left this game in the second half. Not much of an update afterwards, so we'll have to track him again throughout the week. Bills next play the Falcons a week from tonight on Monday Night Football. Then it is the bye week. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Dolphins got out to a 17-3 lead on Carolina. The Panthers come all the way back to win 27-24. Miami drops to 1-4 on the year. Baltimore uncompetitive without Lamar Jackson and a bunch of other players on defense. 44-10. Houston blows out the Ravens at home. Baltimore 1-4 on the year. The other undefeated team going into yesterday, Philadelphia, drops one to Denver, 21-17. So the Eagles are now also 4-1 on the year. Tonight on Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars at 8:15 in Jacksonville. To baseball, Blue Jays win Game 2 over the Yankees at home, 13-7. They were out to a 12-0 lead. They have scored 23 runs in the first 2 games of the series. They lead 2-0. Game 3 is on Tuesday night in New York. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Buffalo Bills football Monday, not a victory Monday, not this week. First non-victory Monday of the year. It's Football Monday, though, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Jeremy and Joe and Mr. Sal Capaccio joins us on the Western Hotline to go over the arrow up, arrow down column. We start with the downs after a loss, so we'll get to that. Good morning, Sal. Let's not let the loss distract from what I thought was a pretty great atmosphere last night. The jerseys, the whiteout, the weather. It was they win those games a lot, and they lost it, but I thought it was a great atmosphere.
It was. I thought the stadium looked amazing. People followed instructions, I guess. All the talk all week.
They understood the assignment, yeah.
Yeah, about whiteouts and about the whiteout and how it's supposed to look and what you're supposed to do and how many people knew or didn't know. And I think it was great. I thought the stadium looked awesome with all of the white and the whiteout, and it was loud. I mean, it got really loud in some of those critical third downs. That sometimes the Patriots did a good job of making sure that they still blocked out that noise and made the play. But Bills Mafia showed up. They did everything they could. It was a great atmosphere last night and a really great, weather night too for a football game on a night in October here in Western New York.
So it's possible, right? That's the last night game at the stadium.
It is possible. I thought about that too, Joe. Yeah, I mean, like they, typically the Bills in the divisional round have had the night game Saturday night, right? Or they played Sunday night maybe, but yeah, they've done that. So possible in the playoffs. I wouldn't think the Jets game would be Week 18 a night game, right? No. They'd flex that one into there, but you're right about that. There is no other scheduled night game anymore at that stadium.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, the end of the game, the way it finishes out, a lot of high leverage moments, and just take us through the Drake May couple plays down the stretch here, because what happened on the final drive, I guess it's kind of appropriate because May did on the final drive what he did a lot during the game, and that is find options in this Bills secondary.
Yeah, and really he had one option a lot of times throughout the game. Every once in a while he would sprinkle in maybe a Hunter Henry, but it was really Stefon Diggs. I mean, Diggs was terrific last night, and he killed the Bills, but Drake May, for his part, I thought he looked really good. He made some incredible plays, but that was the thing about it. It was he did what we're used to seeing our quarterback here in Buffalo do, Josh Allen, which is just pull a rabbit out of a hat and say, there's nothing there. Oh, I'm going to make something happen. Some of those throws he made on the run, on moving right and then throwing to the sidelines were incredible. But on the final drive, I think the biggest play might have been that Daquan Jones had him in his grasp, and I have no idea how Drake May still got that ball off to Stefon Diggs. Made a play right there, and then he made a great throw, a hole shot, I think the next play or 2 plays later to Booty down the sidelines, and that got them in business a little bit there. So it was a night where the Bills, I thought, did a lot of good things to get to Drake May. I mean, they put him under pressure. He was under duress, and he made plays. And this is a guy that we're going to be dealing with in this division for a while, and give him a lot of credit where credit's due. He made plays when he had to, and somehow they didn't get him on the ground. And if you don't get him on the ground, you leave him that opening. When you're an athlete like that and who have that kind of arm, you can make those plays.
Yeah, Sal, I'll use your line here. Each game has its own DNA, and one of the pieces of DNA from this game that this kind of drives it home, it's in your arrow down column, that the Bills' defensive backs did not get credit for a single pass breakup.
Yep, that's right. They didn't. No. The only pass breakup in the entire game credited for the Bills was A.J. Epinesa, and that's because he got his hands on a ball that was batted, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and fell down, incomplete. And that's not good enough. They have to be better sticking with wide receivers. And when the pass rush, this was a game where I thought the pass rush did a good job. Yeah. I mean, they might not have had 10 sacks. They had 4 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures. I mean, that's a good day at the office when you're, rushing the passer in the NFL. And there were times where I have no idea, like I said, how Drake May got out of it, but they put him under pressure, and they had him, and he scrambled. And when that happens, you have to be – look, there's scramble drills, and you're not going to stick with everybody for 10 seconds. I get it. But even when that didn't happen, I think the defensive backs had to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than they were, and they were getting beat not down the field in separation, but on route running on separation, and Diggs was the biggest victimizer of them.
Tre'Davious White specifically, Sal, right now, like how big a problem do you think it's been for him throughout the season, and then yesterday on top of that? I mean, it might have been his worst game of the year. He was already somebody that was rotating out, just Dorian Strong wasn't available yesterday. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on White at this stage in the season?
I mean, last night wasn't a good game. And, I have yet, you guys have the benefit, and people were telling me, like, a lot of times it was on him. It's tougher for me to see down there sometimes that who it's on, which route, because I saw Diggs beating kind of everybody. But apparently, from what I was seeing and reading from a lot of people was, White was the person who was a little bit more responsible. And it feels to me like he's just not wanting to get beat over the top. He's playing a little more safe because maybe he knows that he can't necessarily play that game anymore, right? And that's why you're seeing a lot of completions on him in front of him. And if he's going to have completions, he's got to make the tackle too. But that's why I think the numbers are now suddenly, hey, there's a guy, he catches the ball, there's Tre'Davious White, he's the closest man, he comes up from 2 yards away from him, has to make the tackle. And if that's just gone out of his game where he can't come up and play like that, then I think the Bills have to start thinking about if they are going to have other options, what those options could be. We don't know Dorian Strong's situation, guys. He was on the field with the team last night on the sidelines, which is good news, walking with a neck injury. But Maxwell Harrison obviously is still on injured reserve as well. They do have Jamarcus Ingram, on the team, and obviously Dane Jackson on the practice squad. So I don't know what options they could turn to, but it feels to me like Tre'Davious at this stage kind of understands who he is, and he doesn't want to play that game where he's going to take a lot of risks and get beat deep, but a lot of times that costing them throws underneath where he's nearby but not on.
Yeah. The other thing on defense, Sal, I'm wondering about yesterday, because Matt Milano re-aggravates his injury yesterday, so we'll see what specifically happens there, but man, like even he exits, and it's tough to even evaluate him, right, because he's been so in and out. But Shaq Thompson goes in, Sal, and he's the guy, right, who punches it out from Ramondre Stevenson. Like, I don't know if that's a conversation to be had as the season progresses, but it feels like Thompson is making a play almost every single week.
He is for sure. I mean, I think it might not have to be a conversation. I mean, if Matt Milano re-injured his pec, which that's why he didn't play,
right,
and he's already missed a couple of games because of it, you might not have an option. It might have to be Shaq Thompson playing. I mean, when the Bills went base defense, it was Shaq Thompson and Joe Andreessen on the field with Terrell Bernard because they didn't have Dorian Williams as well. Shaq Thompson has played really well for the Bills this year, and whatever they've asked him to do, he's gone out there, he's been able to do it. The guy just flies around. He understands football. He understands. He's been in this league. He knows what he sees. He gets to where he's supposed to get to. I don't want to make a direct correlation here because I think it's unfair to Shaq Thompson to say this, but when Matt Milano was on the field in the first half, the Patriots scored 6 points. When he was off the field in the second half, the Patriots had, 17, right? So I don't know if there's a direct correlation there, but obviously, Matt Milano, I think, is helping the defense, but if he can't stay on the field and someone else is making plays, then those are conversations. Those conversations might take care of themselves, unfortunately, if this is something that's going to be continually dealt with by Matt Milano.
We'll get some calls in here with Sal, part of Arrow Up, Arrow Down. Have gotten to a few of the arrows down. And Benjamin in Buffalo is up next. Hey, Benjamin.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
My thing on last night's game, and I think the defense is getting a really bad rap, but the ball was given away 3 times, and flags absolutely killed us. And if you give the ball to the offense 3 times, for our defense to only allow 23 points, just wasn't too bad in my opinion. Yes, the yards weren't great, but I thought overall they kept them out of the end zone. They looked okay. Our offense, with 35 minutes of time of possession, has got to put more than 20 points on the board.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Benjamin.
I don't disagree. I think that I did the average starting field position. I put this scenario down too, Jeremy. Average starting field position for the Patriots was their own 34. For the Bills was their own 38. Well, I have it in there. I have to look at what it was exactly. It was like a 12-yard difference. I mean, the Bills were, backed up a little bit more. Now, look, a lot of things go into that. That's kickoffs, that's punts, that's turnovers.
Yeah, but for the Patriots, 34. For the Bills, their own 23. Yeah,
11-yard difference, their own 23-yard line. turnovers were the story of this game. Penalties were the story of this game. I agree. And I'm going to tell you guys, in the locker room afterwards, like, that was the story more than anything was penalties. Walking into the locker room, you guys can hear it. We have the sound that I uploaded almost to a man that I talked to. It felt to me like every single person felt the way that they talked, that if they didn't commit the penalties they committed, they would have won this game. And yes, the turnovers too. I'm not saying they didn't say turnovers weren't a big deal. They were. They were a big deal. Take care of the ball. That was a big deal. Penalties and turnovers. But everybody mentioned the penalties. And it was penalties are what really cost them this game more than anything to them. Yes, and they have to take care of the ball as well. I mean, they did take the ball away a couple of times as well. But they lost the turnover battle for the first time in 26 games. I mean, that's it's unheard of. It's an NFL record. At some point, you knew that was going to happen, right? The Bills are going to lose a turnover battle. You just can't do that every week. They had been doing it every week for over a season, which is incredible when it comes to games. Yeah. But when it finally happens, it's tough to overcome. And last night showed why it's tough to overcome for a couple reasons. One of those was penalties. Penalties were ridiculous last night. We can say all we want about Sean Hockley throwing them, and I agree. I mean, it just seemed like his crew wants to put on their own show. But the Bills had 11 penalties for 90 yards, however you want to slice it. That is far too many. And if you turn the ball over 3 times and have 11 penalties for 90 yards, that's too tough to overcome.
The Patriots, for what it's worth, I mean, they're probably mad about their own penalties too. They had 8 for 93. They had big penalties too. He had personal fouls in this game.
The ones at the end were really critical for them, for sure. About that. I think overall, though, the caller's right. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been listening necessarily to the first hour of your show, and if people are calling up, mad at the defense, fine. They made their share of mistakes. To me, the offensive issues showed up last night, that we had been trending towards, right? That you see the last few weeks, and they finally did. And what did we say the last few weeks? I don't know how they scored 31 points. Look at the way they played. Yeah. Well, you couple that with giving the ball away a couple of times, and that's how you only get to 20 points.
The offensive issues, Sal, like let's dig into what those are. Like, to your eye, what are they? They had success getting the ball to Dalton Kincaid. Like, that's something they were able to do. He had 100 yards in this game. But outside of those Kincaid plays, it really looks like the passing game struggles to find anybody open more than 5 yards downfield.
Yeah, and they manufacture a lot of that, right? Which is their quick hitters right off the line of scrimmage. The screen passes they throw. So that's happening. It feels like a little bit too much again this year, and we were right at the same time last year. Remember last year it was Baltimore and Houston back-to-back, and that was the concern, which is they don't have guys separating downfield. I think it's a little better this year right now than it was last year, to be honest with you guys. Like, I do think and I do think, like, Keon Coleman offers you a nice option on a contested ball. But, that's a risky play. He made a really nice catch on the 1 3rd down. Josh trusted him, and I love that. And he came down with the ball. But, that's a risky option. And it's nice to have Dalton Kincaid now emerging, no doubt about that. But it feels like that's the case. And I'll be honest, I think Josh, as much as he had a lot of time on something, it was almost like feast or famine on the pass rush and pass protection yesterday, which is sometimes he had a lot of time, and then there were too many times where I thought that he just had to kind of move around back there, scramble around, and see what's happening. And by the way, Josh also got a little banged up. Towards the end of the game, fourth quarter, he gets tackled from behind. He gets up limping pretty badly, and I would say for 2 or 3 plays, I just kept my eyes on him because he was definitely laboring. It looked like maybe his knee got twisted up. Now, he did go to the bench, and a trainer came over and spoke to him just briefly, and that was it. And then he finished the game, obviously, and everything was fine after that. But I think it just underscores the point to me that, like, he had to make some things happen on his own where that wasn't necessarily the play design.
So, with regard to the receivers, I wonder about this. Like, do you think the most likely scenario for them to get better in that department is that Curtis Samuel continues to kind of climb? I mean, he'd missed, all of training camp and a lot of the preseason, and then last week he's in. This week he's in a little bit more. He's in ahead of Elijah Moore. I don't know that they're going to go out and get somebody, so I feel like the plan to get somebody open down the field is going to be to get Curtis Samuel up to speed, I guess.
It probably feels right. I mean, I guess we could get here in another month, whenever the trade deadline is, I think is, maybe a month from now, and talk about that again, but it feels like it's just the same story. And I do think that's probably an option more this year than what we've, seen the last few years, which is you have guys – and he's on your roster, and maybe the answer is more internal, or they feel at least it is more internal. Last night, Curtis Samuel was on the field for 33 out of 68 snaps. Josh Palmer, 35. Keon Coleman, 42. Khalil Shakir, 43. So he was still on the field for the fourth most amount. The only receiver that was less was Tyrell Shavers. But he made a big play, obviously. And, yeah, that could very well be their option and their answer at wide receiver. But, yeah, I do think there were times where guys it's not getting open down the field. When Josh has time, there might be a guy there. It's more, to me, it's getting open 5 yards off the line of scrimmage and him finding an answer a little quicker.
Yeah. Well, it's Samuel, and isn't it Palmer too? Sal, like he's the newer signing. He is the guy that is, I think, officially listed as a starter, and I mean it's 12 catches on the year. Like that is when he was signed, I thought that was supposed to be what he would give the Bills. Is okay, they maybe didn't have all that they wanted as someone that could stretch the field, run routes in the intermediate, 20 yards around that, length. And he makes one nice catch yesterday, right? But like it's just you don't consistently see him involved is all I mean.
I agree. I think going into the season, maybe it felt like his role would be bigger. But maybe not even his role, the snap counts, like just his impact, right? And making those plays would be a little bit bigger. And that hasn't come to fruition yet. So, but it also doesn't help that you can't sustain drives because you turn the ball over. And yesterday we saw that. That was a big thing that happened. They turned them over in their own end with Keon Coleman. And, that's a lost possession right there. So, yeah, though, Joe, I think overall you're right. That, to me, was the guy who would make a little bit more of an impact because when they signed him, we all said analytically, he's a man beater. He's one-on-one, right? That's what his job is. His job, what he excels in, exactly what we kind of just talked about, which is getting separation a little bit earlier after the snap. Not downfield as much, but a little bit earlier. And that's something right now, it just feels to me like they're not getting enough of from their group.
He's on pace for 40 catches, about 41 catches. Last year with the Chargers, he had 39. So like
about what he was.
About what he was. Yards per target's about the same. Yards per catch, I should say, about the same. Like, we'll see if anything gets better there, but whatever. Like what they were trying to beat out was Mac Hollins, MVS, Amari Cooper, who retired, and for Samuel and Palmer combined, I mean, it's just. I'll say it because I'll say it. They're spending a lot of money to not get a lot.
Yeah, and Sal, how much of the reaction on that and this? Like, not that this hasn't been an issue of theirs and that this hasn't been a talking point already, but today it's going to be exaggerated even more because the old guy on the other side was getting open all the time.
And they just kept going to him because they had a thing that would work, and they just kept using it.
Yeah, I think that's part of what makes this loss sting so much for a lot of people is how well Stefon Diggs played. He was really awesome. And going into the game, I said all week, guys, they have one receiver they like to go to, and then a whole bunch of guys at tight end and running back that they'll throw the ball to.
Yep.
Stefon Diggs had 146 yards receiving. After that, I mean, well, he had 10 total catches. Everybody else had how many? 19?
Yeah.
12?
12, yeah.
12. He had 146 yards. After that, it's Booty with 43 and Henry with 46. I mean, the point is they were so reliant on him, and you just would thought that at some point the Bills would kind of have an answer for that to shut that down, and they didn't. And it's not like he was running downfield. A lot of his damage was yards after catch.
Yeah.
Right. You got to make you got to be able to tackle him there. Boy, I'll tell you what though, Drake he fit a couple balls in. One of the plays, I was just, oh my God, I can't believe he made that play and that catch and that throw. They were coming down left to right. It had to be the third quarter, and Drake May scrambles right, and he fires down to Diggs, who's right around maybe the 15. You guys remember this? And somehow he fits that ball. It was right in front of me. I'm like, wow, like that. No way did I see that coming. Like I thought he was throwing that ball out of bounds, but that's what happens when you have a very mobile quarterback with an arm and an elite route runner and a guy who has great hands and Stefon Diggs. So, yeah, but you're right, Joe. I mean, you see that happening, and you're like, that's the kind of guy the Bills need. Oh, wait, they had that guy a couple of years ago, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know what to do with that, though, because it's like your comment just a minute ago, Jeremy, you're right about the stats for Josh Palmer. Like, I don't know if it's fair to compare him to LA, because the Bills have a different philosophy of, and their Bills aren't going to throw the ball as much because maybe LA didn't throw the ball as much, but because they lean on the run game so much. So what's the fair comparison, or how much to expect from him numbers-wise and volume-wise? To me, it's not as much. To me, it's more of an impact, making those plays when you need to make those plays. Going into this year, it was, who's going to be like the guy now on third down, a guy that you can kind of rely on to get a little separation. Like, that's where I need maybe a Josh Palmer to be a little bit more of that guy. But hey, Curtis Samuel had that touchdown as well. Very nice play designed by Joe Brady. They go with that orbit motion. I don't know why the Patriots weren't a little bit more clued in on that, but they've seen it before, right, on film. But I need more of an impact from those guys more than I need volume.
Yeah. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, you're coming up 10 o'clock for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Any other closing thoughts before we get you out of here? I mean, you've got arrow up, arrow down. People can check that at the website. We touched on a couple of these things. The run defense was good. New England probably came in thinking they could run the ball, but the run defense was good. So I thought it was a decent game from the guys up front, and it's the secondary this time that kind of lets them down. So I don't know. Any closing thought?
I mean, big picture, right? They're 4-1. There's no reason to hit the panic button, and this happens. And most likely, I know it's going to sound weird to say, but there'll probably be another game like this along the way. Hopefully, it's not next week, right? And this is what happens throughout an NFL season. It's funny to me that the two undefeated teams kind of were trending this way, where everybody's like, they're winning, but they're not playing great. And then both the Eagles and the Bills lose, both in very similar fashions, close games, and. But it's the NFL. There's no reason to panic. The Bills still have, control right now of the division. But guys, look at the schedule ahead. The Patriots are 3-2. They have head-to-head, and their next 3 games are very, very winnable. They have the Saints, the Titans, and the Browns. And if the Bills can't kind of figure out themselves next week, Monday night in Atlanta, a team that's sitting there waiting for them for a week because they've had a bye week this week. They have a lot of offensive firepower. We know that. That's going to be dangerous. Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts and Drake London. We know that. If the Bills, something like this happens to the Bills again, we could wake up on Tuesday morning with the Bills in second place in the AFC East next week.
Yeah. One thing I wonder is if you're facing teams that are going to look and say, we can make our hay against Trey White. Like, how often that'll be a thing. So we'll see. Atlanta might have the weapons to do it. I mean, if Mooney is healthy and London's out there, they might have the guys to do it. And if you're ready for a former Bill to beat them again, how about Ray McLeod for you? Want him?
Yeah,
is he still with Atlanta?
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he is.
I think he is. There. Yeah, revenge game.
I mean, hey, a lot of time to talk about it next week, but another second-year quarterback who has had some ups and downs for sure.
Yeah.
In Michael Penix, so a week to digest it, but. Hey, I mean, today is a day that, you look back and it's frustrating losing that team and that stadium and that situation. There's no doubt about it. Real quick, Matt Bove and I did an Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. People can check that out. We were right on the field last night. We talked for about 25 minutes, so go check it out. And, Matt said it. He went through the last few years and said, remember this loss, remember that loss. These things happen. Every year they seem to happen. It happened to everybody. No one's going to win 17 games, but you felt this one coming a little bit. Right, and it happened. So you hope that that's a bit of a wake up call before next week and then the bye week.
It was their first regular season home loss since
the Minnesota game.
Denver at the end of the game.
Right, Denver.
Monday, another night game.
Sean Payton,
Ken Dorsey.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
Ray McLeod has 6 catches this year, which is 2 more than Elijah Moore. Not that Elijah.
He's a wide receiver that wears number, 34. I think you
34.
You can pick him out.
Yeah. Revenge game for Ray McLeod. Mac Hollins, not a factor.
I didn't notice him.
Not a factor in this game.
No, never. I saw him one time pointing towards someone on a penalty, and otherwise never noticed him.
No. He's got 7 catches on the year.
Mac Hollins?
Yeah. Hollins 7, Ray McLeod 6. 803-0550. All right, we'll buzz through phone calls. We want to get to you, Jack, Dennis, Samantha, Dave. We'll roll through phone calls and get your thoughts on this. The Bills lose. I don't think anybody's freaking out that hard, but, there's some troubling signs kind of mixed in there. And the question is, will the troubling signs, the things you see along the way, will it be enough to undo them? This whole operation is about winning the whole thing. And what you think will undo that, if there is something that will. 803-0550 on WGR.
They're going flea flicker. Handoff to Davis, back to Allen. Left sideline, and it's caught by Curtis Samuel into New England territory. He's out of bounds at the 42-yard line.
one thing that happened, my wife caught her Diggs say out loud, like we're close enough. For those of you that sit close to the benches, you can hear, players talk. Say, after an Allen scramble, that's the best thing they've got. That's the best thing they've got right there. That this offense, that's their best play. And, boy, wasn't that New England's game plan? Like, if we can keep him in the cage, we'll be fine. Vrabel at halftime, his interview, he said he really only got out once, one big play. They were thrilled with how they played defensively in terms of keeping Allen in check and keeping him from going nuts. He did break free a couple times later and run in the second half a little bit more, but you come in and face Josh Allen. If you can bottle up James Cook, the passing game is going to be all about keeping Allen in the pocket. And that's not, I don't think, a comment on how Allen can't beat you from the pocket. It's right. He needs to buy a lot of his weapons more time.
Right. No, he made a bunch of crazy throws yesterday.
Yep.
The first throw of the game. He's moving up in the pocket to his left, and he cross body fires a laser into Kincaid. The Samuel flea flicker pass isn't to a wide open receiver. Again, it looks hard, but he definitely is. I don't think he played poorly at all. Allen did. I thought he threw the ball precise whenever he needed to. It's just every pass has to be perfect.
Yeah, not a lot of room to fit these For the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown. Yep.
That's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to.
Bills lose to New England at home, 23-20. Big games from Drake May and Stefon Diggs. A late field goal wins it for the Patriots. It's the Bills' first loss at Highmark Stadium since the Chief playoff game in the 23 season. First regular season loss since they lost to Denver that same year. Next up is Atlanta, a week from tonight on Monday Night Football in Atlanta. Then it's the bye week. Bills have a one-game lead in the AFC East over the Patriots. There was one other undefeated team going into yesterday, Philadelphia. They fall to Denver 21-17 at home. So no more undefeated teams in the league. Baltimore looks uncompetitive against the Houston Texans without Lamar Jackson, 44-10. The Texans win that one. Chargers fall to the Commanders 27-10, and Jaden Daniels returned to the lineup. Lions beat the Bengals 37-24. Dolphins had a lead early on Carolina 17-3, but they lose ultimately 27-24. Tonight, Monday Night Football, the Chiefs and the Jaguars at 8:15. In baseball, the Blue Jays beat the Yankees 13-7 in Game 2. They lead the series 2-0. Game 3 is on Tuesday night. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We just played sloppy. Not going to win a football game, turning the ball over 3 times in our red zone. Gave them one in their red zone. That's just bad football, and we just did not play good tonight. That's just piss poor offense.
Josh Allen not happy with the way the offense played. They scored 20, and they lose to the Patriots 23-20. Will New England be the last team to win as a road team in Highmark Stadium? Someone will get that title, and New England currently has it. Last road team to win at Highmark. There'll be a couple other teams with chances. The Eagles come in, Chiefs, Bengals not so much. And then, of course, playoff games. Anyway, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Trade deadline's about a month away. I would put corner top of list of things that could happen. There's one small problem, though, with all this, and we'll get to your calls on this game and try to focus in. We are talking about 3 positions for this team that we've talked about forever. Yep. And that's, well, I don't know, sure, corner, receiver, and defensive line. Yeah. Corner's been an issue since the Kyer Elam pick, and then Benford plays out well, and then they draft Hairston, and that, we don't get to know what's going on there because he's hurt. Defensive line, they're kind of patching it together as best they can. TJ Sanders isn't playing this game. Deion Walker does, and he's noticeable.
The 4 names they had at defensive tackle going in was like, whoa, man.
Yep.
It was Daquan Jones, Deion Walker, Zion Logue, and Fedarius Mathis were their 4 interior linemen going into yesterday. So you were pretty thin there.
And I think Walker has continued to be about as good as you could ask for. Like, he's noticeable out there. But past that, it's not exactly a Jackson Hawes kind of game.
No,
it did not appear too much.
It's the same position. It's the same corner and wide receiver.
Corner and receiver.
And by the way, so 2 important positions.
Yeah, they're positions you want to be young and fast.
Right. It's not.
And the Bills are not. I don't know if they're either one of those things. The idea that they're fast on offense, man. How many times are they going to bring in a player at receiver at skill position and say that the player is fast, and we just don't get to see it as part of their offense? Elijah Moore's fast. Curtis Samuel's fast. They're only fast 5 yards from the line of scrimmage, and they're always getting the ball behind the line. So I'd like to see some down the field speed from somebody and then get that person the ball. But it just doesn't really happen as a part of this offense, at least not often.
Yeah, and listen, they might be fast, but the Bills don't have track speed anymore. No. Like, even their fast players are not other teams' fastest players. Not even close. The Bills do not have.
They've got James
an
Cook.
elite. Even Cook is not elite speed. He's fast for sure, and he's probably the fastest player in the offense. But he is not Devin Achane. He is not. They don't have a receiver on the roster who is. I mean, Jamar Chase is the first name that comes to mind. I'm sorry to pick the best receiver in football.
Sure.
But you know what I mean. Like, they don't have. They have a guy in defense. Hairston is that. They picked Hairston. He is elite speed. On offense, they don't have that guy.
No.
And honestly, when is the last time they have? Even in a gadget role, Deontay Hardy might be the answer.
Yeah, and they don't really involve him, and they I mean,
and that's 2 years ago now, and like that's the only name I can even think of. Diggs wasn't elite speed. Gabe Davis wasn't elite speed. John Brown's that's the last important player that I feel like that guy is like you're top of the league at foot speed. And more Samuel, these guys are fast, but they're not in the top 10th percentile, I think, in the NFL.
803-0550. Give us a call. Your thoughts on, we'll take the conversation where you guys take it. We'll get your thoughts as well on Drake May's moment. Like, it's a bit of an arrival moment for May. He's got more arrivals he's going to have, of course. You don't just get to win one game against the Bills. But
he's done something that Tua never has already.
That's right. That's right.
In Buffalo in an important game.
That's right. Vrabel and May and what they're building there, like, we'll see. We'll see how long Diggs lasts. He might only be a one-and-done kind of thing,
right?
Or maybe he hangs out. But May trusts him. They're working together pretty well. And I guess the thing I would get to is, like, the way that we've talked about, yes, receiver forever, is the Bills, there's always this belief they can make guys into more than they are. And they've done that a lot. Like Shakir, they've found a really nice thing for what Shakir is. But think about every other conversation about receiver. It's, this guy plays faster than that, right? We see that with Coleman. His 40 time was bad, but his gauntlet drill was good. Like, okay, he plays faster than that. What about Josh Palmer? Oh, yeah, he's fast on the outside. He's going to uncover and beat man coverage, which he doesn't really do if there's going to be a good corner over there. And on and on. It's all about these things that guys can do. Meanwhile, here's Diggs. We talked about him like he's lost a step for 2 years off ACL surgery. And he's clearly the best receiver on the field. There's always this talk about how the Bills receivers are, they're a little bit better than people give them credit for. Like, no, they're probably exactly what people think they are. What's Elijah Moore? This is a great signing. Look at this, $2.5 million guaranteed off the street because they didn't get somebody in the draft. What does he have, 4 catches? 4?
Right. They earned that reputation with their previous receiving core because all 3 of them did it, right? John Brown
Beasley
was better here than he had been before.
Diggs
was better here than he had before. Beasley was better here than he had before.
Yeah, we saw Josh Allen glow-ups, and those don't really happen anymore.
Right. How about since
I guess
then?
Mac Hollins did that. But
Mac Hollins was better with the Raiders 2 years before than he was with the Bills. He caught like double the passes.
He had a good year with the Raiders, that's right.
Who since those 3 has showed... he is better than you thought.
Well, the other part of this is, if we can have a receiver conversation, which we always can, of all the receivers that have ever left, only one of them is still good.
Yeah,
Diggs. Everybody else leaves, and you get to see what they do in the league.
You forgot about Ray McLeod.
Right, Ray McLeod. Davis leaves, what happens? Nothing. Beasley leaves, what happens? Nothing. He was done by that time.
Yep.
Deontay Hardy,
John
Trent Sherfield,
done.
John Brown, Isaiah McKenzie. Guys leave the Bills, and at some point you should think about, like, man, they've only had one guy who was good here, and when he left, he was still good. And he killed you last night. Everybody else that leaves is out of the league in 5 minutes. Amari Cooper, how'd he do when he left? Retired. They just keep... It's not like bottom of the barrel stuff, but... They do not lean into any advantage at that position. They really just ask Josh to do the job and ask Joe Bray to do the job. Scheme it open, get it open. That's all we need there. And then these guys will go somewhere else. Like, where will Curtis Samuel be when his time here is done? Where will Josh Palmer be when his time here is done? Will they pay Coleman? Is he in his best possible scenario here? You just, again and again with this position, guys leave and only one has proven to still be worth playing in the league. Mm-hmm. And he's off an ACL.
Mm-hmm.
And he went 10 for 146.
10 for 146.
Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, guys. Great show today. I agree with a lot of things you're saying on the wide receiver.
Dennis, that's the first time I actually really went in on it. We're an hour and 40 minutes in. I'm just like, things are still generally fine. But, man, that point for me is, like, important.
You know, well, and here's the question. How does that Worthy trade now look? Because that was a guy who was a speedster, and I think he could have helped us. But on that note, there was a little bit of uncalls. I was listening to you guys. My first part was, it's time for Trey White and Milano. Sit down. Don't come back in, please. Because even though I know Sal said they scored only 6 points, Thompson showed how bad Milano really is starting to get. Because Thompson is flying around the field. they even used him to spy on Maeve over there to keep him in check finally, which took him a long time to figure out. They should have done it in the beginning. But White, that one touchdown or that pass interference on us, you gave him 6 points right there because you made a rookie mistake by having your head not turned around. And actually, if he would have turned around, that probably would have been an interception, an easy one. But he didn't do it. And he's making those mistakes consistently. So it's time to sit there and have that conversation. As is for some non-calls, guys. Hey, Coleman and Shakir and Cook were getting mugged. And it was after the play, hits and stuff. And, as much as Holkley liked to, strut his stuff on the field, I was like waiting for some of the calls on him. Even Josh had a call where he had Coleman wide open and gets mugged by, was it Gonzalez? All over him. And 9 calls right there, and they're sitting there going, well, like, what's going on with that? So, we did drop the ball. We got intercepted. That hurts us. Our penalties hurt us, but there was a lot of non-calls. And then the last thing I was going to ask you guys for your opinion, why don't we ever decide? We got 3 decent running backs when we want them. Why not go with a really heavy line just once in a while and put all 3 of them in that backfield and scare the hell out of some of these teams not knowing, because they all can catch, they all can run, plus you got Josh, and you got your tight ends there, and that would be like the old-style Miami or Pittsburgh move that they used to do back in the day, where you have a heavy line that could come right at you.
Yeah, well, if you're putting, thanks, Dennis, you're putting 2 more running backs on the field, you're taking off other positions, other blockers, other receivers.
Yeah, I'm running the wishbone.
You're telegraphing that. One thing on this, the idea of like telegraphing things, Collinsworth, so maybe you do or don't know this. Like Collinsworth is a big part of PFF, part owner, right? Like
he founded it.
Yeah, sure. He's like
co-founded.
One of the yes. So he's always touting PFF, and he's got PFF stats at the ready a lot during these games. And if you were watching last night, if you're at the game, you didn't hear this. I was at the first half, came home, watched second half. If you listen to Collinsworth, you know what he did through that entire game? He talked about how predictable the Bills were offensively by their tendencies. If the Bills are in shotgun, they're going to do this. If the Bills are under center, they're going to do this. And he's talking about your tells and how, I think it might have been, if you're under center for the Bills, it's 75% it's going to be a run. And if they're in shotgun, 75% it's going to be a pass. And he just kept saying that. However they line up, I know what they're going to do. I know their tendencies are so strong in a certain way. And I don't know if that's part of the reason that they can't separate, that they can't get open down the fields because they're telegraphing too much what's going to happen. I don't know if that's a part of it, but he seemed to think he could tell what they were going to do all the time.
Yeah. And on the Coleman thing, really quick, on no flag, this is a part of, I think, what I said earlier, that I think Coleman is kind of a trap. That route where he fades to the sideline and it's him in the corner, every time they just both grab each other and they go up for the ball.
Yeah.
That flag is not coming, it never is coming.
You're not getting that call.
That call is never, ever coming because it is a contested ball. And they're grabbing each other. It's kind of like a mini Hail Mary. It's just you're never, ever getting that call.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Are they forcing the ball?
They did get it once. They got it against Trey White, actually, in the Ravens playoff game.
That's right.
I can't remember another time where they've actually got that call.
Are they forcing the ball to him? Don't they want to make it happen? They want to make that happen.
Yesterday, there were a bunch of plays where they were forcing it to him when he wasn't open. Is that not forcing? What is forcing if it's not drop back to pass, I'm immediately throwing it to a Keon Coleman who is not open at all? Is that not forcing?
I think
that's more forcing than throwing it to the guys who are open if he catches it 10 times.
Yeah, they want to make it happen. Coleman did have a touchdown in this game. He went 4 for 23 since the Ravens game, where he went for 112. 8 for 112 in the Ravens game for Keon Coleman. In the month since, he has like 100 yards. Men have less.
Yeah, it's not really happening.
46, 91. Yeah. I think he has 111. Maybe 112. 112 in the opener, like 112 since. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. 4 for 23, a touchdown, and a costly fumble as well. Jeremy and Joe, more of your calls. We'll keep buzzing. Wide open at 8 o'clock. Chris Brown at 8:30. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR.
Fakes the handoff to Cook, back to pass play action. Has time, looking down the right side. He's got Palmer at the 29-yard line. Dragged down by Gonzalez. Well, Christian Gonzalez is a number 1 pick, but they're picking on him early.
One thing that happened, my wife caught her Diggs say out loud, like we're close enough. For those of you that sit close to the benches, you can hear, players talk. Say, after an Allen scramble, that's the best thing they've got. That's the best thing they've got right there. That this offense, that's their best play. And, boy, wasn't that New England's game plan? Like, if we can keep him in the cage, we'll be fine. Vrabel at halftime, his interview, he said he really only got out once, one big play. They were thrilled with how they played defensively in terms of keeping Allen in check and keeping him from going nuts. He did break free a couple times later and run in the second half a little bit more, but you come in and face Josh Allen. If you can bottle up James Cook, the passing game is going to be all about keeping Allen in the pocket. And that's not, I don't think, a comment on how Allen can't beat you from the pocket. It's right. He needs to buy a lot of his weapons more time.
Right. No, he made a bunch of crazy throws yesterday.
Yep.
The first throw of the game. He's moving up in the pocket to his left, and he cross body fires a laser into Kincaid. The Samuel flea flicker pass isn't to a wide open receiver. Again, it looks hard, but he definitely is. I don't think he played poorly at all. Allen did. I thought he threw the ball precise whenever he needed to. It's just every pass has to be perfect.
Yeah, not a lot of room to fit these For the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox, seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown.
That's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to. We got a game that, if you're an NFL fan, was super interesting. And, throughout the week, maybe you heard a ton about Drake May this and Drake May that. And he was not unbelievable in this game. But what he was a lot like Josh Allen, taking throws that were there, high completion percentage, an offense that didn't move the ball down the field that well. But at the end of the day is 273, and he made a couple of really big plays, especially on the final drive. He makes 2 incredible throws, and they win. As a result, you've seen Allen do that many, many times. My favorite comment that anybody made, Joe, was someone on Twitter after talking about that May highlight where he shrugs off Daquan Jones and finds Diggs. My favorite comment from that game is someone who wrote to me, So that's what that feels like, to watch another guy do it to you. Like, yeah, there it is. May had his moment or two.
Yeah.
And it's his best in the league by far. His first game-winning drive.
Yep.
His best win.
I'm happy for you. Okay, it's the players. Fellas, you guys go out there and so much we can do to improve. We talked about taking the next step, okay, and they were in the way. Okay, and we took the next step. But I'm not surprised. I want you to understand it. I'm not surprised at all. Okay? Game ball. Diggs, there you go.
Mike Vrabel at Highmark Stadium. Bills and Patriots, a 23-20 win for the Patriots. The Broncos win as well. The AFC picture just got a lot cloudier based on the Bills' loss. The Colts won again. The Colts are dominating bad teams.
Yep.
And have the best point differential in the league. If the AFC playoffs started today, Bills would be the two seed, and they would play New England. Of course, they do not start today, and in fact, there's one more game in the AFC to happen. That's Chiefs and Jaguars tonight.
Yep.
And if the Chiefs win, well, it just got a lot spicier.
I mean, if the Jags win, they'd be 4-1.
That's right. They'd be 4-1.
I still don't know how much I'd want to believe it, but I would. You still want the Jaguars to win tonight, even though they have the better record, I think, very clearly, right?
Yes, I think you do want that.
Because they showed the graphic earlier, like, this is what it is right now. And the Bills, even after losing yesterday, like, there they are, like, amongst the top teams in the AFC and the teams around them. Indianapolis, which is still Daniel Jones. But, okay, like,
it's Daniel Jones.
There's Indianapolis.
And it's Lou Anarumo.
Okay.
But
it's not the Ravens and it's not the Chiefs.
Nope.
It's the Colts. And then the other team next to them is the Steelers. And the other team next to them is the Jaguars.
Yep.
Like, the teams at the top of the conference right now are not the teams you would have thought around the Bills.
Yeah, not much is
because the Ravens are dead.
Not much has changed. We got things we're frustrated with, but you should still go get that 1 seed.
They still should be
I
favorites.
did not expect them to go undefeated. They had a bad game, and they lost. And, we're talking about some things that are at work. Chris Brown at 8:30. If you're on hold, wide open segment. We'll just get to you. We're late here. They'll yell at us if we go. So stay there. We'll get to you. Dave, Gina, Johnny, Adrian. We're rolling here on WGR.
Collapsing, and he's dropped for a sack. A.J. Epinesa and Deion Walker brought him down.
We've got lots to get to. We'll get your phone calls in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. I don't know how doom and gloom it'll sound. Like I'm not doom and gloom at all. I think what we saw was a team, the Bills, that some of their worst tendencies showed up. Mm-hmm. Some of their biggest problems that we wonder if they're problems showed up. And their opponent was finally up for the challenge. Somebody else beat them at their game.
They had an opponent that was good enough to exploit their weaknesses.
Yep.
And there aren't going to be many of those. There aren't going to be many, but that should be noticed, right? Like, if you're trying to evaluate what are their odds, what are their chances, like where this is the year, well, some of the things you saw yesterday would be the things that I'll be thinking about in a playoff game. Like, what's that second corner look like next to Christian Benford? The downfield passing game is obvious at this point, right? Like, I don't even think it's a question. What happens if a team can shut down your run game?
Right.
Cook didn't have a run. No, actually, Cook didn't. Cook didn't have a run of 9 yards last night.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team can do that to you, how do you punch back? Because yesterday, I mean, they had a couple drives, and they had a couple turnovers. But it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers.
And there might be a conversation that comes out of this. Is it really just, well, they turned it over? Normally they don't. And they turned it over, and they lost by 3.
I think not being able to run the ball on top of that was new.
When you're so reliant on that being part of your passing game.
Right.
You need those runs.
Like Cook going 3.3 yards per carry.
Yep.
I mean, even if they hadn't turned the ball over, maybe they win the game. But it's not what they want to be on offense. They don't want to ever have a game where Cook is limited in that way.
15 for 49. It's a game where Josh Allen is your leading rusher, and that's a life they used to live.
Yeah,
and Allen ends up the leading rusher with 53 yards. He throws for 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. One of the pieces of DNA from this game that this kind of drives it home, it's in your arrow down column, that the Bills' defensive backs did not get credit for a single pass breakup.
Yep, that's right. They didn't. No. The only pass breakup in the entire game credited for the Bills was A.J. Epinesa, and that's because he got his hands on a ball that was batted, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and fell down, incomplete. And that's not good enough. They have to be better sticking with wide receivers. And when the pass rush, this was a game where I thought the pass rush did a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, they might not have had 10 sacks. They had 4 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures. I mean, that's a good day at the office when you're, rushing the passer in the NFL. And there were times where I have no idea, like I said, how Drake May got out of it, but they put him under pressure, and they had him, and he scrambled. And when that happens, you have to be – look, there's scramble drills, and you're not going to stick with everybody for 10 seconds. I get it. But even when that didn't happen, I think the defensive backs had to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than they were, and they were getting beat not down the field in separation, but on route running on separation, and Diggs was the biggest victimizer of them.
Tre'Davious White specifically, Sal, right now, like how big a problem do you think it's been for him throughout the season and then yesterday on top of that? I mean, it might have been his worst game of the year. He was already somebody that was rotating out, just Dorian Strong wasn't available yesterday. So, I don't know, what are your thoughts on White at this stage in the season?
I mean, last night wasn't a good game. And, I have yet, you guys have the benefit, and people were telling me, like, a lot of times it was on him. It's tougher for me to see down there sometimes who it's on, which route, because I saw Diggs beating kind of everybody. But apparently, from what I was seeing and reading from a lot of people was, White was the person who was a little bit more responsible. And it feels to me like he's just not wanting to get beat over the top. He's playing a little more safe because maybe he knows that he can't necessarily play that game anymore, right? And that's why you're seeing a lot of completions on him in front of him. And if he's going to have completions, he's got to make the tackle too. But that's why I think the numbers are now suddenly, hey, there's a guy who catches the ball. There's Tre'Davious White. He's the closest man. He comes up from 2 yards away from him, has to make.
The Bills fall on Sunday Night Football 23-20 to the New England Patriots. Only a one-game lead in the AFC East after last night's defeat. A big game by Drake May and Stefon Diggs. Diggs had 10 catches for 146 yards in his return to Highmark Stadium. Bills lost Matt Milano to an injury once again. Shaq Thompson played in his place in the second half. Next up is the Falcons, a week from tonight on Monday Night Football on the road, and then it is the bye week. Bills are not at home until November when they'll host the Kansas City Chiefs. Speaking of the Chiefs, they're in action tonight. Monday Night Football, Chiefs and Jaguars at 8:15. Some other results from yesterday. The Chargers fall to the Commanders 27-10 for back-to-back losses for them. The Eagles were the only other unbeaten team going into the day. They fell, though, to the Broncos 21-17. Ravens uncompetitive without Lamar Jackson. Texans beat them up 44-10. Vikings win in London late 21-17 over Cleveland. To baseball, Blue Jays take a 2-game lead on the Yankees in the ALDS, beating them 13-7 last night. Game 3 is on Tuesday in New York. Mariners tie up the series with the Tigers with a 3-2 win last night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Like I said, I told the team, I said, usually we do what they did. And so in doing so, we didn't play our game tonight, and that's frustrating. This is a pivotal learning opportunity for us right here. So there were some other moments where I just feel like maybe we were too cute at times.
Too cute at times. I also thought there was an interesting comment from McDermott. He said, pivotal moment right here. We got to learn from ourselves and have honest conversations.
Yeah.
Anytime, this is just my own read here. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Anytime he says we have to have honest conversations, I perceive that as, and I don't know this to be true, I perceive that as someone in our starting lineup's not good enough. And we gotta be honest about it. Whether that's Trey White, or didn't he say this right around the time we're wondering if Cole Bishop was going to have the job?
Yep.
It was honest conversations. To me, honest conversations is he goes to talk to Brandon and like, listen, we got problems out there. I can't have a defense that has that liability. Or maybe it's another position out there. But when I hear McDermott use that, honest conversations, what else would it be other than someone's not good enough?
It's got to be.
Right? Is that too far of a leap? Again,
no, I don't think so.
It's just my perception. If you want to give a call, and if you want to give a call and say like what you think that is,
unless he's talking about it in context of play calling,
Babbage.
I mean, too cute. Is he talking about the Dawson Knox?
Okay,
he could be talking about like, hey, the jet sweeps and the screens, like too much. It's over the top with the gadgety passing plays. Like mixing them in is fine, but we're doing it all the time, and now we're doing it to our backup tight end. So that could be what he's referring to. If I had to guess, though, I think what you mentioned is more likely that like it's Trey White related or
Matt Milano.
I guess it could be a receiver.
Could be Matt Milano. Could be I don't know. Could be anything. But to me,
Trey White just seems like the obvious.
It just reads like if we're being honest about it, we've got a problem.
Yeah. Well, because that would leap to what do you have available right now? You don't have Dorian Strong. You don't have Max Hairston. You're at Jamarcus Ingram, or you're at the trade deadline.
Dane Jackson.
You're at how much you want to pay for Tariq Woolen right now. Like that's where you're at.
Dave in Buffalo's been waiting. Hey, Dave. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, and thanks for taking my call. I think I'm on the same page with you guys are, but I think being honest with ourselves, we actually have some good, honest answers. I like the focus that you put out that we have to get better on the defensive line, and where are we going to find starter quality people? Well, the answer is that the suspensions of Heck and the guy with the multi-syllabic name are going to end. And Hecht is actually, I think, a starter quality player, and multi-syllabic guy adds, some depth. So I really look forward to some improvement on the defensive line. And that isn't even thinking about Ed Oliver is going to come back too. Cornerback was another place that you identified that we had to find some new answers there. Well, there's a new answer named Hairston, who's going to be coming back to the team when he comes back from injury. It's going to be interesting when he goes up against Stefon again, because we'll have a very experienced guy, very younger guy, but a younger guy with a lot of speed and I think he may be doing some scouting work if he faces him again. So we'll see what happens there. Strong again was out with injury, but this is another option that's out there at cornerback. Wide receiver is one place where I think there are some serious questions, but there may be some answers in terms of what we want to do. I think that we still have to see Elijah basically continue to compete with Samuel and make each other better through competition. I think that Shavers is somebody who shows some great potential at times, and he needs to answer some questions and keep pushing there too. And also, I really love the fact that Kincaid showed what he showed, and he really has some skills, so we may be able to move him outside.
Right. Well,
yeah, that's the guy right now, Dave.
Kincaid is doing well, and that's about it.
Yeah, like Moore,
Shakir,
and Samuel, internal competition, Shavers. Like, I don't have a lot of time for that at this point. Like, they're just guys. Like, they're not bad players. Guys. Shavers is a good blocker. Moore's not a bad player. I'd like to see him run more real routes on this team. Samuel, I think, is fine when he's healthy. But nobody there is getting no one there is getting drastically better than what you already know them to be.
I'd settle for Khalil Shakir running real routes. Khalil Shakir's game is engineered touches for yak, and he's very good at the yak. But,
very good at it.
More downfield stuff for him.
No, they play him like he's kind of a running back.
Yeah.
And in some ways, his skill set is that. But
contact balance of a running back?
Yeah. I wonder how many of his catches this year are Allen drops back to pass, Shakir ran a route, he got open, they throw it to him. How many of them? It's what the pick came on yesterday.
Right. People talk about Diggs. Oh, he's just in the slot now. I mean,
no, he was out.
I know, but people say that about Diggs.
Yeah.
And Shakir is a slot guy who does not really move to the outside, and Diggs did that. And Diggs gets 10 catches for 146. And you'd think that Shakir, there's some skill set in there. It's one of the things about Everybody Eats. Sometimes, I don't know, are they forcing a distribution of targets when what they should just do is lean on guys that are good, which is Kincaid. Like Kincaid, 6 for 6 on throws to Kincaid last night. 6 for 108.
Like what I said about those other three, like I think they're about what you should expect them to be. Kincaid, I'm really wondering how good he is right now. Like how, because it looks good. He's getting open. He's making tough catches. That bullet pass Allen makes right at the beginning of the game, which is an insane throw. That is not an easy catch. He's laying out for that, and the ball is thrown at 1,000 miles an hour. Like he's not dropping the ball this year, and he's getting open, and he looks pretty good when he's got the ball in his hands. Like, especially on a day where other things aren't working, you shouldn't be afraid to funnel the ball to the guy that is performing well, and to throw the ball that many times and only have 6 targets to the one guy that was making a difference. After last week, he didn't get a target until the 4th quarter.
Yeah,
like come on. A little bit more attention to the guy that's actually producing.
Mayday, the old headline on ESPN this morning. Drake May engineers that victory. They blew a 10-point lead, but had the ball last, basically. And that's that. Adrian in Hamilton. Good morning, Adrian.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Make a comment on how bad I think they've looked this season, in my opinion. Sal Capaccio, I mean, the ultimate optimist, he was saying don't hit the panic button yet, but I think it is kind of a panic situation. I mean, the teams that we've beaten, we've won 4 games against teams that are 3-17 at this point. And we could have lost some of those. I mean, except for the Jets game, we could have lost any one of those games.
Okay, what does panic mean though? Because they play mostly bad teams. So what are they going to do? You think they're not going to win the division?
I mean, I don't know. I just don't think they've looked good. I mean, the offense is struggling. I mean, these receiver screen passes, I mean, they drive me nuts. And then the defense, I mean, it just doesn't look good.
Well, the thing I would say, anytime it's week 5, what team has the best win in football this year? What's the most impressive win in football for any team in the NFL? Is it the Patriots over the Bills? Is it Denver over Philadelphia? Like, who has the impressive win? Philly beat Tampa.
Detroit went on the road and beat Baltimore when they were healthier.
Okay, yeah.
That's pretty good.
The Chiefs beat the Ravens. The Bills beat the Ravens. Like, I don't really have much for they haven't beaten anybody. It just doesn't mean much to me. Because who cares who you beat? The Chiefs, who'd they beat? They beat the Ravens without a lot of their players, and Lamar left the game early, and they put it on them. So, that's a good win. The Bills beat that team.
And the Bills also beat the same team.
Right. And who else did Kansas City beat? The Giants. They beat the Giants.
The Giants.
Hey,
whatever. With Russell Wilson.
The Colts. The Colts are currently the 1 seed in the AFC. Who have they beaten? They beat Denver. They beat the Raiders.
They were lucky to beat Denver
They
also.
were.
They beat the Titans.
Yeah, they lost to the Rams. Who the Rams beat? They lost to the Eagles. They lost to the Niners. The Niners beat the Rams. Is that a good win?
Actually, I know. Do you know the one team that's got a pretty good resume right now?
Is it Seattle? Is it Tampa?
I was going to say, is it Tampa?
Tampa's played good
Tampa
teams.
Just went on the road, beat Seattle. They beat. No, actually, no, it's not them. Never mind. They've beaten Atlanta, Houston, the Jets, and then they just beat Seattle.
Okay,
so that's
it's a nice win for them, but. Digging into who had a good win and who doesn't, I just don't think it ultimately really gets you anywhere.
It's too early for it anyway.
Yeah.
It's way too early for it.
And even so, the Bills are going to finish with 13 wins and be 3 teams' best win of the year.
Yeah, you remember the Michael Holley clip? Not the one that we played last week about the 11-month reign of the AFC East being over, but the one after they got smoked by the Bills in the perfect game.
Yeah.
The post game where he's just he still can't put it together.
Yeah, he still said the Bills only beat bad teams.
Right.
They didn't beat playoff teams, and the Patriots are the only good team that they did.
Yeah.
And the Patriots weren't good either.
The perfect game Bills had beaten 3 playoff teams that regular season. Right. Were they not unbelievable?
Right.
They were unbelievable.
The 13 seconds Bills had beaten 3 playoff teams.
Right.
And should have beaten a 4th. Yeah.
And if you play a lot of playoff teams and you lose all of them, that might be a little different than you're only going to play 4 of them.
Yeah.
And if you beat 2, sorry, I didn't get to play 9 playoff teams this year. And so far, Baltimore, if they were in their fullest form, would be that, and New England might be that.
Yep.
So you're 1-1, and that's not 0-4 against teams that you're probably going to see come January.
Gina in Delaware. Gina, good morning.
Good morning. How are you all today?
Good.
Well, thank you for taking my call. So, number 1, I want to say this. So damn proud to be a Bills fan, sitting on my couch 500 miles away, watching the whiteout, seeing the energy, feeling the energy. So damn proud to be a Buffalonian and a Bills fan. Number 2, my little arrow up. I love Sal Capaccio and his arrow up, arrow down. So I'm just going to be my own silliness and say arrow up, Mike Tirico, for the play-by-play. For that fan running up the stairs with the ball, Milano and Allen going up the stairs, and away he goes. I just love that. It just made me smile. And thank you to my Ravens fan who sent that to me. Number 3, I am not happy about the loss. I thought it was a fun loss to watch. Straight up props to Mayday, absolutely, and Diggs. I saw the love that he gave the fans. I thought he did everything right. I thought he spoke great, he looked great, he acted right, and he played well. Good for him. Shout out to the Pats. I have no hate here, but I am happy is one thing now. We can simmer down now, talking about, yes, the goal is the Super Bowl. But, yeah, let's look at ourselves. Let's check ourselves. And let's look at what we did, look to next week, and, yeah, the Super Bowl is in our future, but I'm kind of like Josh Allen. Game by game, day by day. Go Bills! Damn proud to be a Bills fan. Let's go.
All right, thanks, Gina.
New England, I want to wait to see how they react to this win.
The Bills or New England?
New England. There was a little some on I wasn't plugged in on social media last night the way I am some games. Was there a lot of here we go. That's it. Bills reign's over again, like there was during the win game. I didn't think I saw it to the same degree.
No.
Okay. Because then I'm okay.
The Bills,
but I don't know. Are we going to get a week of Patriots are back? Let's go. Oh, you won nothing while you were on top. We'll see.
Maybe.
I haven't seen a lot of it yet.
I mean, Josh Allen still exists and isn't going away.
Yeah, and I didn't see anything with Diggs that
No, Diggs.
Him and Allen hugged last night.
He and Allen hugged. They said, "Love you."
Yeah.
It was very diplomatic, whether or not it was all rehearsed or if it was a little too whatever. Diggs hugged McDermott at midfield, and I saw a picture that was before the game.
Yeah.
So he did a good job of coming in and not really whatever, throwing any fuel on any sort of fire. Yeah,
the only thing he said was it was 100% personal comment, which I saw some had a problem with, but I don't know.
I can't imagine having a problem with that. Yeah. Anyway, 803-0550. Last time he was here, though, it was, listen, he doesn't have to be right, but why did he want out? I don't know. A number of reasons. He and Allen no longer saw eye to eye. He didn't like Joe Brady. In the Joe Brady offense, Diggs was lost.
Yeah.
And how did Diggs look last night? Not lost. He probably heard people say, we'll be fine without him because he's not any good anymore. Then he went to Houston, was pretty good and got hurt, and now he's still good. So for it to be personal, whatever. If you want to say some of these athletes have rabbit ears and hear everything, sometimes they make something up.
I'm not surprised he would be that guy that would do that anyway.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine.
Would.
But when he left, it was, you're not good anymore. And he just went 10 for 146 in your building. So, if he wants to make it personal for a couple of fans, there were some fans in the section I'm in yelling at him, and they made it personal about him. So I feel like he's allowed to say that. All right, Johnny in Buffalo. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. First of all, hands up. I called last week, said I thought the Bills were just going to steamroll the Patriots, and I was dead wrong. But I just think that last night was an indication of some injuries catching up to us. We had no push from the interior side of that line. I don't know, coaching wise, it just seemed like we just kept letting May get out of the pocket to the right side. It's like, hey, make him go left, make him go the other way. But he played great. I truly miss Stefon Diggs. He was made Allen what he is, or helped make Allen what he is, and he's still. I'm shocked that he's this good off of an ACL surgery. The only other guy I've seen this good since an ACL surgery, the year after, was Adrian Peterson. Other than that, most guys take at least 2 years, especially a guy over 30. But it's great to see him last night. I always have love for Diggs. But anyway, Collinsworth made a good point last night too. I thought he was awesome last night on the air. He said something like, the Bills, they throw everything at you in the first 3 downs, right? So it's like on defense, they really try to knock you out and get that first stop, make you go 3 and out. But after that, if you can get that first down, and I know this is probably true for a lot of teams, but it just seems like teams, once they get that first down, will sustain a drive and end up with points, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. It's just, if we don't get that first stop, I don't know where it just seems like we can't get that knockout punch. But anyway, I don't want to hit the panic button yet. I think back to when the Patriots dominated this division, and they had, they walked all over us, kind of like we walk all over Miami every single game. But they did have some battles there with the Jets. They had some battles there with the Dolphins that they would drop in season. They did lose to division rivals, but they also beat up on bad teams too. Let's not get it twisted that the Patriots didn't beat up on bad teams when they wwere elite. Right? They beat up on bad teams. They won the games that they were supposed to. So look, would I have loved to, win this game and go 5-0, maybe 6-0 into the break? And of course, but hey, we're 4-1. We win next week, go to 5-1 into the break, and you keep the foot on the pedal and you beat the Patriots at their place next time. But hopefully, I'm a little worried about that cornerback position. Matt Milano looks like he should have maybe retired in the offseason. He looks horrible. I know he was out the second half, but still, he looks slow, and he's not attacking like he used to. Trey White looks like he needs to hang him up because he's bad. And Taylor Rapp, he doesn't make any plays on the ball. He doesn't do anything. And so, again, we invest so much money in defense, yet and so many free agent signings, so many draft picks, and I'm just waiting to see it, see something pop, see somebody pop, and you don't see it. Yet our guys on offense can't get open. So, look, I don't want to hit the panic button yet. We're still 4-1. We have Josh Allen. But at the end of the day, can this team win a Super Bowl the way it's structured now, playing the way we are? I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to really know. Thanks, Johnny. The answer is yes, they can. And, what do we talk about? We talk about what they could do to make their chances to do it better. I'm not unconvinced of their ability to win a Super Bowl. I've been trying to say for weeks, we're going to need time on the defense to evaluate it. Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, Max Hairston. Those are three big pieces. If Milano's out, okay, Milano's out. Should they have drafted a linebacker? I thought they would. I thought they would draft a linebacker. I did bet you they would draft a linebacker. Yeah. They didn't take one. There's points in here to be made about what did they really need in the draft, and it's so early. We don't know if Hairston's going to be good. If he ends up coming back from his injury and he's amazing, well then heck of a pick by Bean. You nailed it. The defense rounds into form. He's a playmaker. You got Deion Walker who looks pretty good. Landon Jackson dressed. Not noticeable. TJ Sanders did not dress in this game.
Nope.
You went all in on the defense, and we'll see if you come out of it with any guys. But I think they're good enough to win the Super Bowl because Josh Allen's there and because their line is awesome and they can run it well usually. But this game is a script, a game script of, all right, if that happens, can you win in other ways? You want to win in a lot of different ways. And, losing the turnover battle and winning a game, that's not out of the realm of possibility. You can do that. Teams have done that to them in the playoffs the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Lose the turnover battle and beat the Bills. The Chiefs have done it 2 years in a row. The Ravens were in a spot to maybe do it in the playoffs last year if Andrews catches that 2-point conversion. Who knows where that game ultimately goes. So, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people aren't panicking. What we're doing is addressing things that we thought we'd be talking about. And now you don't get to say, what are you talking about? They're 5-0. Now it's all right. Well, they lost the game. Why'd they lose it? And on that whole shot to Kayshon Boutte, so the pass that really gets them in range after May makes the play to Diggs, that's probably Tre'Davious White too. He jumps down to the flat, and May throws it over top of him, right in front of the safety, right over Tre'Davious White. Run right back to McDermott saying, honest conversations. Time to have honest conversations. All right, what does that mean? 803-0550. It is Buffalo Bills football Monday. Happy to have you on board with us. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Of course, Matt Milano left this game with an injury. We'll see what happens this week on a couple of other potential dings. If anybody got dinged up along the way, Milano, the big news, though. And Ed Oliver, we'll wait on him.
Maybe this week.
How that
goes. He got
goes.
some practices in this week, so that could be useful. Linebacker, they're thin, though. I mean, Joe Andreessen was playing regularly yesterday.
Yeah. So. Right. Is that honest conversations? We need something at linebacker?
Maybe.
At corner? All right. Chris Brown, when we return, we'll keep things rolling. Keep getting your phone calls in as well here on Buffalo Bills Football Monday. One of the pieces of DNA from this game that this kind of drives it home, it's in your arrow down column, that the Bills' defensive backs did not get credit for a single pass breakup.
Yep, that's right. They didn't. No. The only pass breakup in the entire game credited for the Bills was A.J. Epinesa, and that's because he got his hands on a ball that was batted, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and fell down, incomplete. And that's not good enough. They have to be better sticking with wide receivers. And when the pass rush, this was a game where I thought the pass rush did a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, they might not have had 10 sacks. They had 4 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures. I mean, that's a good day at the office when you're, rushing the passer in the NFL. And there were times where I have no idea, like I said, how Drake May got out of it, but they put him under pressure, and they had him, and he scrambled. And when that happens, you have to be – look, there's scramble drills, and you're not going to stick with everybody for 10 seconds. I get it. But even when that didn't happen, I think the defensive backs had to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than they were, and they were getting beat not down the field in separation, but on route running on separation, and Diggs was the biggest victimizer of them.
Tre'Davious White specifically, Sal, right now, how big a problem do you think it's been for him throughout the season and then yesterday on top of that? I mean, it might have been his worst game of the year. He was already somebody that was rotating out, just Dorian Strong wasn't available yesterday. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on White at this stage in the season?
I mean, last night wasn't a good game. And, I have yet, you guys have the benefit, and people were telling me, a lot of times it was on him. It's tougher for me to see down there sometimes who it's on, which route, because I saw Diggs beating kind of everybody. But apparently, from what I was seeing and reading from a lot of people was, White was the person who is a little bit more responsible. And it feels to me like he's just not wanting to get beat over the top. He's playing a little more safe because maybe he knows that he can't necessarily play that game anymore, right? And that's why you're seeing a lot of completions on him in front of him. And if he's going to have completions, he's got to make the tackle too. But that's why I think the numbers are now suddenly, hey, there's a guy, he catches the ball, there's Tre'Davious White, he's the closest man. He comes up from 2 yards away from him, has to make
For the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, like, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown.
Like, that's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to.
The Bills fall for the first time this year. 4-1 on the year after a 23-20 defeat at the hands of the Patriots. Big games by Drake May and Stefon Diggs. A late field goal wins it for New England. The Bills' first loss at Highmark Stadium since the 2023 season. Next week at Atlanta, a week from tonight on Monday Night Football, and then it is the bye week. New England one game back in the division. Some results from around the NFL. Yesterday, the Ravens get blown out without Lamar Jackson, 44-10 by the Texans. They're 1-4 on the year. Miami had a 17-3 lead early on Carolina, but Carolina catches up, beats them by 3 at the end, 1-4 for Miami as well. Tonight, Chiefs and Jaguars, 8:15 kickoff in Jacksonville for Monday Night Football. Baseball, the Blue Jays take a 2-game lead on the Yankees with a 13-7 win. Yesterday, the series shifts to New York for Game 3 on Tuesday night at 8. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Back to pass, fires, back in the end zone, complete to Keon Coleman. Agent Zero with a 2-yard touchdown reception. And the Bills pull to within 4 with an extra point pending.
Bills looking for another double-digit comeback. They get it square, but ultimately fall as Drake May and the Patriots get the last points on the board. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Chris Brown for our Buffalo Bills Football Monday conversation. He had the call of the game last night from Highmark Stadium. Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Chris, good morning. It has the tone today of a Patriots team that beat the Bills at the Bills' own game, right? Play a little cleaner, do just enough, and get the job done. They did not have as many mistakes as the Bills did because the Bills had an uncharacteristic 3-turnover night.
Yeah, that's right. And I thought it was a classic Mike Vrabel game. When, Mike Vrabel came to the AFC East, we kind of harkened back to the games that he used to have as head coach of the Titans, run the ball with Derrick Henry, play solid defense, play a physical game. And even though you might not have as much talent as the other team, and the other team might be outgaining them in yards, seemingly having more big plays, you look up at the scoreboard in the fourth quarter, and you're like, how is it to 24-20 right now? Vrabel did that again last night and had his team ready to play. And, the Bills had their first 3-turnover game since the season finale in 2023 when the Bills beat the Dolphins down in Miami to win the division. That's the last time the Bills had 3 turnovers in a game, and it cost them.
How impressive, Chris, was Drake May to you last night?
I've already been impressed with Drake May. You could see signs of this last year, just his ability to make off-script plays because he had a lot of practice at it last year, guys. He had the worst offensive line in football last year, and the kid still had a pretty good, productive season at the quarterback position. So they've tried to invest and make the line better. I think it's marginally better, but he can make plays off script just like Josh Allen can, and he's going to be a problem for years to come. He didn't even run all that much. The Bills kind of did a good job spying him and keeping him from, taking off for gains, because I'm telling you right now, Bills fans haven't even seen how fast he is. He makes scrambling look easy. So I thought the Bills defense did a good job of keeping him behind the line of scrimmage and forcing him to make plays from there. And for the most part, the Bills were successful getting off the field defensively. I mean, they were 3 for 9 on third down, the Patriots. So they got stops when they needed them. I just think the one Achilles heel was the Patriots found a personnel grouping that worked exceptionally well for them, and they just stuck with it the entire second half. And that was with the split backs in the backfield, chipping on the ends with the tackles to help them out. And the Patriots were fine sending 3 guys out on pass routes because they believed the protection would hold long enough for somebody to get open. And when you're double teaming the 2 defensive ends and your defensive tackles are practice squad elevations, Drake May had all day to throw. So he should have had a good night because he had, you could have timed it, with a sundial, how much time he had to throw at times last night.
Yeah, and he threw to Stefon Diggs a lot in this game. 10 catches on 12 targets. Diggs actually had a drop that would have been a first down. So, it could have been even more for him. And yards after catch, no doubt he's motivated in this game. And his return from an ACL injury is maybe ahead of schedule for what people would have thought. Surprised the Bills didn't have an answer for Diggs, and how much of that do you think is what you just mentioned up front, and what do you think is the problem in the secondary?
Well, they're shorthanded. I think, and this is just my opinion, but I believe the Bills last week were trying to start a platoon situation at corner with Dorian Strong and Tre'Davious White, and I think it got compromised by a neck injury to Dorian Strong. Who's now on injured reserve, as we all know, and that's unfortunate, and it just cripples the secondary all the more. And look, when Drake May has 3.5, 4, sometimes 5 seconds to throw the football, I don't care if you have Patrick Surtain back there. It's very hard to cover for that long. I think they also were good in sitting down in the zone calls that the Bills had defensively when they played zone coverage. We know Diggs knows how to beat that, and he did. So I think it was a combination of that personnel grouping that worked uncommonly well and Josh McDaniels just sticking with it to give Drake May all the time he needed to throw the football, and the belief that one of our three guys is going to get open no matter what coverage you play, and that's what happened.
On the Bills side, Chris, there were a lot of plays where Allen had all day to throw and nobody got open, although it was a good game from Kincaid on that front. But was that the run game didn't produce either, but I guess all around biggest issues for the offense was the combo of the run game and the receivers down the field not getting open?
Yeah, it was just a sloppy game. Josh nailed it in the post-game press conference. It's been sloppy for the last 3 weeks, guys. We kind of almost saw this coming because a lot of us had said, if you continue to play that sloppy, eventually it's going to catch up with you, and it did. I just think that collectively as a unit, they're not functioning as an 11-man group. It just seems very disjointed at times because we're talking about the game in the pregame, on the round table, and you guys were doing the same, and we're thinking, all right, even if the second-ranked run defense slows down James Cook, and they did, well, heck, what, you got the league MVP as an alternative, and you can start throwing the ball? You felt really good about that, especially against the pass defense that was, I think, 26th in pass defense and had been thrown on considerably through the first 4 weeks of the season, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't win. So I don't know if that's a major concern or if this is just a one-off, but they really only had Shakir and Kincaid that provided consistent answers in the passing game. It's got to be more than that on a weekly basis if you want to be a full-scale, versatile offense.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Sean McDermott after the game, a couple comments there. I think, Allen talked about the offense being poor. McDermott thought they got too cute at one point. And then the other thing I kind of latched onto that he said, it's something he said in the preseason, Chris. He said we got to have honest conversations. And, we're kind of left to guess what that might mean. How do you take that when McDermott says it's time to have some honest conversations?
Yeah, that could be anything, right? I think what he's talking about is commitment to process and, focusing on your task at hand, not trying to do too much, and, committing to the fundamentals of football. This is a head coach that believes deeply that if you don't play the fundamentals in a sound fashion, this league is too talented and too competitive, and the margin between the best team in the league and the worst team is not as wide as some might think. And so if you don't commit to that kind of approach in getting 1% better every day and committing yourself to sound fundamental football, and another team is better at those areas than you are, even if they're not as talented, they're going to beat you. And we saw that last night.
Chris, how live do you think the division race is now? It's a 1-game gap. New England wins the first meeting. And the two things that both these teams maybe have in common is that neither schedule is all that daunting. Like New England's is easy. I'm seeing that point out. But the Bills, it's similar. So I guess with a 1-game gap and them winning the first meeting, how much do you think the division is still in play?
I think it's in play only because the Patriots are playing a fourth-place schedule and the Bills are playing a first-place schedule. They won 4 games last year. Their schedule is cake. They really don't have a lot of tough games all the way through. So they have an opportunity now to rack up wins. This was one they were not supposed to get, and now they did. So that's gravy. That's bonus. So you can walk your way down the Patriots' schedule, and I think you can find your way to probably 9 wins now. And if they get another one they're not supposed to, suddenly they're at 10, and they're probably a wild card team at the very least. So I think the Bills will do a good job of course correcting. They're also not healthy, particularly on defense, and that's been a persistent problem since training camp. And I think it's a situation where they've just got to triage it as best they can until they get some pieces back. And I'll just say this, guys. To me, I thought the defense did everything they could to keep the team in the game. At the end, it's 23 points on the board. They get 2 red zone stops. The Patriots are 3 for 9 on third down. And the run game is what did they average? 3.1 a carry, I think. Yep. So this one's not on the defense, guys, even though there are problems there, because you understand what those problems are. They're shorthanded. They don't have enough guys. And I thought they played a pretty darn good game last night and kept the team alive till the end.
Man, they really were close even at the end, right? Like Daquan Jones is how close to making that 2nd and 18, and who knows what happens after that.
And it's overtime maybe. And
So for me, it's sloppiness on offense and not living up to what they usually put up on the board, because if they do, Bills probably win this game, holding Patriots to 23 on a field goal in the last minute.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Chris, thanks. We'll chat on Friday, maybe a Monday Night Football. We'll text. We'll figure it out.
No problem.
We get a weekend off and then a Monday night before the bye. So thanks.
All right, take care, guys.
Chris Brown. We got a football Friday coming up, then a football Monday, then a football Tuesday, Monday Night Football, Atlanta.
We do settle into the 425 run coming up soon, though.
Yeah.
But that's after the bye.
Bills-Bucks.
Bills-Bucks could be
Bring
fun.
your hard hat.
What is Baker?
What do we say? If it's a smash mouth game, it's bring your hard hat. What do you bring if it's going to be an aerial assault? Because Egbuka and that offense that Baker, that's going to be a fun one.
Evans might be back by then.
Bills-Bucks. Flex that game. Flex that game.
It's at 1 o'clock.
Networks, yeah. That's got no business at 1 o'clock.
I think Baker might be the best player in the league right now. He's playing like it. He was flawless yesterday on the road against a good defense.
Having a good year.
29 of 33, 379 yards and 2 touchdowns. He can't. Yeah. And it's all at the end, right? He's four fourth-quarter comebacks in 5 games. They are a lot of fun right now. All the talk of hey, the whole league is playing like this. The whole league is checking the ball down and running the ball. There is one team definitively that is not doing that, and they are having success not doing that. It's Tampa. They are slinging it, and they cannot be stopped.
They have former future Bills receiver Emeka Egbuka.
Sterling Shepard's their 5th receiver, and he's good. Yeah, they're really fun.
803-0550. Baker and Darnold battle 35-35. Those two at one point were 49 of 56 for 600 yards. It was a shootout there in Seattle.
The 2018 quarterbacks. By the way, very quickly, you want that game flexed in. Sunday Night Football that week is Lions and Eagles.
No, okay, not happening.
Monday night's Cowboys and Raiders.
Not happening. You're not getting the Cowboys out of a window. How about
then you're probably not getting
425? Can I flex in the 425?
Ravens and Browns?
All right. We'll take our Sunday 1 o'clock. 803-0550. When we return, Bill Belichick might not really understand social media, but he can still be petty about it, and it's embarrassing. I'll tell you that story and get more of your calls here on WGR.
And now Samuel in motion. Goes in an orbit motion and now doubles back out to the left. He's wide open. 5, and he'll skip into the end zone for the touchdown. Oh, the late double back motion left Curtis Samuel wide open.
We've got lots to get to. We'll get your phone calls in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. I don't know how doom and gloom it'll sound. Like I'm not doom and gloom at all. I think what we saw was a team, the Bills, that some of their worst tendencies showed up. Mm-hmm. Some of their biggest problems that we wonder if their problems showed up. And their opponent was finally up for the challenge. Somebody else beat them at their game.
They had an opponent that was good enough to exploit their weaknesses.
Yep.
And there aren't going to be many of those. There aren't going to be many, but that should be noticed, right? Like, if you're trying to evaluate what are their odds, what are their chances, like where this is the year, well, some of the things
Jeremy
you saw
White here,
yesterday would be
Roswell
the
Park
things that I'll be thinking about in a playoff game. Like, what's that second corner look like next to Christian Benford? The downfield passing game is obvious at this point, right? Like, I don't even think it's a question. What happens if a team can shut down your run game?
Right.
Cook didn't have a run. No, actually, Cook didn't. Cook didn't have a run of 9 yards last night.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team can do that to you, how do you punch back? Because yesterday, they had a couple drives, and they had a couple turnovers. But it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers.
And there might be a conversation that comes out of this. Is it really just, they turned it over? Normally they don't. And they turned it over, and they lost by 3.
I think not being able to run the ball on top of that was new.
When you're so reliant on that being part of your passing game.
Right.
You need those runs.
Like Cook going 3.3 yards per carry.
Yep.
Even if they hadn't turned the ball over, maybe they win the game. But it's not what they want to be on offense. They don't want to ever have a game where Cook is limited in that way.
15 for 49. It's a game where Josh Allen is your leading rusher, and that's a life they used to live.
Yeah,
and Allen ends up the leading rusher with 53 yards. He throws for 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. One of the pieces of DNA from this game that this kind of drives it home, it's in your arrow down column, that the Bills' defensive backs did not get credit for a single pass breakup.
Yep, that's right. They didn't. No. The only pass breakup in the entire game credited for the Bills was A.J. Epinesa, and that's because he got his hands on a ball that was batted, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and fell down, incomplete. And that's not good enough. They have to be better sticking with wide receivers. And when the pass rush, this was a game where I thought the pass rush did a good job.
Yeah.
They might not have had 10 sacks. They had 4 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures. That's a good day at the office when you're, rushing the passer in the NFL. And there were times where I have no idea, like I said, how Drake May got out of it, but they put him under pressure and they had him and he scrambled. And when that happens, you have to look, there's scramble drills and you're not going to stick with everybody for 10 seconds. I get it. But even when that didn't happen, I think the defensive backs had to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than they were, and they were getting beat not down the field in separation, but on route running on separation, and Diggs was the biggest victimizer of them.
Tre'Davious White specifically, Sal, right now, how big a problem do you think it's been for him throughout the season, and then yesterday on top of that? It might have been his worst game of the year. He was already somebody that was rotating out, just Dorian Strong wasn't available yesterday. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on White at this stage in the season?
Last night wasn't a good game. And, I have yet, you guys have the benefit, and people were telling me, a lot of times it was on him. It's tougher for me to see down there sometimes who it's on, which route, because I saw Diggs beating kind of everybody. But apparently, from what I was seeing and reading from a lot of people was, White was the person who was a little bit more responsible. And it feels to me like he's just not wanting to get beat over the top. He's playing a little more safe because maybe he knows that he can't necessarily play that game anymore, right? And that's why you're seeing a lot of completions on him in front of him. And if he's going to have completions, he's got to make the tackle too. But that's why I think the numbers are now suddenly, hey, there's a guy, he catches the ball, there's Tre'Davious White, he's the closest man. He comes up from 2 yards away from him, has to make
Just got to clean up the penalties. That's about it. You know what I mean? I don't know how many we had. Probably about 10 plus penalties. I mean, that's the biggest thing. Took us out of field position. You know, we just got to, if we go 1 for 1, if we get a turnover, we got to go make a turnover. We got to make sure it evens out.
Shaq Thompson, you may be seeing more of him. Bills linebacker Shaq Thompson from the locker room. Locker room audio brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Time to go around the league in a dash. It's brought to you by Dash's Market, serving Western New York for over 100 years. Shop the family of finer foods. Shop Dash's Market. So tonight, Jacksonville hosting Kansas City. The Chiefs have a chance to basically be right back in it. A win over the Jags on the road would be viewed as a pretty good win, right?
They would tie the Chargers for first in the division.
And be one back of the Bills?
Yeah, one back of the Bills.
All
So on the road against a team that's got a winning record, like, all right, let's see.
Let's see if they're
Would
back.
love to see Jacksonville, their defense has been good this year.
The Jags.
So we'll see. Like, was the Chiefs' offensive performance last week the Ravens' backups making them look good, or is it really back with Worthy? Today will be a good test for that, I think.
Yeah, and the Ravens are on pace to give up 600 points.
The Ravens just gave up 44 points to an offense that looked like they couldn't do anything for the first month of the season at all.
That's because they got a preseason defense out there.
But aren't they going to for a while now?
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these guys are out. Like,
they're having.
I'm kind of amazed they are still favored to win their division.
Yeah.
They are 1-4. Lamar is supposed to miss next week too. All those defensive injuries, and they play the Rams. The odds of them being 1-5 are really high, and they're going to make up a 4-game difference. I don't think Pittsburgh's great, but they're going to make up 4 games on Pittsburgh. So. Man, them missing the playoffs would be huge, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think it'd be huge.
Are they about to have the season the Bengals always have, which is get to 1-5 and then win 7 in a row? And are they going to get it? Don't let them in.
Yes.
Could do that.
100%. And I wonder if they going to have enough time to do it. I mean, if Lamar comes back after the Ram game, they have a bye in between. They come out of the bye and go Bears, Dolphins, Vikings, Browns, Jets. Like, they got winnable games. They don't really play another tough team and maybe until they play New England in December, honestly.
803-0550, our phone number. It is Buffalo Bills Football Monday. You can give us a call. Some numbers on the Bills' downfield passing game that are not surprising.
Yeah. By the way, the Sabres play 3 games before the next Bills game.
All right. Opener on Thursday. Let's have it. People are predicting numbers.
Some crazy high predictions.
Crunchers are crunching the Sabres in.
Yeah.
Without a goalie, without a healthy blue line. Okay. Let's do it. Let's have it. Rangers on Thursday.
Also, we got to get to the Belichick thing.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Let me just tell you that now because I teased it. So there's a story out of UNC.
Yeah.
Ross Martin, CBS Sports, says, according to sources inside the UNC football program, it is a directive from the staff, parentheses, Bill Belichick, to not tweet or retweet anything Patriots related. And that is clearly why UNC football has not posted anything from Drake May's electric primetime win over the Bills. So the implication, of course, is that UNC is not allowed to tweet about Drake May's success because Bill Belichick is petty. And it's
the pettiest person.
So embarrassing. If accurate. That's Ross Martin, CBS Sports reporting that. That is.
I mean, it's not hard to believe. He wouldn't let Patriots scouts in practice.
It's a disgrace. He's an embarrassment. He is an embarrassment.
Yeah.
His team got walloped this week. And it's don't tweet anything about the Patriots.
Clemson, who's not even good.
Hey, my own fans are not allowed to enjoy one of the best players to ever play for their program. Imagine if the coach of Wyoming was like, no Josh Allen tweets. Embarrassing. A disgrace. Man. A fall from grace for that guy. All right, wide open phones on the other side. Final hour for us, but we got lots of time to talk to you. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday here on WGR. One thing that happened, my wife caught her Diggs say out loud, like we're close enough. For those of you that sit close to the benches, you can hear, players talk. Say, after an Allen scramble, that's the best thing they've got. That's the best thing they've got right there. That this offense, that's their best play. And, boy, wasn't that New England's game plan? Like, if we can keep him in the cage, we'll be fine. Vrabel at halftime, his interview, he said he really only got out once, one big play. They were thrilled with how they played defensively in terms of keeping Allen in check and keeping him from going nuts. He did break through a couple times later and run in the second half a little bit more, but you come in and face Josh Allen. If you can bottle up James Cook, the passing game is going to be all about keeping Allen in the pocket. And that's not, I don't think, a comment on how Allen can't beat you from the pocket. It's right. He needs to buy a lot of his weapons more time.
Right. No, he made a bunch of crazy throws yesterday.
Yep.
The first throw of the game. He's moving up in the pocket to his left, and he cross body fires a laser into Kincaid. The Samuel flea flicker pass isn't to a wide open receiver. Again, it looks hard, but he definitely is. I don't think he played poorly at all. Allen did. I thought he threw the ball precise whenever he needed to. It's just every pass has to be perfect.
Yeah, not a lot of room to fit these For the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play.
Touchdown.
That's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to.
The Bills fall to the New England Patriots 23-20, their first loss of the season and their first loss at home since the Kansas City playoff game in the 2023 season. The Bills only a one-game lead now in the division. Big games from Drake May and Stefon Diggs. Matt Milano injured in the game. Shaq Thompson came on in the second half. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Elsewhere around the NFL, Monday Night Football, Chiefs at the Jaguars tonight. Kansas City looking to improve to 3-2 on the year. Some other scores from around the league yesterday. Shootout in Seattle between the Bucks and the Seahawks. Baker Mayfield drives his team down, wins it at the end, 38-35. He has got 4 fourth-quarter comebacks already this season. Miami was up early on Carolina, but they fall 27-24. 1-4 for the Dolphins. That's the same record for the Ravens. No Lamar Jackson, not a lot of their defensive players. They get smoked 44-10 at home by Houston. Major League Baseball, Blue Jays take a 2-game lead on the Yankees in a best-of-5. 13-7 yesterday in Toronto. Game 3 in New York is tomorrow night at 8:08. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years being your hometown dealership.
Obviously not the performance we were looking for. Thought we beat ourselves, turned the ball over 3 times. They get 10 points. We get 1 takeaway. Don't get any points off it. Just not enough complimentary football. Didn't seem like we were into a rhythm offensively enough. And when we did, we had penalties, self-inflicted wounds.
Sean McDermott, the Bills play a sloppy game. Turnovers, penalties, self-inflicted wounds. Usually the other team does that. Penalties, turnovers, self-inflicted wounds. That did happen. New England had penalties, 8 for 93. They had more yards than penalties, New England did. And also had a fumble. A couple of balls hit the ground, but they only lost one of them. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe. We got a Monday Night Football game tonight. Maybe we'll cheer up our spirits and put together a parlay later in the show. Let's do something.
For tonight?
For tonight. Why not? Yeah, it's a Monday.
A Travis Hunter breakout game? But no.
Buffalo Bills Football Monday brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Okay, I've got a quick stat for you. Anthony Prohaska from Cover One posted something, and it's about the Bills and Josh Allen on deep throws this year. 20 or more air yards out of 33 quarterbacks. And some of this is fancy stuff, EPA per drop pack, yards per attempt, completion rate over expected. But there are 2 little lines in here that if ever you had an eye test and then the data to back it up. 2 lines that are kind of stunning to look at on the Bills' downfield passing game, which they did hit a couple explosives in this game to Dalton Kincaid. They can get the ball to Kincaid. Right now that seems to be the only guy they can get the ball to down the field. But of throws 20 air yards or more, this is Josh Allen. You know Josh Allen. Big, huge, rocket arm, throws a football over a mountain, throws it 1,000,000 miles an hour, can kind of do whatever he wants out there. On throws of 20 yards or more, he is second in time to throw. 4.18 seconds, meaning he's got lots of time. A lot of that, I would imagine, is he's buying time. You've seen the Bills play, right? Drop back, Allen looking, rolling, creating. Second in time to throw on these deeper throws. Second in time to throw. In average target separation out of 33 quarterbacks, 28th.
With extra time.
The man is trying to get his receivers open for them. Who's got to buy the receivers time? Allen's buying them time. Second,
and they're still not getting
the
open.
Second most time to throw, and 28th in target separation. They are 24th in yards per attempt, 24th in EPA per dropback on throws that go down the field.
Yeah.
Can they win the Super Bowl with this being such a problem? Yes. Will it be harder? Yes. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Like I'm not here to bet against Josh Allen putting on the cape and doing all the great things that he does. I'm not here to bet against him really ever. But I want his job to be easier. I want him to not have to run around to get receivers open down the field. And if you've watched this team this year, hasn't it looked like that? He drops back. Nothing yet. Roll, move, make a guy miss. Now try. Man.
And the guy's often tightly covered.
It can be frustrating. But hey, they've been a great offense. They scored 20. They had a bad day. They'll have, they play Atlanta this week. Atlanta has a pass rush. Atlanta has a couple pass rushers. And we'll see what Atlanta and Michael Penix can do. I mean, I don't think he's...
James Pierce is one of those guys who they liked in the draft. They traded up a ton to get him.
Yeah, we'll have time to get into that. I don't think Penix is anything close to Drake May yet, but his weapons are better. Jack in New Jersey. Hey, Jack, good morning. You're on Buffalo Bills Football Monday.
Oh, guys, thank you so much for having me on. First time call, long time listener. I'm very excited. Thank you. I've been wanting to call you guys for so long, ever since Brandon Beane came on your show and talked about last year's 30-plus points, 8 straight games, a record, all that stuff. What he failed to mention was why. Why did he score 30-plus points last year? Because he went out and got Amari Cooper. Now, he wasn't a high-end wide receiver one, but he was a good enough wide receiver one, which made the offense work. So that brings me to my next point. We saw Josh Allen beat the Chiefs in Kansas City in the playoffs. And why was that? When he had his best wide receiving core in Diggs, Emmanuel Sanders, Cole Beasley, and Gabe Davis. And that brings me to my final point. You saw Josh Allen yesterday get killed. And Brandon Beane and someone's going to talk about Allen not taking hits, and you just hit the nail on the head. You just said it. He's over there looking for someone to get open. You don't want Josh Allen to get killed? Get him a wide receiver one. It changes everything. And I've been wanting to get this off my chest for so long because he said, we scored 30-plus points, 8 straight games last year. But he failed to mention why. It's because he went out and got a wide receiver one. And those are my main points, guys. Thank you so much for letting me say that.
Thanks, Jack. And Cooper, he also pointed out, being at one point in the offseason, when talking about Cooper, that they scored 7 more points per game with him in the lineup.
That was right after the year ended.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Cooper retired.
Right. I mean, this is about where we were a year ago, right?
It's not as bad.
It's not as bad as it was a year ago. The Houston game was like a historically bad passing game.
Allen went 9 for 30.
Yeah, right. It was the worst pass performance by completion percentage in 30 years.
It's not as bad. And I'm not even here to say it's bad, but it could be a lot better. And
that's right.
There's
but what did they do last year when it could have been a lot better?
They went out and they maybe tried to get Devontae Adams and instead settled for Amari Cooper.
All right.
And there's a difference there. What's that? This is my newest point I want to make. When the Bills are done with a receiver, the league is done with him, except for Diggs. Everybody else, the league is done with the receivers when you're done with them.
Yeah.
And there has to be a point there. There has to be you really get guys until the very end and then nobody else thinks that they can still play? McKenzie? You could say, well, Josh Allen makes his receivers better. That's right. These are receivers that are not on other teams and don't make it. Trent Sherfields and Deontay Hardys and on and on. And whatever, it could just be better. And should that be something they think about? Yeah, it should be something they think about.
Well, because there's also only...
Is that Rashid Shaheed?
There's only so many things they can get better at on offense.
That's right.
It's the missing piece. They have a run game. They have a line. They have protection for Allen. They obviously have the quarterback. They have tight ends. They have the yak guys. They have all of it, but they are missing this one element that if you wanted to get better, this is it.
Yeah.
It's the only thing to look at.
Shaheed had an 87-yard touchdown last night.
Yeah, he flew behind them.
He's got separation, whatever.
He's super fast.
I guess you kind of have to indulge those of us that are pleased to make the receivers a little bit better team, because the defense did not have a bad day. We can't do the whole it was the defense. When we're talking about it with Chris Brown about the game the defense put together, let's play a little game. Would you take that kind of defensive performance in a playoff game? 100%. Stops in the red zone, 23. If I tell you the Bills give up 23 in a playoff game, you better believe you think they're going to win it, right?
Yeah.
You need to get to 24. You have Josh Allen, playoff freak show. You can get 24. I'll take getting to 23 every time for the opposing team. So the defense had a good enough day. I feel like we've got our concerns about Tre'Davious White and how Diggs was able to kind of do whatever he wanted to, but
yeah. I just want a guy that's even a possible threat down the field. Anybody. Where is it? Shaheed would be great. Olave would be fantastic. There are names
Olave would be a true number one receiver.
Yeah, some of these names would be really, really exciting. I just need that skill set anywhere.
Well,
go trade for Jalen Hyatt from anybody that could just run super fast.
There's one other thing that makes receiver easier to talk about acquiring, and that's that cutting one would be easy. Whereas,
they're be cutting probably Samuel
or Elijah Moore or Shavers. Like you have room.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Let's say you want them to get more defensive end. You want Carl Granderson from the Saints. Who goes?
That would be a tough. It'd be a tough decision.
Is Landon
It's
Jackson
already a tough decision with Hoyt coming back.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, right.
And you have Dwayne Carter that's not available on the defensive line. If he were here, it'd be another conversation about you brought in. You kind of threw a lot at your defensive line, and that we're still waiting to see come together, which it very well may. And I've been trying to say I'm waiting 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 10 weeks before I know what to say about this Bills front four. And I think there's reason to think it could continue to look better and better as the season goes on. But if I go at receiver, I got to let somebody go easy. What am I worried about? An inactive Elijah Moore, a 3 catches Curtis Samuel, a Tyrell Shavers role-playing special teamer. Like, I've got room in that room to do stuff if I want to add there. Defensive end, I don't think I have room for it without cutting an asset. Or somebody you like. Is that Javon Solomon? Is that you're trading Epinesa? I don't know. They're 4-1. They're still really good. But they've got parts of them that, people tend to latch on to. 803-0550. 6-3 at halftime.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said earlier that that turned into a good watch. It turned into a good watch.
Yeah.
By the second half, that was fun. But first half, unwatchable football.
Yeah, a red zone
6-3, flags on every play. Like, that first half was as bad as the NFL gets. It was bad football.
Red zone pick from Allen.
Yeah, that rarely happens.
Uncharacteristic.
Very uncharacteristic. Yeah, a couple mistakes. I mean,
yeah.
Part of it is they didn't run the ball well. So you're pressing, and you don't have guys getting open, and then that's how you throw picks.
Mickey in Connecticut. Hey, Mickey.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call. Oh man, so this is a hard pill to swallow on losing this game, and I think for me the reason why it is because as I'm not gonna not give credit to the Patriots, they played a good game, but let's be honest, we beat ourselves more than anything. We beat ourselves, and Josh Allen, if anything, beat himself in this game. Both teams were pretty sloppy the first half, completely unwatchable. I completely agree with you. I was looking at the game 2 minutes in, and I told my wife, I was like, wow, they are playing as good, but what's going on? This is just a weird game. And once the game started that way, I already knew where we were leading to in terms of a loss. I just felt it in my gut, but it was about how we got there. But whether it was the turnovers or even Josh Allen's uncharacteristic interceptions or whatever the case may be, when you're not allowing your team to be on the field or you're beating yourself with penalties as much as you were, you can't score. It doesn't matter if we have a wide receiver 1 or whatever the case may be. But what killed me the most, and I'll end with this, is did they forget that the Chiefs beat us with 14 seconds left on the clock? I mean, you had 8 seconds. You could do, at minimum, maybe 2 plays, depending on what you call, or at least 1 bomb play. I mean, did we also forget that Josh Allen has an arm, a rocket for an arm?
At the end of the game?
Why is it? Yes. Like, that last play, it drove me nuts. It just felt, Josh Allen's character and the way his body language and everything was just like, let's just give it up.
Well, they were 85 yards from the end zone.
They were.
And they didn't have time to run 2 plays. What play are you envisioning? They were running 60 yards downfield to the sideline?
You might like something better than the receiver catches it falling on the ground.
The throw was probably low. I think their plan there was Palmer's going to catch it and they're going to start lateraling the ball.
Yeah. He can throw it 70 yards, right? Like they're 80 yards away?
But unless it's on the sideline, the game's going to end.
Well, I could hope for a deflection 70 yards down the field. Let me try that.
But then it's over.
Sure, but I got to get it in the end zone.
He's 85 yards away.
Know. What's my better? What is my most likely to get in the end zone? This is a fun one. Is it throw it 7 yards and try 15 laterals, or is it heave it 80? Really let it loose, Josh. Throw it 68 yards in the air. You could probably throw it 70 yards in the air.
Let's say he throws
and see if it deflects to somebody who can catch it and go for a touchdown.
You just want to chuck a Hail Mary to the 30-yard line.
You know what? I want to see that he can throw the ball 60 yards. Show us he still can do it.
All right. Wait, I'll play this game a little bit. Actually, better than the lateral. You want to do your Coleman jump balls? Coleman, Hail Mary to the 30. He's going to jump up, and someone's going to run behind him. The deepest hook and ladder that you've ever seen. The Hail Mary and ladder.
Now you're on to something.
That's what you do. Coleman jumps up, and he throws the ball backwards.
I like it.
During the catch. I mean, nitpicky. They were not going to win the game anyway. What is Curtis Samuel doing? If he lets the ball bounce at the 2 and it goes in the end zone, it's a touchback, isn't it? Am I wrong on the rules? I thought that's how it worked. He catches the ball at the 2 and kills half the time. If you had 16 seconds on the clock, maybe then you have time to throw a 40-yard pass, 50-yard pass down the field. Everyone sprints to the line. You clock it with 2 left on the clock. But Samuel took that away because he returned it.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'm 100% on that rule. If the ball bounces to the 2, it goes in the end zone, then it's a touchback, right?
Yes, but it's a different kind of touchback.
It's not to the 30.
It's not the 35 touchback.
Still, I want the 8 seconds.
Yeah, but if it lands there and I don't know.
Well, the ball's going to bounce into the end zone unless it just stops on a dime like a 60-degree wedge.
Right.
So I thought that was a mistake.
Is this where we revisit that returning a kick takes some time off the clock that's really important? How many seconds?
Oh, 100%.
How many seconds were left?
I thought there were 16 left, and then by the time Samuel was done, there was 8. It went from 15 to 8, sorry. So he took 7 seconds off the clock with the holding penalty that got them to the 18.
So you're telling me returning a kick takes 7 seconds off the clock?
That one, at least.
Bill in New Jersey. Hello, Bill.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to give out some flowers to people I don't like. First of all, the executives at Nike and their rivalry jerseys that I now own and don't like, and how they created a rivalry for us because they said, let's take the Bizarro Bills. You like that Seinfeld reference?
I like it.
The Bizarro Bills with a fake Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs and bring them into our stadium and have them beat us. And now I don't like the Patriots again. So thank you. I needed somebody to not like. The other people I want to give some flowers to are the coaching staff on the Patriots, because many years ago, Bill Belichick said one of the things we have going for us during their dynasty was continuity and experience. And now they have that. So Vrabel, I felt like it was like deja Vrabel. It was like back in the Titans 2021, 2022, and we just always felt like we were going uphill with them. Yep. Remember that, where Josh couldn't get in the end zone and on quarterback sneaks at the 1, and we lost the game. And then there's Josh McDaniels there kind of figuring out the holes in our defense. And I feel like this is going to be a problem, and I'm not worried about it, believe me. It's just going to make it interesting, right?
Well,
when we go to Gillette.
Thanks, Bill. Because what New England has now, and again, will they win a division in the next 5 years? I don't know. But they have a coach who might be pretty good. I think Vrabel's probably a good, fine head coach.
Yeah.
They also have a very good coordinator who will not want to leave for a head coaching job.
And if he does, he's not going to get one anyway.
He's not going to get one, right?
Yeah,
so,
right.
what they have is they have Steve Spagnuolo. They have this guy is good at this, and he will not want to leave. He's just here now. That's Josh McDaniels. He's not leaving.
No, he's not.
He's retiring if he decides not to.
Although the UNC football coach job might become available in the next little bit.
That might be right.
By the way, quick on the kickoff thing.
Yeah.
If it lands in the
landing
setup
zone,
yes,
and it goes into the end zone, it is a touchback.
But the clock starts
20.
as soon as it hits the ground.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it would be to the 20. So he'd have to stand in the end zone and hope it bounces right to him. So it's maybe not as easy as I let him.
Right. It gives but it gives the value of dropping the ball at the 2-yard line. That's
I'm just seeing a lot of people in chat they had to return it because it was going to land there. They could have not let it.
Yeah, you still could have let it bounce, grabbed it, quick, kneel it.
Right.
It takes 1 second.
Right.
But you're
risking
opening up a weird bounce if you do that.
Right. 803-0550.
Yeah, Vrabel makes them more respectable.
For sure.
I think everyone agrees he's a good coach. I don't think he's perfect. He's pretty smart when it comes to how he manages the clock at the end of the first half. That might seem easy. I got to make sure the Bills don't have a shot here. But the way I'm going to get this clock down to 17 seconds. I'm going to run the ball. I think he could have done a little bit better at the end. They had a timeout with 4 seconds left. You could have gone sneak and got a touchdown.
At the end of the half?
End of the half.
Okay.
Because if I'm the Patriots,
real quick
that would
on
have been
that.
my only annoyance with him yesterday was you went for a 19-yard field goal against the Buffalo Bills on the road. Let's go get that 6 points.
One small counterpoint. 4 seconds left. You do have a timeout. I thought in the moment, if you had 6 seconds left, you run the ball and do that. But 4 is just enough in the days of tick, 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 tick. Oh, sorry. We didn't blow the whistle in time.
If you're right on the ref, though.
If he gets stacked up, they don't stop that in time. And then what are they going to do? Go put a second back on the clock? Like, it's easy if the Bills stop them for 4 seconds to tick off the clock. Put it this way. If it's the Bills in that spot, didn't they have this happen to them against the Rams? Allen sneaks it and doesn't get in, and
but that was because they didn't
first down.
That was because they didn't have any timeouts.
Okay, right.
You're saying a sneak play would take the 4 seconds?
I'm saying it's possible that if they get stopped, it takes 4 seconds. Yeah,
Ooh, I don't know.
I would be worried about it. At 6 seconds, I'd be confident. At 4 seconds, I would not. These quarterback sneak plays, they last a while now because there's all the pushing.
Yeah.
And if they push and they're not going to blow that whistle. All of a sudden, the Bills get that last surge, and you come away with 0.
Yep.
Like
at the least, I would have snuck it on fourth if I were them.
Yeah.
Like, it ended up working out for them. They won the football game, but if he's going to kick 19-yard field goals against the Bills in the future, I'll take that all day.
803-0550. Do you know how hard it's going to hit my body when we get that first report of the Saints are taking offers on Chris Olave? I'm going to be knocked unconscious by that.
Rashid Shaheed, too.
Sure.
Fine. What about both? What do we got to do for both?
Anyway.
How many other bad teams have good receivers? Who else is bad? Who's Tennessee got? Oh, they won yesterday.
They have
in the dumbest game ever seen.
Do you want Wan'Dale Robinson?
Nah.
No.
He's Shakir.
I know. I'm thinking of a guy that's he is like low A-dot.
Titans. Oh, I do not want Calvin Ridley. Okay, no, we're good.
No. Who else is a bad team with a guy that could help?
Who are the bad teams? The Jets are a bad team.
Garrett Wilson.
Can't happen.
It's not going to happen.
The Raiders are bad.
Trey Tucker.
Yep. The Browns are bad. The Ravens are bad. Not bad. I mean, they're still favored to win their division. Is that not amazing? That they're still favored to win their division?
It is amazing. It does not make sense.
Cardinals are bad.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, who else is definitively bad? Everyone else is in the mix. It's early. Everyone's in the mix. The Cardinals are 2-3, and they're a joke. Like, they're in the mix. The Cowboys are in the mix.
Just give me that. Saints
or not.
Saints taking offers.
The Bengals are bad. They paid their guys.
They did. All right, 803-0550. Stay healthy, Josh. Stay healthy, everybody. Get healthy on defense.
He did limp a little bit after he got tackled from behind on that one play, but
I'm just eager to see if there's going to be any sort of movement on when McDermott says we got to have honest conversations. Tell me what that means. I don't know how to interpret that any other way than we've got a hole. He said that about the safety situation in the preseason when he said we're looking for someone to go next to T-Rap. Honest conversations. And then what they do? Like, okay, it's Bishop for now. Honest conversation was used when talking about a starting job. And he said that last night. So is that something we're talking about again? Dorian Strong's not available. He might be your corner 2 right now if he's not on injured reserve. Instead, we got to have honest conversations. We have to do something about what happened out there. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. One of the pieces of DNA from this game that this kind of drives it home, it's in your arrow down column, that the Bills' defensive backs did not get credit for a single pass breakup.
Yep, that's right. They didn't. No. The only pass breakup in the entire game credited for the Bills was A.J. Epinesa, and that's because he got his hands on a ball that was batted, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and fell down, incomplete. And that's not good enough. They have to be better sticking with wide receivers. And when the pass rush, this was a game where I thought the pass rush did a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, they might not have had 10 sacks. They had 4 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures. I mean, that's a good day at the office when you're, rushing the passer in the NFL. And there were times where I have no idea, like I said, how Drake May got out of it, but they put him under pressure, and they had him, and he scrambled. And when that happens, you have to be – look, there's scramble drills, and you're not going to stick with everybody for 10 seconds. I get it. But even when that didn't happen, I think the defensive backs had to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than they were, and they were getting beat not down the field in separation, but on route running on separation, and Diggs was the biggest victimizer of them.
Tre'Davious White specifically, Sal, right now, like how big a problem do you think it's been for him throughout the season and then yesterday on top of that? I mean, it might have been his worst game of the year. He was already somebody that was rotating out, just Dorian Strong wasn't available yesterday. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on White at this stage in the season?
I mean, last night wasn't a good game. And, I have yet, you guys have the benefit, and people were telling me, like, a lot of times it was on him. It's tougher for me to see down there sometimes who it's on, which route, because I saw Diggs beating kind of everybody. But apparently, from what I was seeing and reading from a lot of people was, White was the person who was a little bit more responsible. And it feels to me like he's just not wanting to get beat over the top. He's playing a little more safe because maybe he knows that he can't necessarily play that game anymore, right? And that's why you're seeing a lot of completions on him in front of him. And if he's going to have completions, he's got to make the tackle too. But that's why I think the numbers are now suddenly, hey, there's a guy, he catches the ball, there's Tre'Davious White, he's the closest man. He comes up from 2 yards away from him, has to make.
We've got lots to get to. We'll get your phone calls in. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday. I don't know how doom and gloom it'll sound. Like I'm not doom and gloom at all. I think what we saw was a team, the Bills, that some of their worst tendencies showed up. Mm-hmm. Some of their biggest problems that we wonder if their problems showed up. And their opponent was finally up for the challenge. Somebody else beat them at their game.
They had an opponent that was good enough to exploit their weaknesses.
Yep.
And there aren't going to be many of those. There aren't going to be many, but that should be noticed, right? Like, if you're trying to evaluate what are their odds, what are their chances, like where this is the year, well, some of the things you saw yesterday would be the things that I'll be thinking about in a playoff game. Like, what's that second corner look like next to Christian Benford? The downfield passing game is obvious at this point, right? Like, I don't even think it's a question. What happens if a team can shut down your run game?
Right.
What happened? Like in shutdown, Cook didn't have a run. No, actually, nobody. Or no, Cook didn't. Cook didn't have a run of 9 yards last night.
Yeah.
I mean, if a team can do that to you, how do you punch back? Because yesterday, they had a couple drives, and they had a couple turnovers. But it didn't feel like they had a lot of answers.
And there might be a conversation that comes out of this. Is it really just, well, they turned it over? Normally they don't, and they turned it over, and they lost by 3.
I think not being able to run the ball on top of that was new.
When you're so reliant on that being part of your passing game.
Right.
You need those runs.
Like Cook going 3.3 yards per carry.
Yep.
Even if they hadn't turned the ball over, maybe they win the game. But it's not what they want to be on offense. They don't want to ever have a game where Cook is limited in that way.
15 for 49. It's a game where Josh Allen is your leading rusher. And that's a life they used to live.
Yeah.
And Allen ends up the leading rusher with 53 yards. He throws for 253, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick.
He's gone. Milano's going to go. He's in row 10. He's in row 15. He might get a beer. Milano, where are you going, man? It's your moment. Milano, row 40, led by Allen. He's going to take it the distance. Maybe it wasn't his seat. Maybe he doesn't want to be on TV. He's gone.
Mike Tirico, great moment on the broadcast last night. Syracuse's own Mike Tirico. The Syracuse grad. When he did that, who did I think of? Whose bit is that?
Oh, that's a Kevin Harlan special.
That's a Kevin Harlan bit.
Yes, it is.
No, Kevin Harlan's always been calling play-by-play, guys streaking and all this. So I felt like it was a little nod, a little shout out to Kevin Harlan there. Also a great.
I ran into Chris Collinsworth yesterday. He's very tall.
Yes,
way taller than I thought he was. Although he played wide receiver in the NFL, so maybe I shouldn't have been that surprised.
You feel like you maybe have underestimated his catch radius all these years, and now you got a chance to see it.
Yeah, a little bit. The only thing he said, by the way, was, what's the Yankee score, 37-0? I don't think he was that far off, actually, at that point. It was probably like 12-0 at that point.
803-0550 is our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. To join us, Bills and Falcons this week. Howard picks the Bills tomorrow. We'll see how mad he is about,
Didn't he pick this game as a loss, though?
I don't think so.
Because if he did, then I think you have to stay the same. Like, what do you mean? You're changing next week to a lot? You thought this was going to happen.
I don't remember. We'll have to check.
He did not. Sorry. He's picked this as a win. He picked the game in Foxborough as a loss.
Bill in Florida is up next. Bill, good morning. Welcome to Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Hello.
Billy there?
Hello, Bill. No, Bill. We'll try again. Tom in Rochester. Hey, Tom.
Hi, guys. Here's what I think honest conversations should be. I think that it's if you think Zion Logue and Trey White and Shaq Thompson are on a Super Bowl defense, you're not being honest with yourself. I think that if one of the things you got to be honest about is Matt Milano, is he even an option? I mean, he's just injured all the time. I think you're honest about how good Josh Allen is, but is he gonna overcome a 2 turnover difference? I think there's no way you can have, like I said, White, Logue, Shaq Thompson, even DeQuan Jones on your starting defense, and think you're gonna Josh Allen's just he's just not that he's not that great. Right, so I think the honest I think those are the honest conversations. That there are certain people out there that are just not Super Bowl talented players anymore. I mean, White was waived, Logue was waived, Thompson was waived. Yeah. I mean, we're getting scrapped. So that's just what I think. That's what I think.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I do think Josh Allen is good enough to overcome multiple turnovers. I do.
He had the most turnovers in the league for 4 years, and the Bills had the best record in football.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not ideal. You'd like to. They've shown the way they play. When they play this style, they win a lot. This might be a game where they just chalk it up to, if we take care of the football, we're fine, and that is true a lot. I get a little bit nervous when I think it becomes too much about turnovers. You could survive those turnovers. How do you survive it? Throw it down the field. Have positive plays. You had a couple negative plays. Get some more positive plays. This is a game where, for what it's worth, let's go to the Bills' final drive here. Because they didn't have to kick a field goal and tie. They could have scored a touchdown and gone ahead. Why didn't they? Why in the playoffs have we now seen... let's make that a playoff game. Mm-hmm. Playoff game here against the Chiefs. They're down 3 with the ball. What do they get? They get a field goal. And they miss it.
Yeah.
And lose. Last year, down 3 with the ball, AFC Championship game. What do they get? Nothing. They don't get a touchdown. Yeah. You could say all you want about how they need to fix their defense. They have had their defense give their offense chances to win the game. And here's another one where they have a chance to win the game. And what does the offense do? The offense ties the game.
Yeah, first and 10 at... Where are they standing? They're in pretty good shape. They're in field goal range, obviously. First and 10 with 2:46 on the clock at the New England 27. I mean, that is That's a critical series.
Wait, where's this again?
1st and 10, 2:46 to go at the New England 27-yard line.
That's where you are in the game where you throw to Shakir. Yeah. After the Diggs drop against the Chiefs, you are about there.
Right. And the first down isn't just even about winning the game there. That is, first down makes it a lot harder on New England to have time to go win the football game.
Right. And what do they do?
You go 3 and out. Oh, that's a critical time to go. It's 3 incompletions, right?
Right. And there might have been interference on the third down. They maybe could have got a flag there. But incomplete to Shakir, incomplete to Coleman, incomplete to Shakir. And the one to Coleman is that the one in the back of the end zone covered by Christian Gonzalez, not open, rolling, trying to buy time, prayer.
2 plays that he rolls out right and gives them like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Somebody get over.
Your offense can just score there, and you can go up.
Watch those plays.
You can go up 24-20.
Yeah, I wonder where Kincaid is on those 2 plays. Is he on the field? I'm gonna go look. If he's not on the field, that's gonna be pretty tough. I might want to guess he was. We'll see.
Then do we make the James Cook point? Why is he not on the field in the most important plays in the game? Your defense gives up the game-winning field goal, but only because they were able to play for a game-winning field goal. You had offensively the chance to make that impossible. Yeah. Take a 4-point lead.
Well, isn't the first down play a screen to Shakir that he drops? Because I thought it was a fumble at first.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. So you're going screen, and by the way, I'm watching that one very quickly. That's going nowhere if he catches it. So failed screen.
Listen, I should take some time off. I got to take time off.
Kincaid's not on the field for second down.
People are so tired of me hearing me talk about receiver, but receiver didn't lose the game. Massive, huge, high leverage moments. Screen. What? Just.
And then second and 10, 2:43 in their territory, and your best pass catcher's not on the field. Where is he?
Everybody eats.
Because we got to put Josh's best friend on the field because he gets paid $12 million.
It's just a little whatever.
It's only one play, but that
they're still good.
Kincaid
they're good.
should not leave the field in those moments, especially in the day he's having.
You are 6 for 6 for 100 yards throwing to him, and you have a chance to win this game or at least go ahead.
This is the play, by the way, that Allen rolls right and throws it back to Coleman. Kincaid's not on the field.
Okay, and third down is what?
Third down is a similar play that goes to Shakir. He is on the field for that one. At least. So I guess he doesn't get open there either. So what's to say he would have on second?
But just play that out in a playoff game. It's anybody. You're down 3 with the ball at the 27, 1st and 10. You should be thinking win, and you go incomplete, kick, and then lose. That's what would have happened if Tyler Bass made the kick.
Yeah.
Against the Chiefs in the divisional round. Then they go down the field and kick a field goal, and you're like, thanks for coming. Thanks for, giving us another chance.
I'm watching the third down play. I don't know what they want here.
Is that the play that Shakir got maybe interfered?
Yeah, but that's so late. What is the plan? I'd love to see someone that maybe Joe Marino or somebody that what is the plan of this play? Because I don't have it. Is it Samuel 40 yards down the field? Maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know what they're going for.
It's tough because
it's tough.
I don't want to just sit here and take every shot, but where's the orbit motion? Don't they need that? They need that to get guys open.
Well, sometimes I don't like how they do that so often.
Trust me, I know, but that's their go-to.
I think
they kind of need that to get guys open.
You know what? Now that I watch it, Allen kind of bails on the pocket early. This is the 3rd and 10 play, their last play on offense of the day. 3rd and 10, Allen bails, and he probably didn't have to. If he stands there, he actually might have had Samuel 25 yards down the field. So maybe I don't want to get on the play caller for that one because there might have been something there, but I mean, can you blame Allen? Hey, I gotta roll right and go buy more time because this is how every play's gone so far.
803-0550, our phone number. All right, Extendo Sports, then we'll hand you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. The Bills are in first place, tied for the best record in the AFC.
And the NFL.
They lost the home game to the Patriots, who we thought were kind of plucky. Not that surprised. I don't think it's cause for panic or doom and gloom, but I do think it's cause to talk about, things that we talk about all the time anyway. There you go. That's my take on it all. I'll take a couple weeks off. Not really. We'll be back tomorrow. And also after this commercial break. One of the pieces of DNA from this game that this kind of drives it home, it's in your arrow down column, that the Bills' defensive backs did not get credit for a single pass breakup.
Yep, that's right. They didn't. No. The only pass breakup in the entire game credited for the Bills was A.J. Epinesa, and that's because he got his hands on a ball that was batted, tipped at the line of scrimmage, and fell down, incomplete. And that's not good enough. They have to be better sticking with wide receivers. And when the pass rush, this was a game where I thought the pass rush did a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, they might not have had 10 sacks. They had 4 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures. I mean, that's a good day at the office when you're, rushing the passer in the NFL. And there were times where I have no idea, like I said, how Drake May got out of it, but they put him under pressure, and they had him, and he scrambled. And when that happens, you have to be – look, there's scramble drills, and you're not going to stick with everybody for 10 seconds. I get it. But even when that didn't happen, I think the defensive backs had to be a little bit tighter, a little bit closer than they were, and they were getting beat not down the field in separation, but on route running on separation, and Diggs was the biggest victimizer of them.
Tre'Davious White specifically, Sal, right now, like how big a problem do you think it's been for him throughout the season and then yesterday on top of that? I mean, it might have been his worst game of the year. He was already somebody that was rotating out, just Dorian Strong wasn't available yesterday. So, I don't know. What are your thoughts on White at this stage in the season?
I mean, last night wasn't a good game. And, I have yet, you guys have the benefit, and people were telling me, like, a lot of times it was on him. It's tougher for me to see down there sometimes who it's on, which route, because I saw Diggs beating kind of everybody. But apparently, from what I was seeing and reading from a lot of people was, White was the person who was a little bit more responsible. And it feels to me like he's just not wanting to get beat over the top. He's playing a little more safe because maybe he knows that he can't necessarily play that game anymore, right? And that's why you're seeing a lot of completions on him in front of him. And if he's going to have completions, he's got to make the tackle too. But that's why I think the numbers are now suddenly, hey, there's a guy, he catches the ball, there's Tre'Davious White, he's the closest man. He comes up from 2 yards away from him, has to make
For the Bills, there's just so much that happens short, behind the line of scrimmage, and sweeps and dumps. And listen, I thought Joe Brady had some really nice play calls in this game. I didn't like the Knox end around, which might have gone for
I don't know if anybody
might have gone for 8 yards, 10 yards, 12 yards. Who knows? But that's just, to me, that felt like we got to get him involved because he's not involved.
I know.
For all the talk about, everybody eats and this and that, like, in what world is a tight end around, whatever that was going to be, to Dawson Knox seemingly a good play?
I don't know.
I'd like to have a fast guy there, whether that's Curtis Samuel or whoever. Samuel, by the way, who dressed over Elijah Moore, and his usage is ramping up a little bit here, and he had a touchdown. A nice play. Like, that's a nice play by Joe Brady. I thought he schemed up Samuel open there.
He made a nice catch on the flea flicker, too, when he's coming across.
Yeah. And then also a touchdown to Coleman in the low red zone. A nice play by Allen, a nice play call by Joe Brady.
Yep.
What didn't they have in this game? They didn't have the run game that they have.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If there's anything to kind of look at with the offense, it's, when they're unable to rip explosives and keep things on schedule on the ground, do they have the passing game do they have the weapons to kind of, all right, looks like we're going to have to do this through the air? Because you can tell they don't want to. All right. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. Hit the music. Let's just get something going on tonight. Something to root for tonight.
I like it. Come on.
Oh, and you ready?
Come on, Jags.
Let's put together a three-way parlay. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show's coming up in a moment.
What do I like here?
Jags and Chiefs.
It's not at Arrowhead.
No, that's right.
How about that?
First game in franchise history away from Arrowhead for the Chiefs. We'll see how they respond.
Yeah.
All right. I'm ready. I'm ready with my pick here. You guys got one?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to go with rushing yards. Give me... Like Xavier Worthy's rushing over-under is 6.5.
Okay.
They get him the ball a lot. They make sure they get him the ball. Give me Worthy over 6.5 rushing yards.
Interesting, because I don't know if that I like that now for mine, but I'm going to go with it anyway. I'm going Mahomes over 21.5 rushing yards.
Okay.
I'm going to take...
well, they can't run the football with their running backs.
Right.
So we're picking... They're going to get some yards.
Yeah. It's only 27 yards between the two of them.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to take one of these little touchdown either player. I'm going to do Brian Thomas Jr. or Xavier Worthy to score.
Will they let us do that?
Ooh.
In line with a parlay.
An either or? Ooh. Okay, which one is it? Brian Thomas Jr. or?
Or Xavier Worthy was my...
Okay, well, we can do it.
All right, let's ride.
Brian Thomas Jr. or Xavier Worthy. Okay, we're on it.
Brian Thomas Jr. has been not that great this year.
He's been not that great, and Matt Harmon, Reception Perception, the godfather of evaluating wide receivers based on their individual matchups and posting really nice charts about it, says he is flat out worried about Brian Thomas Jr. Brian Thomas Jr. was accused of short-arming a couple of throws, and he and Liam Cohen had to talk about it. So
yeah,
that's an offense that's 3-1, and yet it doesn't appear to be popping like it could be and should be. We'll see.
No,
I think it's
and Travis Hunter is just nowhere to be found.
He's on the field, but...
Well, sorry, right? Like, he is on the field on both sides, but he's not making an impact.
No.
For a second overall pick that they traded a future first for, he's got 13 catches in four games.
He's got 11 tackles and 13 catches.
I mean, if this continues, they pick a side.
They're always going to pick offense. There's never a debate.
Even though he's playing better on defense?
Doesn't matter. Wide receiver's more valuable. They'll make him a receiver.
But if he's not a good receiver?
He is.
You're sure?
Yep. He definitely is.
He's out there.
He is an elite wide receiver prospect that is still new to the position, and he'll absolutely be a receiver for that.
I'd like to give him a little more buffer because of what he's doing with all that.
Yeah.
On the receiver side, he's probably focusing more on the scheme and sort of game planning. The defensive side of the ball.
No, they've said he's practicing more on offense. That's what my question is. Like, how long does he have to not do anything on offense for them to say he's a better corner?
Right.
Season? 2 seasons?
5.
5 seasons?
They got to let that ride for a while, I think.
All right.
For what they gave up for him, I think would make that even harder to just give up on half the ball for him.
Yep. All right, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show's coming up. Sal's going to take your calls. It's a Buffalo Bills Football Monday. No Victory Monday. They're 4-1. They're currently in the 2 spot in the AFC. They were the last unbeaten.
The Colts.
The Colts are real. Maybe not Super Bowl. Nah. They're not Super Bowl real, I don't think. But they're good real.
Beat a good team. How about you do that?
They should have beat the Rams. We had another player fumble at the 1.
The Cardinals had the dumbest loss of all time.
That should be...
Did you see the fumble into their own end zone, too?
Yeah. I want to be in a fantasy league where a fumble at the 1-yard line is into the end zone touchback is minus 400, and your team just loses that week. You lost.
Automatic
Your
loss.
Your whole team loses. You don't just lose 8 points or whatever. Your team loses.
Yeah,
we should do that in fantasy. All right, we are back tomorrow. One day closer to the Sabres season beginning, which is Thursday against the Rangers.
NHL season starts tomorrow.
NHL season starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
Watch the downfall of the Leafs. We'll all watch it together. It'll be very exciting.
They'll be happy. Jays play the same time tomorrow.
Yep. Streaming the Extra Point Show, right? Sales can stay here, so, if you're in the chat, hang in the chat. We'll be back tomorrow a little more well-rested, and we'll see where things stand after that. All right. Cheers. Go Bills.
You're listening to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show with Sal Capaccio. Brought to you by Northtown Automotive. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it at Northtown. Shop online at northtownauto.com.
Over the middle, checks it down to Ramondre Stevenson, and he fumbles! The ball's loose, and the Bills say they have it back! Terrell Bernard has the football. Who else would it be? And now Samuel in motion. Goes in an orbit motion and now doubles back out to the left. He's wide open. 5, and he'll skip into the end zone for the touchdown. Oh, the late double back motion left Curtis Samuel wide open. Back to pass, fires back in the end zone, complete to Keon Coleman. Agent Zero with a 2-yard touchdown reception. And the Bills pull to within 4 with an extra point pending.
Chris Brown on the call on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network. The Bills fall for the first time this season. They fall to 4-1. And they are now only one game ahead of the New England Patriots in the AFC East. Still the number 2 seed in the AFC, tied with the Indianapolis Colts at 4-1. But now the Patriots have the head-to-head after a game in which they came to Buffalo and basically, like Sean McDermott said last night, played the game they wanted to play. And the Bills were forced to play the game the Patriots wanted to play, and that's not good. Because as my colleague Chris Brown on the Buffalo Bills Radio Network said last night, you just heard him right there on some highlights, he said this is the kind of game, during the broadcast, he said, that the Patriots love, that Mike Vrabel loves. He wants to muck it up, as Chris said. And that's right. That's what happened. They mucked it up. And the Bills kind of mucked it up on their own. That's what happened last night. The Bills mucked it up on their own. They turned the ball over 3 times, and you can't do that and win in this league. And for the last few weeks, the Bills have been kind of trending in this direction, right? Where it just didn't look particularly right. There were definitely some things during games, moments, or even big picture items that you were like, it doesn't look right. Offensively, not sure how they're scoring 31 points. And they're getting away with it. Well, I'll use another colleague's words from yesterday. I was on Bills Kickoff Live on Channel 4 here in Buffalo, and my buddy Thad Brown of News 8 in Rochester used a great line. This is before the game now. And he said, if you play with fire long enough, Scarecrow, you're going to get burned. And I think they were playing with fire the last few weeks, and they got burned last night, offensively. And ironically, the part of the game that had been kind of lacking, that we were all kind of really staring at and pointing at and talking about defensively, stopping the run, that wasn't bad last night. It was actually good. I know there were moments that it could have been better. They had 4 sacks. They had 8 quarterback pressures. They held the Patriots to 33% third downs. Like, I'll take that. Especially when you give a team starting field position of, 36-yard line, I think it was, overall, throughout the night. Short fields, clamping down in the red zone. Defense kind of did their job. Yes, they were not perfect. No, they weren't perfect, I would say. And Stefon Diggs torched them. And that's a conversation we need to have. And we will today. But I think here the offense didn't step up and do their job enough last night. And number one reason was turnovers. And if you don't have the turnovers, maybe things go a lot differently, of course, because now you keep the ball, you sustain drives. I mean, you turn the ball over the red zone and you lose by 3 points, you can point right to that being a critical moment. But what happened before that turnover in the red zone? I'm talking about Josh's interception. The play before that, the Bills had a nice gain. And I believe it might have been a first down, or very close to it at least. Khalil Shakir was called for an offensive pass interference. That was a problem all night, penalties. But because of the offensive pass interference, it wiped out the gain. It moved the ball back behind the sticks. Now you're second and whatever it was, 13, 15. I have to look it up. The point is, Instead of a 3rd and short, it's a 2nd and long. Next play, Josh throws an interception. Folks, these are the little things that add up in a football game. These are the little details that were not buttoned up enough for last night. And a big reason why the Bills lost this game. And a big reason why they are 4-1 and not 5-0 this morning. Sky is not falling. No time to panic, but certainly some concerns that had popped up the last few weeks that bit them last night. And maybe last night, maybe the Patriots missed the field goal, the Bills win in overtime, and we're kind of having the same conversation, but woo, here they go. They got away with another win. But they didn't, because you can't keep winning like that all the time. I mean, one of the things you can't always rely on is not losing the turnover battle. 26 straight games, an NFL record. Pretty unbelievable. But at some point it was going to go the other way, and it did. And despite all of that, they still had a chance to win at the end. They still lost by 3 points. Which should give you, obviously, a little bit of encouragement. Knowing that you could play that kind of game, turn the ball over like that, still lose by 3 points. It's the NFL. If I came in here on a Buffalo Football Monday 17 different times talking about wins, that would be pretty freaking unbelievable and amazing, right? We're going to talk about losses sometimes, and today's the first one. You hope it doesn't stack up with another one next Monday night in Atlanta. Welcome into the Northtown Automotive Buffalo Football Monday Extra Point Show. And it is presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premium Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Looking for your phone calls on the first non-victory Buffalo Football Monday of the season. This show on a Monday is great after a win, and even after a loss, it can be very therapeutic. It's not great after a loss. You don't love it. I know it doesn't start your week off right. Kind of ruins a little bit of the day, morning, however you take it, emotionally, whatever. But maybe a little therapeutic for a lot of people. I hear that a lot, so let's try to do that today. Let's walk through it. Rules are the same today as they always are here on the Monday Reaction Show, which are you call up, you have the floor, you can give your takes, opinions, comments, questions. We can agree, disagree. You just want to say something, you have a question, whatever it is. I'm here for you. I'm not about the, oh my God, fire everyone, and I'm not about the, oh my God, plan the parade when they win, right here in week 5. That's just not what we do. We try to keep it in a good space where we really work through what happened right and wrong, because it wasn't all bad last night. There were things that happened that were good. We can talk about that. But also wrong and things that need to be improved on, because there are plenty. 803-0550 is the number to call. Turnovers and penalties. That's, to me, those two words. Turnovers, penalties. You want to go 1A, 1B, you want to go 1-2, whichever one it is. Can't turn the ball over 3 times and only get 1 on your own. And you certainly can't have 11 penalties. Now, we can talk about ticky-tack. We can talk about Sean Hockley's crew wanting to be the show, right? I get it. And you're not wrong on that. But it's still 11 penalties. Way too many, and too many that cost the Buffalo Bills in this game. And after the game, in the locker room, clearly that was the message put on the team by Sean McDermott, by the players, the coaches, whatever, whoever spoke, talked to each other, because by the time we got in there as a media, they were definitely talking about, and anytime you asked a player about it, it was penalties, penalties, penalties. That's what came up. We don't get penalties, the game is different. We don't have the penalties. We have. Basically, that was the theme. Hey, we are streaming this show live, as we do every Monday, on our YouTube page and Twitch page. So go to YouTube, go to Twitch, follow us, come on in. We call it The Bullpen on YouTube. I got it open right now. I want to say hi to everybody there. I can't respond to you while we're doing that and type in, but I appreciate you watching, commenting, and as I always say, have some conversations in there. I love watching some of the debates that go on, but thank you very much for coming over to The Bullpen. I really appreciate you. 803-0550 is the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Let's get to, we got a full bank of calls. This is good. Colton and Wilson. I want to make sure I got it. It's not Wilson and Colton, right? It's Colton and Wilson, right?
Yes, that's right.
Go ahead, buddy.
So one thing I will say is that the Patriots are a good team. I feel like they're going to be a team that's like 10-6. They're like in the middle of the pack for playoff hunt throughout the year. They're not a bad team by any means. I mean, I think they're kind of like us. They've had some good games and they've had some bad games, like against the Steelers, where they couldn't get out of their own way and their offense just couldn't do much. But with that being said, I'm still very optimistic with the Bills. I don't think we got to cancel the season. Like, it's the NFL. Everyone in the NFL is good. They're there for a reason. They're getting paid millions of dollars. So I feel like we've been really spoiled with 4 great wins, the first one probably being the best we'll see this season. And I'm just looking forward to seeing the Bills bounce back and just do better with the penalties and turnovers.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Yeah, listen, I mean, this is not sky is falling. This is not panic time. There are definitely things to improve on in this game. And the Bills are a team now that has to deal with Drake May for the next several years, and he looked pretty good last night. Let's go to Michael in Atlanta, where the Bills will be next week. Hi, Michael.
Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I left my name and phone number so I can, if you got time, I'll take you to lunch, man, at the steakhouse. So I left that with the screener, okay?
You got it, but yeah, sure. I don't know. I mean, it's always a quick trip in and out, but thank you.
I know, but I'll work around your schedule if you want. I only live about an hour away, and it's a nice drive. It's not like driving from Rochester to Buffalo. It's nice driving down here in the South. So, hey, a couple things you said about half the stuff I wanted to say. So, a few things real quick. First question: did we have our best offensive weapons on the field on that last series? Do you know?
I don't know. I have to go back and look, Mike, to be honest with you.
I don't think we did. I think we should.
Who are you referring to? James Cook?
Like James Cook, Dalton Kincaid.
Like the last series? Like, what do you mean last series? Not the 8 seconds remaining in the game.
No. The last on the field goal drive.
Yeah, I don't remember. I have to go back and look, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, no problem. The other thing too is that correct about the penalties. Again, you said of at least half or more of what I wanted to say. I did want to mention this one thing though. As far as Josh Allen with that interception. Again, that was a key point. And going back several years, I do remember that a lot when he was throwing more interceptions. A lot of those interceptions came after the same type of thing, after a penalty. When you had a substantial gain, then you had, maybe it would have been a 2nd and 3 or 3rd and 2 or whatever, and now you got a 2nd and 20. So, yeah, it does make a big difference. But, yeah, sky's not falling. I think pretty much the way I look at this game is clean it up, and make some adjustments, and hopefully they come down here to Atlanta and turn things around.
Yeah, well, the Falcons will be lying in wait for them after having a week off. They'll have some things planned for them, and they have a really excellent defense, numbers-wise, by the way, and some incredible weapons offensively, as you know, Michael. But thanks a lot. Enjoy the game next week, and who knows, might see each other. All right, buddy?
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, Butch on the east side. What's up, Butch?
My brother from another mother, I appreciate you. I love MSG. I love WGR. And to the fans who listen and watch this beautiful show, I love you as well. I got to get right to it, man. The sky is definitely not falling, but we have to go to class. We got to get on the blackboard and we got to correct some things. And the gentleman asked you a question just a second ago on a 5-minute drive. What personnel was out there? This is one of the reasons why I called. It's about that. Joe Brady is not using his personnel correctly. He has a style, and he's giving it to us, and we're winning with it, but we're winning, but we're not getting our full capabilities of it. I'll give you an example. But the gentleman just actually in the 5-minute package, he was running the 12 and the 13 package sometime doing that 5-minute drive. At first I said, okay, what they're going to do is going to make this the last drive. They're going to slowly walk it down. Either we're going to kick the field goal, tie the game, or we're going to go to overtime, and that's going to be it. But at the same exact time, we got kind of stagnant. We had a play, I think we got a penalty or something during that play. We got pulled back. And instead of Joe Brady bringing in for Shavers and spreading them out on the 4 wides, open it up a little bit, he kept the tight ends in. Josh struggled. He threw it down. We had to kick the field goal. He was forced to kick the field goal because he didn't have the right personnel. Brady's system is, everyone, each system is fine. I like the title. It's catchy. It's cute. But at the exact same time, even the announcers for NBC said Buffalo is not afraid to show exactly what they're going to do. When he's under center, they're running it. When he's shotgun, they're passing it. It's just it's too vanilla. Even though we said during the earlier in the season that maybe Joe was not trying to show everything this early, we got that. But now when you come into a game and you're in a situation, you have to have a package. I was talking to Steve and Chris before, I said maybe a month ago, and I stated to them, I said, it comes a time when you have to get a rhythm. You have to go no huddle, like the K-Gun Kelly did, just to get a rhythm in the beginning. And then once you get a rhythm, now you can implement whatever you want to do. This is something on that blackboard that Joe Brady has to do offensively. Defensively, and thanks for taking my call, is that now that defensively, Sean McDermott, I'm not going to look at Bobby, I'm looking at Sean, is that he has to realize that Trey Jadavius White is a good person, but you got Jarvis Ingram, you got Cam Lewis, you got the kid from Ohio State. I'm not even going to talk about the Strongs or the Harrisons yet. You're going to have to start up. You have to start letting these kids play now, and that's just the way it's going to have to be. If not, we're going to be that blueprint. The tape is out there now. Like I just told my man who answered the phone, thanks for answering it, is that a lot of these other teams that we thought was going to be easy on the schedule is going to get confidence now because they have the tape. I love you, my man. Kiss my nephew. Kiss the queen. Give my nephew a high five.
And we got a new dog, too, by the way. You want to give him a...
What's the dog's name?
I went to an event this weekend. And just so happened to have a dog rescue place there. Had no idea they were even there, and came home with a Great Pyrenees mountain dog. Unbelievable.
What's his name?
His name already is Bernie. So we're gonna keep his name Bernie. And I don't know who he's named after, but I'm gonna say he's named after Bernie Williams, Butch. That's what I'm gonna say.
But do me a favor. From now on, just shake his ears. Shake Bernie's ears for me. I appreciate it.
You got it, Butch. I love it. Thank you, buddy. That is a true story. That's a true story. I got home late last night, and I'm like, where's Bernie? It's like his second night in the house. Weekend at Bernie's, baby. Anyway, by the way, the young man answering the phone calls today, his name is Dan. So shout out to Dan Dale. He's producing today here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Good call. Look, I mean, the Bills have film on other teams, too. That's what the way it works. Yes, they could go and trip up the rhythm a little bit. I know what you're saying, Butch. They actually tried one time to, remember Josh Palmer had the catch on the sidelines, and he goes out, and the Bills tried to go a little no huddle there. I don't know if it's because maybe they thought the Patriots were going to challenge and don't challenge because they were saying they bobbled it. I'm not sure. And then, of course, Sean Hockley's crew threw a flag because apparently James Cook came out on the field, so that constituted as a sub, even though he didn't actually sub. I don't know. They did try it in that moment, though. Thanks for the call. Let's go to Ed in Boston. Hi, Ed.
Hey, Sal, great job. Really appreciate listening to you. Hey, so, yeah, I live in Boston, Massachusetts, grew up in Buffalo, and I think what hurts the most today is just having to listen to all the...
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hear you.
It's brutal. But a couple thoughts. So, one, this is just not a game you want to lose. It's a division game. It's a conference game. You know, lose one to an NFC team. You know, if you lost to Atlanta, fine. But not the Patriots, and not the way they did last night. So here's a thought. If you want to chalk it up to, you know, injuries, being a little light on the defensive side, that's fine. But here's my concern. We saw this with Belichick, Brady, and Edelman, and they would torch the Bills, and especially in close games, too, when Edelman would wind up with the ball in single-man coverage. And last night, I don't think Diggs was double covered. I just went and looked at his passes received in the first four games. 3 passes, 4 passes, 6 passes.
Yeah, he didn't beat you down the field either. It was all underneath and then missed tackles and yards after catch.
Right. So why? I mean, somebody's got to ask McDermott, like, why are we double teaming him? You take him out of the game, and it's almost like they played right into the Patriots' hands last night in a lot of ways. But in particular, you know, Diggs coming home, he's all excited, here we go, and bang, he has this great game. Take him out of the game, and then take it from there. It was a missed opportunity last night, and a big one, I think.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, big picture, Ed, of course, I agree with you, and that's the team you don't want to lose to. You don't want to lose a division game. If I told you going into the year they'd be 5-1 at the bye, and obviously they're not there yet, they'd have to win next week, I think everyone would take that. You just would probably not want to be against the Patriots, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. I totally get it, buddy. Yeah, thanks a lot for the call. Walter in Toronto. Hi, Walter.
Hey, Sal. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
Congratulations on your new dog. We actually have a new puppy.
Congratulations to that, man. What's his or her name?
Pinto. Not the bean, but the like the shading, like the horse shading. You know,
I love it.
White. But couple things. I mean, the officiating. I hate playing that game because I think New England got a fair share of calls against them, and some of them were a bit questionable. But Sal, I listened to you over the years. You probably forgot more about football than I'll ever know. But I was in the stands last night with my regular crew of season ticket holders, and we couldn't figure out is there an adjustment that can be made because the quarterback he kept torching us, rolling to the right and hitting guys on the sidelines. Now, is that an indictment on our
No, so it's a really, really good question, and you're not, believe me, hey, you're smart because even Eric Wood or Chris, one or the other, said maybe the Bills should start blitzing from that side in order to flush them left, right? I mean, that's what you want to do. But I think a good answer from Sean McDermott gives you a little clue on the schematic of it, which makes sense a little bit, which is on one play. Do you remember the play? Do you sit Bill's sideline or the other sideline?
No, I'm the visitor's sideline.
Visitor's side. Okay, so for you, it would be going to your right to left. Third quarter, okay? Third quarter, Drake May escapes to his right, and I couldn't believe the throw he made down the sideline to Stefon Diggs at like the 10-yard line. You remember the one I'm talking about?
Oh, right? Yeah, that one hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, that
so
one hurt.
On that play, McDermott actually said after the game, on that play he was referring to, he said they blitzed, they had pressure coming, and whoever was there didn't have contained. So think about it from this schematic standpoint, Walter. That's designed where, hey, we're going to flush you that way, and there's a guy waiting for you. Does that make sense? Right? We want you to go that way. So, but that guy's got to have contained. He doesn't. Now, I actually went back and watched. The person who was there was Landon Jackson, but he dropped in coverage. So my thought is, well, wait a minute. Did he just drop in coverage when he wasn't supposed to? Or was somebody else supposed to be contained? I'm not sure, but that was Landon Jackson. So I don't disagree with you. I think that making him roll right, wasn't the best idea. But if you schematically do it correctly and you flush him that way and there's a guy waiting for him, then you can make the play. And I think that's what they were trying to do.
Right. Well, yeah, I didn't piece all that together, but it makes perfect sense. But you know what? Listen, it's a tough loss being a divisional game. But hey, even Betty Crocker burns the cake now and again, right? We'll get back in the saddle and. I still think the Bills have the inside track for the conference.
Of course they do. They're still the betting line favorite in the division, big time, the conference. And look, I mean, if things go haywire next week, look at the Patriots' next 3 games. They can win the next 3, and the Bills are in for a tough opponent next week and a night game at their place. We could be here on Tuesday morning next week, and I'll do the reaction show on Tuesday. By the way, so just kind of flip your calendars next week a little bit. I'll be in Atlanta Monday. I'll join the guys. They'll take over the Monday show because it'll be pregame leading into the game. And then on Tuesday, I'll come back here next week to do the reaction show. And if we're sitting here Tuesday, there's a possibility. It could be, oh boy, Patriots just took over the division, the lead. That could happen. Patriots play the Saints. And the Saints will be game next week. You think they will, at least, the way they've been playing. And they could be a tough out. And the Patriots... And the Bills have to go to Atlanta, so that's a week away. Still want to get your phone calls on what happened last night. 803-0550, the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Very good start to the show. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for coming in. Thanks for watching on the YouTube and Twitch streams. Sal Capaccio with you on a Buffalo Football Monday on WGR. Back after this. The Bills have been kind of trending in this direction, right? Where it just didn't look particularly right. There were definitely some, things during games, moments, or even big picture items that you were like, it doesn't look right. Offensively, not sure how they're scoring 31 points. And they're getting away with it. Well, I'll use another colleague's words from yesterday. I was on Bills Kickoff Live on Channel 4 here in Buffalo, and my buddy Thad Brown of News 8 in Rochester used a great line. This is before the game now. And he said, if you play with fire long enough, Scarecrow, you're going to get burned. And I think they were playing with fire the last few weeks, and they got burned last night, offensively. And ironically, the part of the game that had been kind of lacking, that we were all kind of really staring at and pointing at and talking about defensively, stopping the run, that wasn't bad last night. It was actually good. I know there were moments that it could have been better. They had 4 sacks. They had 8 quarterback pressures. They held the Patriots to 33% third downs. Like, I'll take that. Especially when you give a team starting field position of, 36-yard line, I think it was, overall, throughout the night. Short fields, clamping down in the red zone. Defense kind of did their job. Yes, they were not perfect. No, they weren't perfect, I would say. And Stefon Diggs torched them. And that's a conversation we need to have. And we will today. But I think here the offense didn't step up and do their job enough last night. And number one reason was turnovers. And if you don't have the turnovers, maybe things go a lot differently, of course, because now you keep the ball, you sustain drives. I mean, you turn the ball over the red zone and you lose by 3 points, you could point right to that being a critical moment.
we're used to. So, we got to come back tomorrow and clean up the negatives and, obviously still take some good for this game, but definitely got to clean up the negatives.
All right, that's Bills safety Taylor Rapp. And the Bills actually, I know Drake May had a lot of yards passing, and they got really beat by Stefon Diggs, but everything they kept everything underneath, and a lot of it was yards after catch. They didn't get hit by explosive plays other than yards after catch, nothing over the top. That's something you want to always keep in mind. I know there's been a lot of concern about the safety play, but this wasn't a team that likes to do that anyway. Next week's a little different. That's a team in the Atlanta Falcons that'll push the ball down the field a little more, and they're going to have to be just as good in that area. But I didn't have a problem with the safety play. It was the corners with the outside. It was covering one-on-one Stefon Diggs in this one. That was a big issue for the Bills. They lose 23-20 to the New England Patriots. They fall to 4-1. Taking your phone calls here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Billy is in Toronto. Hi, Billy. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, good to hear the story with you and getting that dog. I love a dog story. I mean, the same with me here in Toronto. Me and my wife went out and she said she wanted a big dog like you got. So we were either going to get this, Sal. We were either going to get a Great Dane or a Saint Bernard, but we found out that they have a shorter shelf life. Sal, I can't make this up. But guess what kind of dog she came home with? Sal, she comes home with a Chihuahua.
I love it.
But Sal, I'll tell you, this dog was the funkiest dog around. 18 years we had him, Sal, and I'll tell you, man, this guy just owned me. My wife was the pack leader, but these dogs, man, God bless you for getting one. We weren't blessed with children, and when this guy finally left us, man, I'll tell you what a hit I took. But anyway, that's good for you for getting a dog, and I hope you have a lot of fun with him. Sal, listen, I've phoned you a number of times, and I've said, what are we worrying about? Nothing to worry. We're going to the Super Bowl, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I'm now starting to get a little annoyed. I really am, and I'm not worried about New England being a team in our division. New England's not going to be there when it's over, and I feel we are. But, my God, we got to get it together. The last 3 games, and I know we put the points on the board, but I think I want us to do something different in with our offense. I mean, I know you want to mix it up, run and pass, but I'll tell you this, Sal, and I'm embarrassed to say this because of watching so much sports, but I fell asleep at halftime and seeing that, not halftime, when New England went up to take the lead, I think it was 14-10, and I missed the rest of the game, so I may be off base about what happened in the second half. But it just seemed Josh was running all over the place. It just seemed like he couldn't get set. I want us to go downfield a lot more. And, you can say, well, the big weapon that we had was on the other team yesterday, but I don't care if we don't complete those passes. We've got to show that a little bit more that we're going to – I used to love the Josh of old that would just rear back and sling it all over the field. I get you got to run it. I get you got to do the little things. But, okay, Buffalo, this is 3 games in a row now. I've just about had enough now. Let's get it together. Let's go in Atlanta, get the win, and let's get back on track.
Yeah, I get you. And I think there's a lot that's baked into that, Billy. Thanks for the call, and I'll touch on it, which is we're not seeing the separation early on from the wide receivers, and I don't know why Josh left a couple clean pockets last night. There's a video floating around. I think Warren Sharp just did one. And, look, you're the best quarterback in the league, arguably. You're the league MVP. So it's not oh, my God, what's going on with Josh Allen, but he's also, not above making mistakes. And he threw a ball that he shouldn't have thrown, maybe on a pick. And then later, it's the drive that ultimately ended in the field goal. The play that he threw to Shakir, that a lot of people thought was interference. I did. They didn't throw the flag. It looks like he has Curtis Samuel open. He leaves the pocket a little early. If he doesn't leave the pocket, and he shouldn't have had to leave the pocket, by the way, he probably hits, or maybe sees Samuel for a touchdown. But anyway, those are little things that add up. Maybe he left the pocket a little early because he didn't want to get hit because he had been hit on the knee and he was limping a little bit, so that's also a factor. I'm not sure. The left tackle, Deion Dawkins, was engaged. The end was crashing a little bit, but he had him engaged. Josh just hangs in the pocket a second longer. He probably sees Samuel. It's a touchdown. These are the little things that matter, but you put yourself in that position with 3 turnovers and penalties, and that's the biggest point of what happened on offense yesterday. John and Clarence. Hi, John. You're on WGR.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for my call.
Yeah.
I'm a little late coming to the morning shows here, so please forgive me. A lot of guys a lot of guys added to what I was going to say. But as far as our defense is concerned, this isn't anything new, what we've been watching here so far. After that first game against Baltimore, I thought to myself, well, if our defense looks like this in week 5, 6, then I think it's time to get concerned, and I think that time is now. Receivers are getting so much separation from our secondary, and it seems to be an ongoing issue. And we have been dealing with this issue for years on our secondary. As far as our offense is concerned, I agree with the last caller. I like to see this ball being thrown downfield. I mean, if you got the MVP, half of our throws are sideline throws, relying on our offensive linemen to pave the way for these guys. We got the best arm, the best quarterback in football. Let him loose. I mean, let the guy loose. And our receivers, when Josh Allen is scrambling back here, our receivers have to create some separation for this guy. And it just seems that that's been lacking for a long time. And I appreciate you taking my call. Thanks again.
Yeah, John, I'll just point out, Josh Allen averaged over 8 yards an attempt last night. They did throw the ball downfield, maybe not over the top of the defense, if that's what you're looking for. I get it. But they actually threw the ball downfield last night. And they had their share of behind the line and screens. I understand that. But, Dalton Kincaid, those are mid-level throws, right? Keon Coleman had one. You had one of Josh Palmer. And, just because it doesn't go over the top 70 yards, right, which with show the big arm, I get that. You want that. And those are a little, risky, and they can result in completions. But they did actually throw the ball a little bit downfield last night. I just wanted to point that out. So, all right, I don't know if John's still with me. I get it, though. I know you want to see a bomb down the field, right? Throw it deep, show the arm. Yes. But 8.61 yards per attempt, 8.16 yards per attempt last night from Josh Allen. Let's go to Joe in Tonawanda. Hi, Joe. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. A lot more fun calling in on a victory Monday, but appreciate you doing this. And I mean, you got to be a little silly on days like this just to keep yourself happy. So it's always a pleasure calling into Sal Capaccio.
Well, you know what? I have I do this for you. I do this for you guys out there, Bills fans. To call up and get off their chests what is on their chest, and maybe make you feel a little bit better. That it's a little therapeutic, and you said what you needed to say. So that's why I do it, and that's why I'm here, Joe. So thank you.
I appreciate it, Sal. You're the best therapist I've ever had.
I love it. Go ahead.
Well, one question for you, Sal, and it might be a bit of a silly question, but with you being on the sidelines, something that I wonder, I know you're a seam head too, you like baseball. In baseball, when a pitcher doesn't have his fastball, he's having an off night, you often see him on a short leash. They go to the bullpen, they bring in somebody new. Last night, Josh he had a couple odd reads on the read option. He throws an interception. Are there conversations on the sideline ever in games like that where it's, hey, Josh, take a seat for a little bit. Maybe we'll put Mitch in there, kind of relief out of the bullpen,
not even close in there. No, not even close. There shouldn't be, and that would be, I'm sorry, Joe, but ridiculous. You actually think they should do that or no?
I just remember back in the day when Marv would put in Frank Reich to spell Jim every now and then. And
he did not do that. I don't remember that. He played for him when he was hurt.
Well, I'm a little long in the tooth, so I might be misremembering, but I just wanted to see if you thought.
And by the way, Josh made a couple mistakes last night, but man, he wasn't terrible by any means. He was 22 of 31, 253, a couple of touchdowns, an interception, but no, that does not happen, nor should it happen. The minute if they sit Josh Allen down because he had a wrong read on a read option or threw a red zone pick to bring in Mitch Trubisky, the phone lines would light up way more today with people really mad about that, and they should be. So, not that I know of. There's never a conversation like that, and I would never endorse that happening.
Good to know, Sal.
Yeah,
that's good intel.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks, Joe. No way. And I'm not telling you Josh is perfect. Not telling you that there isn't a time where they're getting beat pretty badly, and towards the end of a game, you take him out, but he's your best chance to win. I don't care if he's having the worst game of his life through 3 quarters. If that game's close, he's your quarterback because he's the guy that can bring you back. I think this is Jerry, is what it says here in a car. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Sal. It's Terry.
Terry, thank you. I apologize.
I was watching from the road last night, and I just like to talk about fan responsibility. I forgot to bring the sleepwear I wear for Bills games, and I didn't have it, and I was nervous that we wouldn't win, and then we didn't, and so I'd like to apologize to all the Bills Mafia.
It's okay. What did you were supposed to wear white and you didn't? Is that what you're saying?
No, just my usual.
Oh yeah. Well, are you you're superstitious, Terry? Is that what it is?
Well, Jerry. No,
Jerry, it is Jerry.
No, I'm just kind of playing around. I
Got
just
you.
wanted to say that. But I was nervous the whole game. And so I just was so nervous because, I don't know, I'm just nervous, and especially how it started out and everything. So I decided I've got to, look at the game and just sort of enjoy seeing these amazing athletes. And, it's too bad he was on the other team at the time, but it was really fun watching Drake May. I mean, he's fun to watch in the way that Josh was.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they think they found something in him, and I don't disagree. He's not Josh Allen, but he is a very good young quarterback. He's mobile. He makes plays. He was Houdini last night a couple times. He had an excellent fourth quarter, and they should be very excited in New England with this young quarterback. And if you're looking at it from a football perspective, which you are, Jerry, then it's going to be really interesting watching these two guys battle over the next several years.
Yeah, definitely. And just one other thing. So we have a mixed breed Great Pyrenees and stuff, and they're wonderful dogs, but they have a mind of their own and all. But they're so lovable,
Yes.
and I love hugging mine, like the bigness of it. So.
How big is your dog?
He's a mixed breed, so
Okay.
he's in his 70s. He's
Okay.
70.
I think ours is going to get to about, they said 110 or 120 pounds, so that's really
Oh, my
big.
God, he's a puppy? Oh,
Yeah, right now, yeah.
I've
right
been
now.
pulled over and arms pulled out. And we're like, we're in our 60s
I got it.
and 70s, and it was like, this is our last big dog. Forget it.
Thank you very much, Jerry. I appreciate you, and sorry about the name mispronunciation earlier. Thank you.
I don't care.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Thank you. We'll take one more here from Mike before we go to a break. Hi, Mike.
Sal, what's going on?
Just taking some phone calls like you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for taking the call. Make sure you get yourself a big pooper scooper with a dog that big. You're going to need a big bucket.
I've already experienced that part of it over the last weekend, yes, for sure.
You got it. So, speaking of pooper scooper, I'm going to talk about Brandon Bean here real quick. I know, and I don't always agree with Jeremy White, but I'll tell you, with the receiver thing, it's going on. I agree with Jeremy 100%. He's lost on the receiver. You're ruining a perfect good quarterback, and I feel we're at the end of our window. I think we missed our window, and that's sad because we've had a lucky schedule to be playing crummy teams at the beginning of this year. And every game, I get the NFL is close, but the Saints stink, Miami stinks, Baltimore, look what they did. We thought we were some heroes beating them. We got lucky with those games. And, it's about time the media steps up and starts asking Bean more of these tough questions. And
Whoa, stop. What do you mean? What do you mean? He has been. He came on this radio station to fire back. We do. And by the way, we don't just talk to him every day, Mike. It doesn't work like that.
One time, but you guys got to start when you have them.
We do ask him. What do you... Mike, stop. Don't make this about the media. Mike, don't make... Okay, so if what would you like me to ask Brandon Bean the next time he has a media availability, which, by the way, does not happen during the season, just so you know.
But why doesn't it? You guys need to call him on the carpet.
Mike, would you like to know? That's not how it works. We are allowed to talk to Brandon Bean when the team says he has a media availability, like around a trade deadline. Wait, hold on, Mike. I'm explaining it to you so you know how it works, okay? Like around a trade deadline, around the draft. We don't just have. He's not like Sean McDermott where we have him weekly a couple times before a game and then on a radio program. It doesn't work like that. That's not how the job works.
But you get McDermott on, and everything's a big rubbing him on the shoulders during the press conference when he has his press conference. How about we ask some tough questions and stop being soft with the guy?
Okay, it's about the media. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate your call. We'll take a timeout. Thanks a lot for the calls. We'll get to more of them after this timeout here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. The Bills have been kind of trending in this direction, right? Where just didn't look particularly right. There were definitely some, things during games, moments, or even big picture items that you were like, it doesn't look right. Offensively, not sure how they're scoring 31 points. And they're getting away with it. Well, I'll use another colleague's words from yesterday. I was on Bills Kickoff Live on Channel 4 here in Buffalo, and my buddy Thad Brown of News 8 in Rochester used a great line. This is before the game now. And he said, if you play with fire long enough, Scarecrow, you're going to get burned. And I think they were playing with fire the last few weeks, and they got burned last night offensively. And ironically, the part of the game that had been kind of lacking, that we were all kind of really staring at and pointing at and talking about defensively, stopping the run, that wasn't bad last night. It was actually good. I know there were moments that it could have been better. They had 4 sacks. They had 8 quarterback pressures. They held the Patriots to 33% third downs. Like, I'll take that. Especially when you give a team starting field position of, 36-yard line, I think it was, overall, throughout the night. Short fields, clamping down in the red zone. Defense kind of did their job. Yes, they were not perfect. No, they weren't perfect, I would say. And Stefon Diggs torched them. And that's a conversation we need to have. And we will today. But I think here the offense didn't step up and do their job enough last night. And number one reason was turnovers. And if you don't have the turnovers, maybe things go a lot differently, of course, because now you keep the ball, you sustain drives. I mean, you turn the ball over the red zone and you lose by 3 points, you can point right to that being a critical moment.
And I agree with the last caller. I like to see this ball being thrown downfield. I mean, if you got the MVP, half of our throws are sideline throws, relying on our offensive linemen to pave the way for these guys. We got the best arm, the best quarterback in football. Let them loose. I mean, let the guy loose. And our receivers, when Josh Allen is scrambling back here, our receivers have to create some separation for this guy. And it just seems that that's been lacking for a long time. And I appreciate you taking my call. Thanks again.
Yeah, John, I'll just point out, Josh Allen averaged over 8 yards an attempt last night. They did throw the ball downfield, maybe not over the top of the defense, if that's what you're looking for. I get it. But they actually threw the ball downfield last night. And they had their share of behind the line and screens. I understand that. But, Dalton Kincaid, those are mid-level throws, right? Keon Coleman had one. You had one to Josh Palmer. And, just because it doesn't go over the top 70 yards, right, which with the show the big arm, I get that. You want that. And those are a little, risky, and they can result in completions. But they did actually throw the ball a little bit downfield last night. I just want to point that out. So, all right, I don't know if John's still with me. I get it, though. I know you want to see a bomb down the field, right? Throw it deep, show the arm. Yes. But 8.61 yards per attempt, 8.16 yards per attempt last night from Josh Allen.
Every game, there's one-on-ones, and you want to make sure you're winning those. So we'll evaluate that, and we look at it on film. And same thing on the defensive side. There's one-on-ones there, and you got to win those, or win more than you lose, right? So I thought our guys fought. They played hard. This is one we need to learn from.
Sean McDermott following the Bills' 23-20 loss to the New England Patriots last night. Hey, it only took 47 minutes for someone to blame the loss on the media last night. I mean, that might be a record. Usually it's a little sooner than that. It's okay. It's all good. It's what we're here for. It's why I take your phone calls here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. I got big shoulders. I can handle the load. I can handle it. Bullpen, right there. You see that? Got the big shoulders. Put it on me. Right there. Media's fault. The Bills lost last night. 803-0550. Got you in the bullpen. Thanks a lot for coming aboard. Love the chat that's going on. Love the phone calls. Got a lot more to get to here. We will do sit up, stand down, hey buddy, all in the next hour here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Let's go to John in North Buffalo. Hi, John.
Hey, Sal. So just wanted to say, I think the way this team is trending in terms of personnel is worrisome a little bit. Stating the obvious, but it felt like nobody could get open last night.
Do you mean, I want to ask, do you mean roster construction or like who's actually on the field, like personnel-wise?
Roster construction.
I got you. Thank you.
If you look at the past two draft classes, I mean, anybody, except for Kincaid, doesn't really feel like a true game changer week to week who can come close. I'm not saying be the same as Josh Allen in skill set, but to come close to Josh Allen in skill set. At the same time, a lot of the older core guys just don't feel elite anymore. I think Milano is probably done. Taron Johnson looks like a ghost at times out there. And, Trey White, let's face it, he's probably soon to be a legend of the game. And being in the off season, he signed two guys who wouldn't be available for the first, 6 games. It just leaves me questioning the roster a lot. And for the previous caller who said that, Bean should be talking to the media more, I don't think so at all, because he made himself look like a big enough fool when he came on here, saying that. Yeah,
just so you know, he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He just blamed us for not talking to him when actually we're not allowed. When we don't get him. And by the way, Brandon's great. Brandon's great with the media. I don't want to make it paint like. I just want to explain to people how the job works. Like Sean McDermott speaks to the media on a regular basis. Brandon speaks at different points during the season, but. I get what you're saying, John. I don't want to go down that road. All right, I mean, whatever. This has nothing to do with the media. My goodness. And I know you're not saying that, but come on, what are we doing here? I just said to someone during the break, when you don't know what to say because you're mad, you just blame like people that you shouldn't blame, and you just try to grasp at straws. Let's turn it back to what is going on the field, and Jamie has something about that. What's Jamie? Go ahead, Jamie.
Hey, Sal. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. My question is, it has nothing to do with the media. I understand that we lost a turnover battle, but I called in because I want to get your perspective on Coach McDermott's timeout situations all season long. I've listened every week. You have callers that call in every week that ask you questions about why Coach is making, timeouts or why he's calling timeouts during certain points of the game. Yesterday, before halftime, calls ridiculous timeouts. The game before, 2-point conversion, calls a timeout.
Well, so hold on. Let's walk through. Let's walk through. Hold on, Jamie. They called it on the 2-point conversion that game because they only had 10 men on the field. Would you rather him not call timeout there? I'm asking.
So in that situation, being at the game on that timeout on a 2-point conversion, if he doesn't call that timeout, what happens?
Then you go.
Men on the field. So
then you have 10 men on the field, which I mean. I would think, maybe I'm wrong, any person watching the game would say, oh my God, you can't do that. You got to call timeout. You're giving him a free 2 points if you have 10 men on the field. I mean, it's, that to me is the right thing to do. It might now if you want to criticize the substitution issue and say that's coaching, I'm with you. But that's not a timeout issue. You need to call a timeout there.
So let's look at yesterday.
Okay. Wait, am I right? Wait. Am I right or wrong?
I will disagree with you.
Why? Wait. Why? What would you rather do? If there's a 2-point conversion and you see there's 10 men on the field because you screwed up the substitution and it's a close game, what you just want to play it out and let him run 10 men on the field?
Because I look at that timeout as golden later on in the game.
I look at the 2 points as golden.
Okay. So, I mean, that's where we're going to disagree as far as where the ball is placed. But let's look at yesterday. I want to get your perspective on yesterday and on the timeouts before halftime.
Let me go look at the box score. Hold on. Let me find out where they took the timeouts.
I appreciate you doing this, but every single time somebody calls in with Sean McDermott, this has nothing to do with the media. Every time that anybody calls in to criticize clock management and timeouts, we have to go back and look at the tape. What happened?
No. I'm looking at the Jamie. I'm looking at. I want to answer your question by looking at the play-by-play. I don't remember the situation. This will help me remember it. Is that okay?
Yeah, so they scored 3 points before halftime with 1 second left.
Okay.
And we were trying to, and his reasoning for calling the timeout was to try to get Josh Allen the ball with less than 30 seconds. So that timeout and us losing by 3 points, right, and having that timeout back and not letting it time. The other timeout yesterday is when Sean McDermott ran 30 seconds off the clock when they were driving downfield to kick the game-winning field goal. Instead of calling the timeout right away, they let 10 or 12 seconds burn off the clock before that timeout was called. That's unacceptable from an NFL head coach. And so when you have, I understand having optimism, but when it comes down to big games and playoffs, the head coach is in charge of those timeouts. And clock management is going to be a real big issue with us moving forward. And I just want somebody to step up and say, hey, coach, why did you call a timeout here? What was your thinking on it?
And I just want somebody to understand that when you have 10 men on the field, the coach calling the timeout is actually the real football play to make. Give me a break. How can you say otherwise? Sir, are you really, you're a football fan, you don't think that calling a timeout when your team has 10 men on the field is the right play to make? We could talk about the other ones. You don't want to hear it, though, Jamie. You don't want to hear it. You just want to hear how terrible the timeouts are and not have an explanation. I just want to go through the play-by-play and look. That's all I want to do to help you out, and we can walk through it together. But you have no interest in that, so I have no interest in debating this anymore. We'll take a timeout here in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show.
I agree with the last caller. I like to see this ball being thrown downfield. I mean, if you got the MVP, half of our throws are sideline throws, relying on our offensive linemen to pave the way for these guys. We got the best arm, the best quarterback in football. Let them loose. I mean, let the guy loose. And our receivers, when Josh Allen is scrambling back here, our receivers have to create some separation for this guy. And it just seems that that's been lacking for a long time. And I appreciate you taking my call. Thanks again.
Yeah, John, I'll just point out, Josh Allen averaged over 8 yards an attempt last night. They did throw the ball downfield, maybe not over the top of the defense, if that's what you're looking for. I get it. But they actually threw the ball downfield last night. And they had their share of behind the line and screens. I understand that. But, Dalton Kincaid, those are mid-level throws, right? Keon Coleman had one. You had one of Josh Palmer. And, just because it doesn't go over the top 70 yards, right, which with the show the big arm, I get that. You want that. And those are a little, risky, and they can result in incompletions. But they did actually throw the ball a little bit downfield last night. I just wanted to point that out. So, all right, I don't know if John's still with me. I get it, though. I know you want to see a bomb down the field, right? Throw it deep, show the arm. Yes. But 8.61 yards per attempt, 8.16 yards per attempt last night from Josh Allen. The Bills have been kind of trending in this direction, right? Where it just didn't look particularly right. There were definitely some, things during games, moments, or even big picture items that you were like, it doesn't look right. Offensively, not sure how they're scoring 31 points. And they're getting away with it. Well, I'll use another colleague's words from yesterday. I was on Bills Kickoff Live on Channel 4 here in Buffalo, and my buddy Thad Brown of News 8 in Rochester used a great line. This is before the game now. And he said, if you play with fire long enough, Scarecrow, you're going to get burned. And I think they were playing with fire the last few weeks, and they got burned last night, offensively. And ironically, the part of the game that had been kind of lacking that we were all kind of really staring at and pointing at and talking about defensively, stopping the run, that wasn't bad last night. It was actually good. I know there were moments that it could have been better. They had 4 sacks. They had 8 quarterback pressures. They held the Patriots to 33% third downs. Like, I'll take that. Especially when you give a team starting field position of, 36-yard line, I think it was, overall, throughout the night. Short field, clamping down in the red zone. Defense kind of did their job. Yes, they were not perfect. No, they weren't perfect, I would say. And Stefon Diggs torched them. And that's a conversation we need to have. And we will today. But I think here the offense didn't step up and do their job enough last night. And number one reason was turnovers. And if you don't have the turnovers, maybe things go a lot differently, of course, because now you keep the ball, you sustain drives. I mean, you turn the ball over the red zone and you lose by 3 points, you can point right to that being a critical moment.
Definitely take care of the football. That's the biggest thing, In order to win games, you need to take care of the ball. So we just need to be better at that. Do some things this week as far as, fundamentals, technique, and all those things just to be better at that come next game.
Hey, welcome back to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show to Buffalo Football Monday on WGR Sports Radio 550. It is not a Victory Monday, but we're still taking your calls, and of course brought to you by and presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Brought to you by Northwest Bank for what's next. Get started at northwest.com, and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We're going to get to several things this hour. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. The Barnes Firm injury report and our extra point from the sidelines. Took an hour of your phone calls. We have a lot more left. If you're on hold, I'll get to you this segment. So stay with me. I'll do that. Got a few calls on hold. We'll do that. We'll run around and get to what happened in the league yesterday. Okay. Just want to rewind right before that last break. Got a little heated there with the conversation with Jamie, I believe it was. If Jamie, maybe Jamie's listening, maybe he got mad. He hung up. So actually, Jamie, I agree that I did not like the first timeout the Bills used yesterday at the end of the first half. Because, as I was trying to do, while you told me, oh my God, I can't believe we do this every time, what I was trying to do was go back and look at the play-by-play to make sure I have it right to give you correct information. So when you say, got to look at the tape, no. I need to go back and look at the play-by-play to remember where it was and exactly so I can give you the right information. So, 2nd and 15 from the Bills' 41 after a penalty. All right. All right, out of bounds. Anyway, it's 2nd and 15 for New England at the Bills' 41 with 1:05 left. The Bills still have all 3 timeouts. Drake May throws the ball 19 yards to the Buffalo 19, 22-yard gain. The Bills use a timeout right there, even though it's a first down. That's the one I didn't like. I'm like, all right, it's already a first down, so even if you stop them on 2nd down, use a timeout. Stop them on 3rd down, use a timeout. They can kind of run the clock down on 4th down, right? That's what I didn't like about it, because you're already forced them to use their timeout. So I agree with you, Jamie. I didn't like that timeout. I also don't think there's a big picture issue here with timeouts being used when you, as a football fan, can't actually realize that you should call timeout when you have 10 men on the field and a 2-point conversion. You know what that is? That's, I don't like this coach, or I don't like his timeout, so I'm going to pick every time he calls one to be mad about. You want to be upset about a substitution issue to get you there, fair game. Totally right. That's on coaching. That's on the head coach, the position coach, the coordinator. Get the right darn people on the field. Be ready. You're in a close game in a first half, end of the first half, and you got 10 men on the field and a 2-point conversion? Holy cow, you better call timeout. I'd be mad if they didn't. You all should be mad if they didn't. That's just smart football to do that, even though you screwed it up to get there in the first place. I didn't like the first time out, but I understand. You are trying to get the ball back for Josh Allen. Why wouldn't you want to do that? You're trying to get him a chance at the end of the half. And yes, we do ask Sean McDermott, why did you call timeout there? You know what he says? To get the ball back. You don't have to like that answer. That's the answer. So I hope that makes sense to you. But if you call up and just scream about it and don't give a chance to walk through it here, which I was trying to do, we can't get to the end result even if we disagree. And that's what this show is about. Okay. Got that off my chest after that. Thanks a lot. Welcome in. We are streaming live on the WGR YouTube page and Twitch. Thanks a lot for the bullpen coming in, everybody talking it up and agreeing and disagreeing, telling me I'm mean to callers or whatever you're doing. That's okay. Take a deep breath, everybody. We all need to do that. It's the first loss of the season. Most likely there's going to be more. They are 4-1. There are concerns. It's not panic time. Eagles were 4-1 too. They lost yesterday. No team is unbeaten. The Bills were actually the last unbeaten team in the league until last night, because the Eagles had lost earlier. Everybody's got a loss. You know? Go listen to, Philly radio today, Baltimore radio. You think you're unique and alone in all these issues. You're not. But you certainly have a right to call up and complain about them at 803-0550. Dan in Leroy. What's up, Dan?
How you doing? Yeah, I just want to say I think Stefon Diggs in his situation with their quarterback, pretty much the carbon copy of he and Josh. I think he might have got into Josh's head a little. But my real problem with last night's game, right before the game, they announced that Hoculi's crew was going to be there, and I just said, "Oh no!"
Yeah.
Prime Time and Hoculi's crew, the same with his father's crew, has been a disaster for us forever.
Yeah, I think the record isn't very good. I have to look it up with McDermott teams with Hoculi. But look, you can't blame it on the officials. But I agree, Dan, that was tough to watch last night. I mean, there was just flags flying everywhere. Ridiculous. Like, it just seemed like it was every chance they had, they just wanted to throw a flag. And it was unwatchable. Thanks, Dan, for the phone call. Bob out in Syracuse. What's up, Bob?
Hey, Sal. Great to talk to you. So I was at the game last night. I don't have the best of track records when I go, but that's a whole nother story.
Geez. All right.
So just a couple observations I had last night watching the game. I try to really look closely at what we were doing offensively and defensively and just try to take an objective perspective. First off, the one thing I have to tell you is, you probably feel the same way, I don't feel for one moment that we had any control of that game at any point, regardless of what the score was. I thought that we got outplayed. We got way too cute in the first half with some of the play calling. I thought that we had a really difficult time blocking creating any space for Cook on the right side of the offensive line. They kept on trying it over and over again. They were failing. But the one thing I did see, and one of my biggest complaints about yesterday is, I know that a lot of people won't agree with this, and I know we were shuffling people especially with linebacker. We had like 2 extra linebackers. I would have loved to see more on the field because of his speed. We needed speed last night, and I would have loved to see them play pitch and catch with Kincaid until they were going to stop him, because he was unstoppable last night. I thought that this is one of the weaknesses that Brady has when you compare him to Spagnuolo. The way they handle Kelsey, especially in his prime, is they're going to say, we're going to keep throwing to him until you roll coverage and stopping him. And then if you stop him, we're going to go elsewhere. I just thought it was I thought the offense was way out of sync. I thought the play calling was weak. These jump balls to Coleman, and I don't buy let's stretch it down the field. There's nobody open, and you can't tell me it's not separation. There's a lot of opportunities for us to be able to run patterns underneath, but you cannot throw bombs in the NFL. The coverage is too tight. The cover 4 is and the cover 2 schemes are too good for any quarterback to stretch a field. So people have to realize that throwing deep is really not the answer. What the answer is, and what it has been over the last 2 years, has been methodical, running the football, taking what the defense gives you, and I thought we got away from that last night. Big time.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people disagree. I agree with you. I think you keep doing it until it works, right? I mean, like, the danger in that is you get an incomplete pass, it's 2nd and 10, let's say, right, instead of getting a 2nd and 6, but totally, he was owning it. And by the way, the numbers weren't just 100 yards for Kincaid, 6 for 6 on targets, which speaks to what you're saying. Like, when they wanted to go to him, he was there, and it was open, and it was a really good matchup there, Bob. I don't disagree with you. He had a really fantastic game. It's very encouraging. I would have loved to have seen them do that a little more. I will disagree and push back a little bit on the run game. It wasn't great, but you have to give credit, Bob, to who they were playing. They were facing a team that was giving up 77 yards a game and 3.5 yards a carry, and the Bills ran for 4.1 yards a carry, over a half yard a carry more.
I agree. We've always had a tough time with New England running against them.
Milton Williams, by the way, is a really good player up front.
Yeah, he really is. I just thought, I don't know about you, but the end around plays.
Yeah. Even McDermott said, Bob, I'm not trying to rush you off, but I got some more phone calls. Even McDermott said he thought they got too cute at times. So I don't think you're wrong about that. And you're handing the ball off to Dawson Knox, and the jet sweep didn't go well. Good phone call, Bob. Apologize. I need to rush to get some other callers, though. Let's go to Chris in West Seneca. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Sal. It's Chris in West Seneca. Pretty much, I don't really like to harp on the coaching too much, but Sean McDermott has just gotten to me a little bit. Mm-hmm. So, you guys are talking about the timeouts, but it's really what led up to those timeouts. My thing is the coaching. I mean, you had 10 men on the field again in this game. Not only that last game that you guys pointed out, but even in this game. But
I don't remember when that happened. Tell me when that happened, and I'll try to, because you might have seen some on TV that I didn't see.
Yeah, there was 10 men on the field, and we didn't use a timeout. This would have been, I believe this was for an extra point, or for a 2-point, or they were on the goal line, New England, and we didn't use a timeout.
Wait, in this game, they had 10 men on the field on a goal line? I did not see that. Thank you for pointing it out. I had no idea. When did this happen? I did not notice this.
See the timestamp.
I got you. No problem. No, not a big deal. Not a big deal. I'll take a look at it. Thank you. But if they notice, they should call, and they usually do call timeout in that situation. They should. You shouldn't run 11 against 10. That's a recipe for scoring.
Right. And then, here's another thing, too. This guy's defense hasn't been prime since 2022. I mean, we got a defensive-minded head coach. You don't really win Super Bowls with that, I don't think. I mean, unless the stats show otherwise. I mean, but I'm pretty sure, all the recent head coaches are offensive-minded for Super Bowl wins. A question here is, has Cook even gotten a carry in the red zone either?
This year?
I don't even think that... Yeah, has he even gotten a carry in the red zone? He has.
Well, what do you mean? He scored a touchdown in every game running except for this one. I don't think all of them came from outside the 20.
I'm not sure. See, that's another stat that I've seen there too. But I'm just
he's absolutely he's become their goal line back, Chris. He's in all the time, at the goal line.
No, for sure.
I have no idea I don't know about the 10 men on the field, and I have no idea what you're watching if you think James Cook hasn't gotten a red going carry. I'm sorry. Unless I'm watching something different and seeing something different than you at a different team or game. Has Cook gotten a carry in the red zone? What? Let's go to Joe in Tonawanda. Hi, Joe.
How are we doing today, man?
Good, thank you.
Just a couple points. As Bills fans, we become spoiled. The team is going to get an L here and there. I'm still looking at 13-4. I'm not getting down. It hurts. It was a winnable game. And we've had success without turning the ball over. And last night we turned the ball over. It happens. I'm not getting down on this team. I know there's issues. I know there's things that can be fixed. I think it was a couple seasons ago we were at 5-5, and people cast us off, and we ended up making that run, and we ended up in the playoffs. So, I'm looking forward to getting healthy, getting these two guys off the 6-game suspension, et cetera. And then the other comment I have, when Bean made the pick for Keon and went to the second round and didn't even pick in the first round that year for the draft, and we pushed the pick to Kansas City, and they picked up Xavier Worthy. I knew then, and I kind of felt then, why are we not taking him and giving him the Kansas? Xavier Worthy's shown since he got in the league that he's better than Keon Coleman. I'm sorry. Your thoughts?
I think he does some things better. I think Keon does some things better. He's having a little trouble staying on the field right now. He might not play tonight. I get it. You want some speed. You want that. I think Keon Coleman had a nice game last night. I think he's becoming a nice wide receiver. As far as better, I think, yeah, sure, if you want to go by stats or volume, but that's always subjective on how you want to look at it. He's a smaller guy, too, and he's dealing with some injuries right now. And maybe that's the reason why they didn't want him. I'm not really sure. Let's go to Rich in Buffalo. Hi, Rich. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. How are you today?
Good, thanks.
Hey, it's a coaching thing, and it's not, hey, we got to fire McDermott. McDermott's actually a much better coach than he was when he started. He's a very good coach. Let's call a spade, right? But 9 penalties. That's coaching.
11, actually,
that's
yeah.
Discipline.
11.
Every was it 11? Did you say?
It was 11. Yes, it was 11. Yes. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
We get gashed every week every week for the last 2 years over the right side, our defensive right side in the run game. For the last 2 years, why aren't we doing something to stop it? I look at the adjustments before, their quarterback is doing the job to roll out to the right all game long, and finally in the fourth quarter they decide to do some things to stop that, and he's killing us with it. Trey White, my gosh, people play pitch and catch against Trey White. Mm-hmm. Restructure a contract and get a CV in here, right? Say Bosa, oh my gosh. Wait, let me just stop and say we're 4-1. I'm not ready to jump off a cliff, right? But Bosa, he gets fooled every game, and he's a 10-year vet. What am I missing?
No, nothing. You have a right to say that. I think Bosa, I gave him an arrow down again in my arrow up, arrow down column. Check it out, WGR550.com. But because it seems to me like he just wants to get to the quarterback, and there's plays to be made on the edge. And I know you're not paying him to be an edge setter. I get that, right, Rich? Like that money, but that's the part of the job, right? When you're a defensive end, you got to be able to do that. It's interesting, Rich. You bring up the rolling to the right and the plays that were made, and I'll give you a little perspective because I agree. And on the broadcast, I think Eric Wood said maybe you do something to make them flush left instead of right, to an adjustment. But to give you an insight, so people understand, McDermott actually touched on one of the plays after the game, and he said they sent pressure on to roll him right, and there was a guy there supposed to be contained, and he didn't have contained. I went back and looked. Looks to me like it should have been Landon Jackson. Now, maybe not because Landon actually dropped into coverage. I don't know if it was somebody else. But the point I'm making is they did have a scheme on to stop that, which is flush him right and have a guy waiting for him. But that guy's got to do his job, too. So coaching does make adjustments in scheme, and players have to execute.
Can I mention one more thing?
Yeah.
And you've probably heard it already, but are we the worst tackling team in the league, or am I?
I thought it was better yesterday. And by the way, the Patriots only ran for 3.2 yards total per carry, 71 yards. They're not a great running team. I thought their tackling was much better yesterday. I would say if you gave me this call a week ago, I'd say absolutely yes. Maybe they still are, but I didn't have too much of a problem other than Stefon Diggs got out of a couple yesterday, which were big, no doubt, Rich, but I didn't think it was an overall issue yesterday. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just adjustments and just basic. You coached.
I do, but and I know enough about this, Rich. When I say this, you also can't make the plays for people. You can put them in position; they still have to make the play. Right? I mean, if when you say, Rich, like tackling, you could say that's coaching and whatever. That's fine. Then you could say penalties. That's discipline and coaching. I mean, holy heck, you're a professional. You know the rules. You also know how to tackle, right? You've been doing it your whole life. That's where I come down. When people say you defend coaching too much, well, it's like your kids. You can give them all the things in the world and all the tools. They're still going to make a decision, and sometimes it's not the right decision, or they're still going to make a mistake. Like that's why I say that you can't go out there and do it for them. If people think they're not. If people think they're not practicing tackling in training camp, and I know the rules are you can't as much these days in regular practices. If people think they don't go over the rules on where to line up, they're wrong. But at some point, the player has to take accountability on that, doesn't he?
No, I agree with you. But, I mean, like, you're a Yankees fan. I hear you on the show, right?
Why are you going to bring up the Yankees to me today? I had a good day up until 11:23 a.m.
It's not about it's not about that. It's about any baseball team or whatever. When they're struggling, they go back to field and grounders, pitching and catching, basic rules, doing the hit and the cutoff, man. We have to do something.
Okay, Rich. Well, wait a minute. That's a great point. It's a great question. I'm glad you said this because how many people call this radio station and say, I'm tired of hearing the coach say go back to fundamentals? And that's what you're saying he should say. See, that's what I mean. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I know.
Agree.
I get it, buddy. I get it. Can't believe you brought up the Yankees. My guy here, Dan's got his Blue Jays cap on. He's rubbing it into me today, making things worse. He didn't say anything, but he just pointed to the cap after that came up. We'll get to Steve in Texas. Save me from this, Steve. What's going on?
Well, Sal, I mean, I'll kind of echo on your point. McDermott didn't get frustrated and throw a pick on 2nd and 17 in the end zone because he just wanted to force something. So, that's not McDermott. He can't score the touchdown.
I mean, there are lots of things you can always point to, say coaching has to be better. Here's what happens. Let me just give you a big picture, Steve. I'm going to keep you on the phone for a second, and I want to say this, okay? Because it's just something I need to get off my chest. It happens all the time, whether a win or a loss. This happened last night. I put on, like, hey, everybody give me your suggestions for arrow up, arrow down, or whatever, and everything. Or just randomly, I'll get tweets and people. And generally, it's one word, coaching. But there's nothing like, now you might have a timeout issue or whatever. I always want to say, what specifically should the coach have done better today, last night, whatever? And that's great if you have an idea. But just because a team loses doesn't mean it's on coaching. I want you to tell me nitty gritty, like what you had a problem with coaching. Was it a substitution issue, which they did have a couple of times this year? It cost them last week, and that is on coaching. You have to be able to, but it's also could be on players, but it's on coaching. Penalties, yes. Discipline, right? But Steve, they're professionals. They know where to line up, and they didn't do it right. You know what I mean?
I feel you, dog.
That's where I get it. Go ahead.
Okay. So I had two things. One of them's an in-game thing. I noticed it being a little different without Codrington back there on the special teams. Just with the juice coming off of it, I don't know what is different about our average starting position, but I mean, the speed is noticeable and the penetration. I'm not complaining about it. I know they got to do some stuff to get who they want up on that roster, and that's kind of the first spot to go. But I do notice a little bit of juice missing when Codrington's not back there.
Look at the average starting field position yesterday. The Bills were only at their 23, while the Patriots were at the 34. And I'm not saying it was the end-all, be-all with the return game, but it bakes into that.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Second was Vrabel. I called on the pregame show, and I said, if they drop this game, I mean, that game in New England could be for the division. And I'm not like afraid of the Patriots or anything, but I will say, Vrabel is an awesome coach, and just looking what he did with Tannehill in Tennessee, and if they have a, Herbert-like or Allen-like quarterback, and with how disciplined his team is, I think the Patriots, I think there's going to be a real rivalry now. Like, Miami was a pretend rivalry. But I'm not saying I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I think it's, we're here to be entertained, and that's going to be a good team. And I think we're going to get them this year, but I think in next year and the year after, it's on, brother.
It should be fun. It should be fun. Thanks, Steve. I want to touch on this, by the way, which is so funny and so ironic, and this is just the way it goes, right? Steve, this is not to pick on you when I say this, please. But Steve says, and it's Vrabel, they're such a disciplined team. They fumble the ball more than anyone in the league, and they had 8 penalties yesterday, and they were one of the most penalized team in the league going into yesterday. There is this aura and this perception about maybe Mike Vrabel and being disciplined. And yeah, when the Bills do it and Sean McDermott, oh my God, discipline. Here's a guy that his team actually turns the ball over at a higher rate than any team in the league pretty much, puts the ball on the field, and we're talking about their team is so disciplined. They were yesterday, though, more than the Bills, and that's why the Bills lost. 803-0550 is the number. We'll get your phone calls in here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. When we come back, we'll do all of our elements, sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. We'll get the Barnes Firm injury report and, of course, your extra point from the sidelines.
I agree with the last caller. I like to see this ball being thrown downfield. I mean, if you got the MVP, half of our throws are sideline throws, relying on our offensive linemen to pave the way for these guys. We got the best arm, the best quarterback in football. Let him loose. I mean, let the guy loose. And our receivers, when Josh Allen is scrambling back here, our receivers have to.
All right, whether it's building a winning team or upgrading your biggest investment, your home, you want trusted partners who get it. Sal Capaccio here, football fans. That's why I trusted Window World of Buffalo for my own home.
Just point out,
I couldn't be happier.
Josh Allen averaged over 8 yards in attempt last night.
They did throw the ball downfield.
Maybe
not over the top of the defense. If that's what you're looking for, I get enjoying the fact that I can do my shows from there and not having to worry about the windows and the sound and the weather and all the things that are happening outside. I was so impressed. That was what they did at my house. Throws, right?
Window World go to my parents' house, my mom, and my stepdad asked me.
And just because it doesn't go over the top 70 yards, right, which with show the big arm, I get that. You want that. And those are a little, risky, and they can result in completions. But they did actually throw the ball a little bit downfield last night. I just wanted to point that out. So, all right, I don't know if John's still with me. I get it, though. I know. You want to see a bomb down the field, right? Throw it deep, show the arm. Yes. But 8.61 yards per attempt, 8.16 yards per attempt last night from Josh Allen. The Bills have been kind of trending in this direction, right? Where it just didn't look particularly right. There were definitely some, things during games, moments, or even big picture items that you were like, it doesn't look right. Offensively, not sure how they're scoring 31 points. And they're getting away with it. Well, I'll use another colleague's words from yesterday. I was on Bills Kickoff Live on Channel 4 here in Buffalo, and my buddy Thad Brown of News 8 in Rochester used a great line. This is before the game now. And he said, if you play with fire long enough, Scarecrow, you're going to get burned. And I think they were playing with fire the last few weeks, and they got burned last night, offensively. And ironically, the part of the game that had been kind of lacking, that we were all kind of really staring at and pointing at and talking about defensively, stopping the run, that wasn't bad last night. It was actually good. I know there were moments that it could have been better. They had 4 sacks. They had 8 quarterback pressures. They held the Patriots to 33% third downs. I'll take that. Especially when you give a team starting field position of, 36-yard line, I think it was, overall, throughout the night. Short fields, clamping down in the red zone. Defense kind of did their job. Yes, they were not perfect. No, they weren't perfect, I would say. And Stefon Diggs torched them. And that's a conversation we need to have. And we will today. But I think here the offense didn't step up and do their job enough last night. And number one reason was turnovers. And if you don't have the turnovers, maybe things go a lot differently, of course, because now you keep the ball, you sustain drives. I mean, you turn the ball over the red zone and you lose by 3 points, you can point right to that being a critical moment.
You definitely have to establish a line of scrimmage early in the game. I think some of those situations were behind the sticks, off schedule because of some of the self-inflicted wounds, and then we put the ball on the turf. Not a winning formula, right?
That is Bills head coach Sean McDermott following the team's 23-20 loss to the New England Patriots yesterday. Coming out of that game, some injury concerns for the Bills. Let's get to the Barnes Firm injury report. Brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. And it starts with Matt Milano re-injuring his pectoral muscle. And that is not good news. He had just missed a couple of games, had the pec injury. He did not play the entire second half, essentially. I think it was maybe a couple plays in the start of the half, and then he went out and he was questionably returned. He never came back. McDermott said he didn't have any information on it as of after the game. Maybe today there will be more. The Bills did place Dorian Strong on injured reserve the other day before the game, so that will be. He was on the sidelines, though, with the team walking. I think that was good news and encouraging, but we'll see where all that goes. But the big one from the game was Milano. And Josh got a little banged up. He never left the game, never went in the tent, nothing like that. But you could see he was limping and laboring a little bit on that knee after a scramble during the fourth quarter when he got tackled from behind. So that's the Barnes Firm injury report. Once again, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Let's get to your extra point for the sidelines. And that is brought to you by Catholic Health. Catholic Health, the right way to care. How can we not talk about what happened, what the stadium looked like last night? Man, you would have loved the Bills to bring this one home with the rivalry jerseys, the whiteout. It was looking fantastic inside the stadium last night. And good job by Bills Mafia. You understood the assignment. You paid attention. You did your homework, and you were prepared. And there was some red there. There was some blue there, of course, but a lot of white in the stands, and it looked beautiful. I really thought it looked great. I know a lot of people wondering, why did they do the end zones? Well, turf end zones versus grass end zones, a little tougher to deal with and do, as some other teams have. I'm guessing that's the biggest reason. But let's remember, the Bills will have a grass field next year, and they have the rivalry jerseys once a year for the next 2 years after this. So maybe that'll happen. So it was great last night. Great atmosphere, great weather. Another night game coming next week against the Atlanta Falcons in Atlanta on Monday Night Football. Price in Buffalo. Hi, Price.
Hey, Sal. Hope you're having a great day. I got a couple points I wanted to bring up. One on the offense, one on the defense.
Yep.
I'll start with the defense. For years, we've always talked about Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde and the relationship they had in the secondary. Mm-hmm. Trey White was a generational talent in his prime. But I think the guy that we always forget about is Taron Johnson. Like, he's the guy that allows us to run nickel so often. Mm-hmm. Does he look a step slow, or I don't know. It just seems a little different there. I don't think we're running as much nickel. We've got more linebackers out there. So,
well, they're not running as much. Two different questions and two different answers here, Price, I would say. I think at times Taron looks just as good as ever. I think at times Taron looks like he's not the same Taron Johnson. You know what I mean? Last night was not a great night for a lot of the corners, including Taron, who was on Stefon Diggs, missed a couple of plays. But they're not running as much nickel, not because of Taron, but because it's a response to what the offense is putting on the field. And these days, offenses are running more heavier personnel. When that happens, he comes off the field, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thanks. That really answers my question, which kind of segues into my point about the offense as well. It seems like we're running a lot of heavier sets on offense, too. For the life of me, I don't understand why we don't just pick up the tempo. It just looks like sometimes we're kind of lollygagging around. I'm not really a big fan of the 2-yard screens or the 2-yard pops to the receivers. If James Cook is picking up 6 or 7 yards a pop, why don't we just jump on the ball and run the same play again, or run a hurry-up offense so we kind of light a fire under the offense more?
Yeah, well, they can. They can. I mean, there's risk involved with that. There's no guarantee you're going to get 6 or 7 yards, and if you only get 2 or 3, you go 3 and out, and you put your defense right back on the field. That's a risk, right? That could happen. You don't want to do that. And a lot of times those screen passes actually get 6 or 7 yards, and they open up other things. So I get it. I just want to show you the other side of it, which is why you don't do it sometimes. They do run some hurry-up every once in a while. A lot of times it's just when they have a short yardage, they want to run a sneak, something like that. But, there's risk involved too. And like I said, Eric Wood says this on the broadcast all the time, Price, which is if you do something like that and you get stopped, all of a sudden you're punting it back and your defense that just was on the field is coming back on the field. You have to think about that too.
I don't think that's as big of a concern because we got the MVP back there.
Okay.
You know? Like if on first down we're getting 6 and 7 yards, and obviously we have the matchup that we want, why not exploit that matchup? I'd like to see us run more 13 personnel as well, too. You know, we got 3 great tight ends. Why not put them all out there at the same time?
They are. They run more 13. They run more 13 than any team in the league. All the time.
Okay, I'm learning. Thank you, Sal.
Yeah, you got it. They run 13 way more than any team in the league. They don't run as much 12 this year as they did last year, but they do run more 13 than any team in the league. Mario in Jacksonville. Hi, Mario.
Hey, Sal. How are you doing today?
Good, thanks.
Hey, I know at the beginning of your show you said it's not doom and gloom. Let's not be doom and gloom. I want to agree with you because they're still 4-1, and I don't know, this year the NFL doesn't look great. I think there's a lot of teams, and I don't think I can point to a team and say that's the most impressive win. The Patriots beating the Bills might be one of the most impressive wins this season. But the issue I have is looking ahead through the division, how New England's playing, and my 2 biggest issues with the team is Brady's play calling. I can't really wrap my head around it. Even in the wins they've had this season, he seems to get cute. I mean, the end around with Kincaid, I know maybe there's an exchange issue there. Maybe you can blame Josh for that, but it's like, why is this being called this point of the game? Why is Cook being taken off the field? Why are they continuing to use Ray Davis in certain situations? It can be frustrating to watch. And then just you look at the personnel that the team have, there's so many issues with the team, right? I mean, corner, safety, linebacker, the D-line. I mean, receivers an issue too. And to me, these are questions for March and the summer, and now we're in October, and you can't really answer them. So,
well, I think this, Mario. Let me touch on a couple of things. I agree with you about the end around, the jet sweep to a tight end. What are you going to gain there? If you're going to gain 2 yards, might as well give it to James Cook, right? I get it, right?
Yeah.
I totally get that. It's so funny because how many times we get a call and say they should be more creative, and then as soon as he is, well, they got too cute. And I'm not blaming you, I'm not picking on you, but that's what happens. And the same thing, you just said, oh yeah, so for 3-4 weeks, Mario, we've been getting phone calls on, you can't keep running James Cook. Where's Ray Davis? Where's Ty Johnson? The minute they start putting him in, I get a phone call that says, why didn't you keep James Cook on the field?
Well, so let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I think at this point in time, I actually called last season. You and I had a discussion about the receiver position, and then they got Amari Cooper like an hour after my call. It was pretty
That's amazing.
Pretty scary.
It's kind of like Brandon Beane coming on here, and then they get Elijah Moore an hour after that.
Yeah. But I think everyone here can agree that I'm going to be really dramatic here. We can't take another season of getting close and then being let down and having the same conversation. Like, we just can't take it. Obviously, we can, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But at this point in time, I think we can agree, like, hey, Bean, try to make a move right now.
Sure.
Try to do something. So you obviously can't address every issue. I personally would still focus. I think defense, you rely on the free agents that we have coming back. You hope Harrison's going to make a difference, and you deal with what you can on the defense. I personally, again, want to see them try to get a playmaker on offense so that they can try to put together different packages, stretch the field, and make it easier on Josh. So that would be my focus.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that there's a handful of receivers you can try to make a trade for. I don't want to go to the free agent market because I don't think those guys aren't on teams for a reason, but that's where I would focus on.
Yeah.
If you had to do something, what would you do? Like, if they're giving you the keys to the kingdom,
Me?
say, hey,
I'd look into Rashid Shaheed. He is a very nice player in New Orleans. Who, if you don't know what they're, look, New Orleans won yesterday. They get the Patriots next week. Maybe they're not in the mood to, in a position to move. But if they want to do that, and you know why, I would focus on him too. He has speed and he's a return man. And right now, you could kill two birds with one stone, so to speak.
I would get this one. There's a really good player. I think his name is Stefon Diggs. He looks really good. They should go get him.
Well, yeah, okay.
Good gosh.
Okay, well, yeah, he's also a team removed from the team that had him. Another team let go of him too, and that's the Texans. And yeah, I get it, but a lot of things went into that. Adam in Lake George. Hi, Adam.
Hey, Sal. I'm on my way back from the game last night. If I told you before the game started that the Bills would only allow the Patriots one earned red zone visit in the entire first half, I would have thought the Bills would have been up like 24-7 or 24-3 at the end of that half. And that's what happened last night. I was shocked. I want to preface this by saying, Drake May is going to be a very good quarterback, and he's going to be a guy that they're going to have to deal with for for a long time moving forward. And I'm looking forward to it because it's going to be fun. But they did not respect Drake May at all in the first half. They had very rarely, I felt, were they playing too high safety. They had a lot of guys, further up the line. They weren't playing deep, and it worked. I mean, they held the Pats. If it weren't for the fumble that gave them an easy score, the Patriots do absolutely nothing on offense in that first half. You can only get away with doing that for so long, which is why I understand, where they went to in the second half, getting a little bit softer. You don't want to open up those opportunities for them to see that, make adjustments at halftime, and go downfield. But to me, the problem with this game had nothing to do with the coverage, nothing to do with the defense. It's all centered and focused around the Bills' inability to run the football, turning the ball over, and the inability to beat man coverage with anybody but Dalton Kincaid. And that's the one thing that I still am just a little bit critical of Brandon Beane for, is the fact that it seems like, he almost laughed off the idea that because they scored so many points per game that, hey, we didn't need the help at wide receiver. It's like you have a specific thing that you can't do when teams man you up. And it was on tape last year. It's going to be on tape this year. And I hope that they find a resolution for that, whether it's within the scheme and the guys that they have or making a trade. But, man, if they could figure that out, that's the last missing piece that I feel like the Bills need to, really have us feel good about their chances to win.
Yeah, I'm with you on that part of it. The running the ball thing is not. I mean, they ran for 4.1 yards a carry against one of the best defenses in the league. I'm not worried about that. They're a great running team. They do a great job. It wasn't great yesterday, but they're facing a good team. Respect the opponent, and that team is tough to run on. They're very, very good up front. And the thing that was missing last night from the run game, though, was that pop, because you had 9 yards was the longest carry for James Cook. Usually he has one for about 20 yards. But that being said, yes, man-to-man, beating people. Dalton Kincaid was the only one last night. I don't disagree with that. That is something that came back to bite them. Mike in Orchard Park. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So I missed the majority of your show. I popped on late and whatnot, so I'm sorry if any of these points were addressed. But, I know you start your show and you say, don't make rational statements, like think logical, right? So from what I took from that game, both sides, it was a mess. There was a lot of penalties, and I think a lot of the penalties were kind of legit. And some of the stuff we kind of get away with as a team on the offensive line. And I felt like we just couldn't not get in the rhythm. And I felt like we were trying to run the ball, and we were trying to stay with it. Mm-hmm. And it was just like the rhythm wasn't there. Like you just said, James Cook, longest yards was 9 yards. You know what I mean? So I just felt like that was an issue. And, I mean, Stefon Diggs, he's a good football player. I mean, he is I don't think anyone was really surprised. I don't think the coaching staff, I don't think Sean McDermott was surprised that Stefon Diggs came to play yesterday. He's a dog. And there's a lot of issues, but I think it's a long season. And I think as far as a coach, Sean McDermott, I feel he's challenged himself to put a lot of trust in his coordinators. And as far as Joe Brady, I just don't know. I want your opinion. I just don't know if he really respected New England as a defense. I mean,
look, he got a little too cute last night. I agree with that. I don't know about not respecting him. I don't think that's the case, but it's funny. I mean, Sean McDermott, do you want him to trust his coordinators or not? You trust his coordinators, like, why doesn't he intervene and overturn a play? And then when he does that, I can't believe he's such a micromanager, right? We get both sides of that. Hey, good call, Mike. Sorry, we got to run. I got one break here. I got to come back, sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy, to wrap up the program next on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. The Bills have been kind of trending in this direction, right? Where it just didn't look particularly right. There were definitely some, things during games, moments, or even big picture items that you were like, it doesn't look right. Offensively, not sure how they're scoring 31 points. And they're getting away with it. Well, I'll use another colleague's words from yesterday. I was on Bills Kickoff Live on Channel 4 here in Buffalo, and my buddy Thad Brown of News 8 in Rochester used a great line. This is before the game now. And he said, if you play with fire long enough, Scarecrow, you're going to get burned. And I think they were playing with fire the last few weeks, and they got burned last night offensively. And ironically, the part of the game that had been kind of lacking, that we were all kind of really staring at and pointing at and talking about defensively, stopping the run, that wasn't bad last night. It was actually good. I know there were moments that it could have been better. They had 4 sacks. They had 8 quarterback pressures. They held the Patriots to 33% third downs. Like, I'll take that. Especially when you give a team starting field position of, 36-yard line, I think it was, overall, throughout the night. Short fields, clamping down in the red zone. Defense kind of did their job. Yes, they were not perfect. No, they weren't perfect, I would say. And Stefon Diggs torched them. And that's a conversation we need to have. And we will today. But I think here the offense didn't step up and do their job enough last night. And number one reason was turnovers. And if you don't have the turnovers, maybe things go a lot differently, of course, because now you keep the ball, you sustain drives. I mean, you turn the ball over the red zone and you lose by 3 points, you could point right to that being a critical moment.
I agree with the last caller. I like to see this ball being thrown downfield. I mean, if you got the MVP, half of our throws are sideline throws, relying on our offensive linemen to pave the way for these guys. We got the best arm, the best quarterback in football. Let them loose. I mean, let the guy loose. And our receivers, when Josh Allen is scrambling back here, our receivers have to create some separation for this guy. And it just seems that that's been lacking for a long time. And I appreciate you taking my call. Thanks again.
Yeah, John, I'll just point out, Josh Allen averaged over 8 yards an attempt last night. They did throw the ball downfield. Maybe not over the top of the defense, if that's what you're looking for. I get it. But they actually threw the ball downfield last night. And they had their share of behind the line and screens. I understand that. But, Dalton Kincaid, those are mid-level throws, right? Keon Coleman had one. You had one to Josh Palmer. And, just because it doesn't go over the top 70 yards, right, which with the show the big arm, I get that. You want that. And those are a little, risky, and they can result in completions. But they did actually throw the ball a little bit downfield last night. I just want to point that out. So, all right, I don't know if John's still with me. I get it, though. I know you want to see a bomb down the field, right? Throw it deep, show the arm. Yes. But 8.61 yards per attempt, 8.16 yards per attempt last night from Josh Allen. My buddy this week comes from a suggestion from one of our fans and followers and listeners, Kyle, thank you, who tweeted at me at Sal Sports. This is Getting Connected with Our Fans in the best way possible. Getting Connected with Our Fans brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. Kyle says, I'm going to read it right to you. Sal, an idea for Hey Buddy. The St. John Fisher Cardinals beat Brockport in Courage Bowl 20 that benefits Camp Good Days and special times. It's the first win over Brockport since 2016. So how about a shout out to Coach Ed Raby and the Fisher Cardinals as your Hey Buddy. Shout out. Great job, Fisher. Great job, Brockport, everybody. The Courage Bowl, too, benefiting Camp Good Days and special times. But great job, Fisher, for winning the Courage Bowl back since 2016. Thank you, Kyle, so much for that. You can always tweet me, everybody, at Sal Sports. All right, who he's sitting up and who he's standing down on today. We are going to sit up, all right? Sit up on tonight's game. I like it. I like tonight's game. Although I will say, I do have a feeling that maybe the Patriots could blow them out, but let's sit up on tonight's game because it's interesting. Because if the Jags can kind of, get something going here, they could move to 4-1 at the top of the conference with the Indianapolis Colts and the Buffalo Bills. If not, and it's the Chiefs, oh boy, what are we looking at here? Chiefs would move to 3-2, but a loss by the Chiefs would keep them out of right now they're the 8th seed, by the way. I like tonight's game. I think it's going to be an interesting game. I do have a feeling the Chiefs might just kind of run away with it, but I give Jacksonville a fighting chance. I'm interested to see tonight. Let's stand down, speaking of the West, stand down to the Chargers in being this team that's going to just overtake the Chiefs right away. I mean, yesterday, 10-point lead goes away. They lose, and they have some issues right now. Justin Herbert threw the ball like 30 times, only for 160-something yards, so we're going to stand down on the Chargers taking over the West anytime soon. All right, that is the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. One Bills Live up next here on a Monday for 3 hours with you on WGR. Have a great week.
You can listen to every Bills game, along with all the music and news that Buffalo needs, right here on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, everybody, Sal Capaccio